Yes, Deepak. Clearly, yes. Okay. Sure. Okay. Excellent. Yeah. If there is any technical issues, please continue. Okay. You can also take the baton and go continue. Okay. Thank you, Deepak. Okay. 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 Great. Sounds good. Yep. Best of luck.
A very good morning to honorable guests, esteemed speakers, distinguished delegates, and dear attendees. It is my great pleasure and privilege to welcome you all to this conference, ACS TOXI India 2024, organized by Scientific Educational Conferences International Forum and the American Chemical Society Division of Chemical Toxicology India chapter in collaboration with Institute of Pharmacy, Nirma University. The theme of this conference, Role of Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning in assessing the human toxicity of xenobiotics and environmental hazards, delves into the critical intersection of advanced technologies with public health and environmental safety. It emphasizes how AI and ML are transforming traditional toxicological assessments by enabling faster, more accurate predictions of chemical impacts, reducing reliance on animal testing, and providing innovative tools for understanding long term risk posed by xenobiotics. The theme is very pivotal as we explore new ways to protect human health and our ecosystems in an increasingly chemically exposed world. With this brief introduction, let's move forward with the prayer. Prayer is our invitation to God to give us strength, encourage us, and take us to the path of excellence. Hence, before commencing the proceedings, let us take a moment to invoke the blessings of the Almighty, for which I shall call upon our students, Dhruvi, Harshita, and Ekta. I also request all the attendees to kindly rise for the prayer.
या कुन्देन्दुतुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करप्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता श्यामां पातु सरस्वती भगवती देशेशजात्यापः.
Thank you, girls. Moving ahead, we are pleased to present a brief documentary on Nirma University highlighting its remarkable journey of academic excellence, cutting-edge research and innovation. It highlights the university's role in shaping future leaders and its commitment to advancing knowledge across various disciplines.
A university is a knowledge enterprise that contributes to social, political, economic and scientific development of nations and society. And we at Nirma University, with our Honorable President Dr. Karsanbhai Patel's vision to contribute to the development of the society, strive to build a strong foundation for our country's bright tomorrow.
Nirma University is committed to contribute to the society by providing its students relevant knowledge and skills, engaging the learning environment and state-of-art facilities. Our vision is shaping a better future for mankind and developing effective, socially responsible individuals and organizations.
Our academic and administrative systems work toward ensuring the achievement of our mission. We are committed to put Nirma University on a world map.
These leaders would develop a better future for mankind so that all of us prosper. Nirma University is also developing as a research university, and it does cutting-edge research and innovation.
Nirma University was established in the year 2003 and has gradually over the years earned the stature of one of the most prestigious universities in India. What started as an initiative of Nirma Education and Research Foundation in the year 1994 went on to expand into being Gujarat's first self-financing engineering institute in 1995 and autonomous Nirma Institute of Management in 1996. Contribution towards excellence in higher education led to the birth of Nirma University in the year 2003 through a legislative process, and it became the first private university in the state of Gujarat. Nirma University then went on to create a faculty of doctoral studies and research in 2004 to promote doctoral education, contributing over 350 PhD graduates till date. Over the years, we have developed programs in the fields of technology, management, pharmacy, science, law, architecture and planning, commerce and design. Nirma University is recognized by the University Grants Commission under Section 2F of the UGC Act. The university was awarded an A grade in 2015 by National Assessment and Accreditation Council. The Institute of Technology is known for producing high-quality engineers through its various departments. It is well known for imparting quality education, conducting applied research, and in nurturing students for their holistic development. Continuous evaluation, blended learning, choice-based credit system, industrial visits, industry projects, expert lectures, soft skills development, and critical thinking programs aim to nurture the students for a brighter future and enable them to shine in today's competitive world.
At the Nirma University, we get an overview of the academic world as well as the real world.
So basically, this university breeds knowledge and equips its faculty with every tool that is required to develop and groom our students.
The Institute of Management imparts world-class business education. It has emerged as a national business school and has played a vital role in producing new generation of leaders over a period of 2 decades.
At the Institute of Management, Nirma University, students are trained to take informed decisions and drive organizations towards their goals.
It offers various programs in the area of business administration.
Institute of Management, Nirma University has provided us with various opportunities for personal learning.
Institute of Pharmacy promotes excellence in pharmaceutical education and prepares young men and women to take on the challenges ahead in the areas of pharmaceutical industry, R&D and education. The modern labs with upgraded equipment ensure a holistic pharmacy education. With an animal house and an herbal garden to provide the students with on-ground experience, Nirma University has managed to build an entire ecosystem that every pharmacy student dreams of.
Institute of Pharmacy provide excellent laboratory facilities equipped with sophisticated instruments to inculcate research aptitude as well as develop the skills of our students very efficiently and effectively.
The Institute of Law was set up in the year 2007 with a vision to promote excellence in the field of legal education and to fulfill the ever-increasing demand of quality legal professionals for a growing legal world.
Increasing globalization of business and advancement of technology has given rise to the enormous complex legal issues, and that has brought a paradigm shift in the role of legal profession today. We as an Institute of Law, Nirma University, focuses more on the skill enhancement process and the experiential learning education that really help the students to make themselves as a practice-ready professionals.
The professors at Nirma University are our pride. Besides imparting high-quality instruction, they play the role of a guide, friend and mentor to all those who study under them. They are actively engaged in conducting cutting-edge research and innovation.
Professors at Nirma have helped me inculcate the ability to learn. They own an extraordinary ability to explain. Their enthusiasm and passion to teach encourages us all. The professors here ensures that the class goes beyond the classroom.
Our recent adoption of outcome-based education has added a lot of value to we as a faculty as well as to our students.
The 110-acre sprawling state-of-the-art campus provides refreshing environment and stimulates intellectual growth and creativity. The university campus has a serene academic ambience that motivates the students to focus on development and all-round growth. The university is a community perpetually in motion, with the students running clubs, planning and executing national and international activities, competitions, annual, technical and cultural festivals and live projects. The university is committed to research and innovation. It has established a Directorate of Research and Innovation that promotes and coordinates various research activities at different levels. Institute of Science offers master's and doctoral level programs in biotechnology, microbiology and biochemistry. The institute houses 6 research laboratories, a central instrumental facility, a plant growth lab, animal cell culture and insectarium. It is nationally recognized for its contribution in the field of biotechnology and life sciences. Established in 2014, Institute of Architecture and Planning offers a 5-year Bachelor's of Architecture program and a 4-year Bachelor's of Planning program. The students are given local, regional and international exposure to hone their skills in the fields of architecture and planning.
Here at the Institute of Architecture and Planning, we try and create innovative solutions. Basically, we learn that creativity lies in the details, and those details help us in shaping our surroundings.
The Institute of Commerce intends to prepare students for their career in the accounting profession and BFSI sector. The curriculum includes both a theoretical as well as a practical exposure and is facilitated through experiential learning, summer internship and project work. The Department of Design offers 4-year programs in the fields of industrial design and communication design. It aims to encourage creative thinking that is inclusive, sustainable and exciting. Nirma University is equally committed to the employability and employment of the students. All the institutes of the university have active placement cells that train the students for jobs and organize placement activities in reputed companies.
I believe that my decision of joining this institution as an engineering student was the best decision I made as a teenager, and that has changed my life ever since.
Nirma University is closely networked with its different stakeholders. For example, it has among others active MOUs with ISRO, IPR and PRL for research. It has MOUs with a host of universities in the different parts of the globe for student and faculty exchange and joint research. Its students are absorbed by companies like Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Accenture, HUL, Amazon, Novartis, etc. The central goal that Nirma University stands for is to provide a stellar education and lifelong learning skills and the means to do so effectively to all its students.
For me, Nirma has been a monumental milestone towards my goals, and for that, I will always be grateful.
The university strives to bring about a positive transformation in the lives of its students and enables them to become independent, confident, and self-sufficient citizens.
The documentary indeed provided a wonderful insight into how Nirma University is dedicated in not only providing top-notch academic knowledge, but also ensuring its students are well prepared to navigate the professional world with confidence and competence. Moving forward, now it's an honor and privilege to invite the esteemed dignitaries to grace the dais. First, I would like to welcome the chief guest for our today's function, Dr. Grover P. Miller, sir, Professor of Biochemistry and Molecular Biology, University of Arkansas, USA. Dr. Gopal Natesan, sir, Chair, Organizing Committee, ACS TOXI India 2024, and Director, Institute of Pharmacy, Nirma University. Dr. Deepak Parod, Chair-elect, ACS TOXI India 2024 and Consultant, Discovery Life Sciences, USA. Dr. Jigna Shah, HOD, Department of Pharmacology, Institute of Pharmacy, Nirma University. Dr. Snehal Patel, Coordinator, ACS TOXI 2024, Associate Professor, Institute of Pharmacy, Nirma University. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Flowers, with their elegance and beauty, symbolize deepest respect and warmest welcome. And it has been a tradition of Nirma University to welcome our esteemed dignitaries with floral greetings. It's an honor to have with us Dr. Grover Miller, sir, Professor of Biochemistry and Molecular Biology at University of Arkansas, as our chief guest. I now request Gopal, sir, to welcome Dr. Grover Miller with floral greetings. We are also extremely privileged to have with us Dr. Deepak Parod, Chair-elect, ACS TOXI 2024, with us today. I now request Professor Jigna Shah to present floral greetings to Deepak Parod, sir. We are also privileged to have Dr. Subramaniam Vangala, Rengen Innovations Private Limited, India, with us today. I now request Gopal, sir, to please present floral greetings to sir. We are also extremely privileged to have Dr. A.M. Thakur, former Dean, Veterinary College, Anand Agricultural University, Anand, India. I request Snehal ma'am to please present the floral greetings to sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Going ahead, at this juncture, I'm pleased and honored to present the prologue about Nirma University. In the year 1994, the founder of Nirma Group of Industries and an internationally famous entrepreneur, Padma Shri Dr. Karsanbhai K. Patel, crystallized his long-cherished dream of providing world-class facilities for professional education in Gujarat. He established Nirma Education and Research Foundation, NERF, which in turn established in a 125-acre campus 8 leading institutions within a short span of time, which includes Institute of Technology, Institute of Management, Institute of Pharmacy, Institute of Science, Institute of Law, Institute of Architecture and Planning, Institute of Commerce, and Institute of Design. Nirma University was established in the year 2003 as a statutory university under the Gujarat State Act, and the university is recognized by the University Grants Commission, UGC, under the Section 2F of the UGC Act. The university is a member of Association of Indian Universities, AIU, and the Association of Commonwealth Universities, ACU. Nirma University has been accredited with A+ grade by NEC, National Assessment and Accreditation Council. The university received the Center of Excellence COE status from the Government of Gujarat in January 2022. The university is also accredited by NBA, National Board of Accreditation. Padma Shri Dr. Karsanbhai Patel, Chairman, Nirma Group of Companies and Chairman, NERF, is the President of University. Shri K.K. Patel, sir, is the Vice President of Nirma University. Dr. Anup Singh is the Director General of the university. The graduate, postgraduate and doctoral level programs offered by Nirma University are rated high by industries, business magazines and by the students. The Institute of Pharmacy was established with a view to promote excellence in pharmaceutical education and to prepare young men and women to meet the challenges in the area of pharmaceutical industries, education, research and development, and marketing. The institute has shown its presence at the national level by continually being ranked among the top 40 institutes in the National Institutional Ranking Framework, NIRF, by the Ministry of Human Resource and Development, MHRD, Government of India. The Institute of Pharmacy provides various programs like B.Pharm, which is an 8-semester program, PharmD, a 6-year program, M.Pharm, a 4-semester program in 4 areas of specialization that includes pharmaceutics, pharmaceutical analysis, regulatory affairs, and pharmacology. Institute also offers PhD program in pharmaceutical sciences and postdoctoral program. The university has received grants from various government agencies including DST, DBT, ICMR, SEC, ISRO, AYUSH, ESPTM, GUJCOS, to name a few. The institute is also equipped with sophisticated laboratory instrument as well as an animal house. With this brief prologue, let's move forward for the lighting of the lamp. So light symbolizes knowledge, wisdom, and the dispelling of darkness. And as we begin today's celebration, we seek the divine blessings through the traditional lighting of the lamp, for which I now request our esteemed dignitaries to kindly come forward and light the ceremonial lamp. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Moving further, welcoming by words has always been a tradition of Nirma University, for which it gives me immense pleasure to invite Dr. Jignasha, Head, Department of Pharmacology, Institute of Pharmacy, Nirma University, to deliver the welcome address. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the serene campus of Nirma University. As you might have seen the last scene of the documentary which was shown just before a few minutes, Nirma University, the logo is depicting Tamsoma Jyotirgamaya. So that means take us from darkness to light, from ignorance to knowledge. So welcome, once again, welcome to this 2 days conference, ACS TOXI 2024. Respected chief guest of today's function, Professor Grover Miller, Professor of Biochemistry, Molecular Biology, University of Arkansas for Medical Science, USA, Dr. Deepak Barot, Chair-elect, ACS Talks India 2024, Dr. Gopal Natesan, Director, Institute of Pharmacy, Nirma University, Dr. Snehal Patel, Associate Professor and Coordinator of this 2 days event, all the heads of the department, all the delegates, all the guests, honorable guests present over here, Dr. H.B. Patel, Dr. Thakur, Dr. Subramaniam. It is indeed a matter of great honor as well as pleasure for me to welcome all of you to this ACS TOXI India 2024 conference, one of its first. This particular prestigious event is organized jointly by Scientific Educational Conference International Forum, the American Chemical Society, Division of Chemical Toxicology India chapter, and Institute of Pharmacy, Nirma University. First of all, I'm very happy that we are having this particular conference just few days after there is an announcement of Nobel Prize, both Nobel Prize for Physics as well as Nobel Prize for Chemistry. As we all know, that Nobel Prize of Physics is awarded to the pioneer scientist in the area of artificial intelligence, Dr. John Hopfield and Jeffrey Hinton, for helping create the building blocks of machine learning that is revolutionizing our day-to-day life. Also, the Nobel Prize for Chemistry is awarded to David Becker for computational protein design and Demis Hassabis and John Jumper for protein structure prediction. So now we are in an era wherein this artificial intelligence and machine learning is going to change our day-to-day life in a way that we have never thought before. There are so many changes occurring not only in all the sectors of the life, but specifically in the healthcare sector, that we need to have a conference which is having very apt theme. So that is what we are over here, because machine learning and artificial intelligence, both of them, they are going to revolutionizing specifically the healthcare sector, the pharmaceutical sector, in a way that whatever drugs are coming into the market or whatever drugs are there are significant applications for this AI or ML with respect to the pharmacokinetic modeling or toxicokinetics, or you can say structure activity relationship, or high throughput screening, to name a few. So we have gathered today over here to share our shared commitment for having advancing knowledge, improving the public health through the innovative scientific approaches. Whatever challenges which are posed by the xenobiotics and the environmental hazards, we have to have a knowledge. Whatever we have, we need to still update. Whatever synthetic compounds, pollutants, understanding and their impact on human health, that we need to understand. And further, we have to refine the approaches, how we have to handle and streamline our research processes so that we can safeguard the interest of our communities. So first of all, I am very happy and I am privileged to have Professor Miller over here, who has consented to grace this occasion and has provided all the support and cooperation to make this program a big successful event. I'm also happy to have Dr. Deepak Barot. In fact, he is the, you can say, the central, the access for the whole event to happen, to be happening. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for everything. But obvious, our director, our own director, Dr. Gopal Nataisen. Thank you so much, sir. I'm also thankful and I'm very happy to welcome Dr. H.B. Patel, Dr. Thakur, as well as Dr. Subramaniam for coming for this inaugural function right in the early morning, sparing your time. Thank you so much, sir. We look forward to you for all the knowledge and we are very sure that our attendees will be really benefited with your experience and vast knowledge. Yes, our heads of the department, our faculty members and the delegates, thank you for attending this event that reflects that you people are also really worried about and are very eager to know how AI and ML is going to impact our lives and change our lives, and how you are going to contribute your might towards the betterment of the society. Once again, I welcome you all. Thank you so much. We look forward to a knowledge gaining experience for these 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the kind and welcoming words. Moving further, I now welcome Dr. Deepak Barot, Chair-elect, ACS TOXI India 2024 and Consultant, Discovery Life Sciences, to give introductory remarks about ACS TOXI India. Dr. Deepak Barot is an internationally renowned scientist, consultant in the field of pharmaceutical research, both preclinical and clinical, and global business development with varied clientele base in India, US, and Europe. Currently, he is a consultant with Discovery Life Sciences, USA. Dr. Barot is an entrepreneur scientist and have held executive as well as technical operating roles, positions in various national and international companies like Biocon Bristol Myers, Squibb Research Center Bangalore, Origin Discovery Technologies Limited Bangalore, and Zydus Research Center Ahmedabad. Dr. Deepak has extensive drug discovery research experience in the field of metabolic disorders, inflammation, oncology, and neuroscience. He has been associated with all areas of drug metabolism, pharmacokinetics, pharmacology, and toxicology pertaining to the discovery of new chemical entities. He has broad scientific knowledge, leadership, skills, and hands-on experience in conducting DMPK, pharmacology, toxicology studies, as well as various analytical methodologies used in laboratory settings, such as HPLC, LCMS, to name a few. He is also involved in bringing novel technologies and research tools like human-based in vitro experimental models, especially primary cultured human hepatocytes, and most recently enterocytes, to Indian CROs and research institutes. With this brief introduction, I now request Dr. Deepak Barot to please give the introductory remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Mishri, for a very kind introduction. Truly, I don't think I deserve that much long introduction, but thank you. So, very good morning to all of you. I think I would expect a little more energy. Good morning to all of you. All right. So, I think let's do a little louder. So, let the entire Ahmedabad know that this is an inaugural ACS TOXI India meeting going on. So, very good morning to all of you. All right. I think that's better. So, thank you. So I'm not a professor, so don't worry. I'm going to be very brief, and I see a lot of professors in the audience, but I'm completely an industry person. And then yes, whatever little I could achieve in my career, or whatever little I could do in my field, I think that credit goes to the same professors. I think the teachers who have taught. So a big round of applause for all the faculty members who are here, and all the professors who are in the audience. Very good morning to all of you, and a warm welcome to inaugural ACS TOXI India 2024 conference. As you already have learned, that this is our first ever conference which is happening here at Nirma Institute of Pharmacy, Nirma. And would like to thank Dr. Nateshan, the director of Institute of Pharmacy. I think without his help and in his leadership, it was not possible. And we are talking about energy. I must say that I'm highly impressed with the energy of the director of this institute, because the way he has been working, way he has led the whole team, I think this event would not have been possible without his leadership. So a big round of applause for Dr. Nateshan as well. So I'm sure you guys are going to be tired after my talk, because you'll have to clap a lot, because I need to thank a lot of people. Anyway, jokes apart, but yeah, I would also like to the chief guest, Professor Grover, and I really appreciate he's here in person, and he accepted our invitation to come all the way from I think 30 hours of travel. So 30 hours he took travel time to reach here. So I think I really appreciate Dr. Grover for your presence here, and especially Dr. Snehal, Dr. Jigna, all the faculty members who are involved in the committees. Thank you all of you, because this is an event which is just possible only because of your efforts and all. So I think I have heartiest I can only be thankful to all of you guys for all your efforts for bringing this meeting live. So I'm just going to briefly, in few slides, I would like to let you know what exactly this ACS TOXI India is like. All of you guys have been seeing a lot of boards right in the entrance. It's all mentioned ACS TOXI India, but at least you should know how this has come into existence. Okay, so I'm just going to take you through few slides, like how this chapter has initiated, and then how did we landed up here at Nirma. Okay. I think with age, one thing which we have earned is the specs. Nothing else, but yeah. Absolutely. I think this is what is display settings. Yes. Yeah, I think somebody from a younger generation should help me with that. Yeah. This is showing in presentation mode, so it has to be in a. Only this screen, so you can see there it's in the presentation. So it should be only the. All right. Okay, so I think we are all set. Sorry for this small technical glitch. I would say rather than a technical glitch, it is my lack of what do you call technology knowledge. So I would say I will be attending all the talks pretty much more seriously because that's what we need to learn about AI and ML. So I think technologically we need to be sound. So all right, so let's get on with it. So welcome to this inaugural American Chemical Society Division of Chemical Toxicology India chapter meeting. So this is like in extension, the ACS American Chemical Society Division of Toxicology chapter is already there in US, and we just started the India version of that. So the Indian chapter has been started, and it's been like 2 years, more than 2 years. We've been talking, we've been discussing. A lot of things have gone into discussion before actually we are able to see the light of the day. So we actually we started somewhere in I would say 2021 or 22. In 2022 we started discussing this, and I had to thank one person, especially Dr. Ujjwal Sarkar. He is also the chair of this conference, and he is the person who is responsible for this whole meeting, this whole chapter. It is his vision. So I would like to thank Dr. Ujjwal Sarkar. He was with AstraZeneca and I think with Cerevel, and very recently it's been bought by Evway in US, Cambridge. So Dr. Ujjwal Sarkar It was his vision. He wanted to start this India chapter. He has been a core committee member for many years. So that's how this chapter came into play. And equally important, of course, all the core committee members played a vital role in making this happen. But along with Ujjwal Sarkar, I think Dr. Natalia is also responsible, both of them. They wanted to start a chapter in South Asian countries, apart from US. So that's how India was chosen, and they both applied for a grant with ACS TOXI, and fortunately we got that grant last year, which or maybe earlier this year, and through that grant now we are able to do this actual conference. So a big round of applause for both Dr. Ujjwal as well as Dr. Natalia. So what is ACS TOXI? Is like, as I already told you, is Division of Chemical Toxicity, and basically what it does is the vision is to improve the human health and protecting the environment. So these are the two major objectives for American Chemical Society TOXI chapter, and then also their mission is empowering scientific exchange and collaboration to advance knowledge in chemistry and toxicology to positively impact the society and sustainability. So this is their broader mission and vision statements, and in their focus areas, mainly focus area is education, leadership training, career development, sponsorship of symposias, encouraging research, forum for conversation, and risk assessment evaluation. So these are the major focus areas of ACS TOXI US chapter. And that's what we were discussing initially. A couple of years ago, we started our discussion, and then we thought, how do we start our Indian chapter? So then I think somewhere around earlier this year in January or December, we came up with SECIF, which is Scientific Educational Conferences International Forum. So through this forum, actually, we are trying to provide a platform of knowledge sharing, and then pretty much taking up all the objectives and mission from ACS TOXI. So we thought we should have this non-profit registered here so that we can conduct this ACS TOXI India meeting, and that's how it came into play. So all the names which you see here, all of them played a vital role. Like when I say a couple of years we have been talking, so these are the people who are the core committee members from ACS TOXI, and then we were just discussing. So this conference is as a result of 2 years of hard work, or a lot of thought process has gone into it, and then only then we are able to do this. So Dr. Ujjwal Sarkar, Professor Natalia, Professor Grover, who is with us here, Professor Mike Stone, Professor Sarah Shak, Professor Michael, and so all of them, they have played a vital role here, and not only this year, even in the coming years as well, we will continue to do this conference, because we want to make it an annual event, so that at least students can benefit from this. And we also have discussed I would say at length that we really want to have virtual meetings as well, because nowadays virtual meeting is what everybody looks for. So at least annually, so maybe 6 monthly we can have a virtual meeting, and once in a year we can have an in-person meeting as well. And this is the inaugural meeting for that. And so, as I said, all of them, they played a role. It was their thought process because of which this is happening. But these people who are mentioned here, they are responsible for actual organizing this entire conference. So I would like to name all of them because they played real vital role, starting with the chair of the organizing committee, Dr. Gopal Natesan, other organizing committee members, Shekhar Chelur, M.R. Srinivasan, H.B. Patel, Jigna Shah, Snehal Patel, Darpesh Gohel, Amir Siddiqui, and Prerna. So these are all the people who have really worked to bring together this entire agenda, and have actually they have lined up all the speakers from varied expertise areas from within the toxicology or chemical toxicology field. So this entire credit goes to them, and then whatever arrangements you are seeing here, that also credit goes to this organizing committee members. And they were also duly supported by other committee members, Bhagwati Saxena, Mithun Singh Rajput, Richa Gupta, and Sheetal Panchal. So let's have a big round of applause for all these organizing committee members. And this is very important because I have to give special thanks to this Institute of Pharmacy. Because see, a lot of people are working in toxicology area, in pharmacology area, but when we really thought that we want to do this meeting in Ahmedabad, and there were quite a few many options, and one option which was really completely, the only option for, we thought that if we really want to do the inaugural conference, then we want to go to an institute which is really a premier institute. And I think Nirma was the only one of the few options with us. When we came here through Dr. Snehal Patel and discussed with Dr. Nateshan, and then I realized that they are so excited and they are so enthusiastic to really collaborate on this. And I must say that ACS TOXI, the entire meeting is all about collaboration. And then the whole purpose is that we want to bring in all the academia and industry together at same platform. So I think Nirma, I'm so thankful to the Institute of Pharmacy, Nirma, for actually hosting this conference. And this meeting is going to grow for sure, because we are going to grow this community across country, and then going to even the entire Asian countries also we are going to merge into this. So whenever this meeting will happen somewhere, some other place next year, but the name of this institute will always be there, because the inaugural meeting of ACS TOXI India chapter, it has happened at Nirma. So a big round of applause for your own institute, Nirma, as well. So this is just one of the snapshots I've taken from, I think, last week we were having this combined meeting. I'm sure all of them were smiling, but a lot of hard work they put in, and it was a lot of struggle. I know it's not so easy to do an international conference, so I'm sure all of them, they'll really be happy today, because this meeting is actually seeing the light of the day today. So thank you to all of you. So for ACS TOXI, within the next, I think, 15 seconds, I will just focus on this, that what are the focus areas for ACS TOXI India chapter. So, of course, we have taken a lot of mission statements from the ACS TOXI US chapter, but still, we just thought that our focus would be to provide a platform of knowledge sharing to students, faculty, researchers, scientists working in drug discovery and development, and especially in the area of toxicology. And all the allied subjects related to toxicology, could be environmental toxicology or drug related or chemical related. So we're going to focus on bringing about awareness and providing that platform of knowledge sharing to everyone to enhance their knowledge in toxicology area. Education learning, of course, that's the major focus area for us. And Dr. Grover and myself, we were also talking, and other committee members also, we have discussed that we'll try to do something about the career development and trainings. And then we'll work out some means and ways, how do we do it, how effectively we can actually implement this thing, so that purely this is for the benefit of the students. And we are going to bring in a lot of industry also within this chapter, so that at least from a career development, when you're looking out to for jobs in the industry, even that can be facilitated through this India chapter. And then bringing about awareness, I already talked about. Scientific exchange and collaboration, that is one of the major focus area for us, because I know a lot of good research, a lot of good projects are going on at the Institute of Pharmacy here in Nirma, but we also want to take this to next level. And then other premier institutes or institutes of national importance, we want to bring them all together under same umbrella, so that we can have more improvised, better scientific exchange and collaboration. And also we want to bring in industries. So finally, what do we want to achieve from this? So that's like human or animal health and environmental protection. So this is what we want to achieve through this chapter. And finally, the only outcome we are looking for is the positive impact on the society. So this is what, in nutshell, will summarize what exactly ACS TOXI India chapter is all about. Okay. So once again, a warm welcome to all of you, and I'm sure you are going to enjoy this conference. We are lined up quite a few many speakers, experts from the industry, as well as from academia and research institutes. So, and I'm sure you're going to enjoy all those lectures. So with that, thank you for your patient hearing. Thank you. So very quickly, I will just, I think, Ujjwal, are you there?
Hi, Deepak. Yes, I
Okay,
am.
great. So we can hear you. So before I just hand over this thing, once again, I would like to emphasize that it is because of the efforts of Dr. Ujjwal Sarkar and Professor Natalia. So because they have applied for the grant application, because of which we are able to do this conference. And it was his vision that he wanted to start something like this in India. And I know Ujjwal for almost now over a decade, I guess, Ujjwal, and I can just say that so far I have been in touch with so many industry people as well as academic people, and he's one guy who has moved out of India, settled in US, in Boston, and he's always, he has something, he's always eager to do something for the nation. And although he's really doing well, his plate is full, he doesn't have time. But still, whenever I meet him, I just see that enthusiasm in him that he wants to do something for his nation. And this is just one effort where we are connected. But I know there are a few other areas also where he's trying to do something for his country. So a big round of applause for Dr. Ujjwal Sarkar. He is the chair for ACS TOXI India. So over to you, Ujjwal, for your inaugural address. You can share the screen, and I think you are all set.
Well, thank you, Deepak. I think you covered it all. I think I have nothing to share now. Can everyone hear me? Deepak, would you like me to turn my camera on?
Yes, we can hear you, and we can see you as well. And I must say you're really looking good in this jacket. So, yeah, go ahead.
Well, first of all, my voice is breaking now. It's actually 1:20 a.m. and I'm still super excited. I don't know whether I'll go to bed today. I'll straight go to office tomorrow. But I'll see. I have a couple of slides to talk about like where we are coming from and where we are today. So maybe just quickly share my slides. Oops. Okay, now share. Yeah, can you see my slides now?
Yeah, and you can do the full screen from there.
Yes, let me do it. So, good morning, everyone. And this is a warm greetings from Boston, and I have no draft or anything to read out loud, but I'm actually speaking from my heart. I can see the energy in the room is pretty high, and there are many distinguished speakers and our researchers, faculty, the executive team from the Nirma University. I don't know how to express my gratitude, my sincere thanks to, my humble thanks to everyone who are actually now in the room. And some of us probably were not able to join. I also, a special thanks to Grover. He's my good friend, and I'm happy that he's there. I'm hoping he's probably, at least he can say hi to me. Can I hear him?
I'm here. I made it.
Yeah,
okay, great.
He just said yes to hi to you. Yeah.
Okay, so with interest of time, Deepak, do I have 5 minutes or 10 minutes? Just want to make sure.
I think Dr. Natasan is watching his watch, so I think let's have 5 minutes. We are really running late.
Okay, great. Okay, this is good. So, let's go. It's a rapid fire session. As I see that we're talking about the inauguration, and Deepak really rightly said that this is the initiative that we started to go across the globe, starting from India, but obviously the thing is to cross collaborate between the continents. So briefly, I would say that I was born, if you see a bridge, it's a very common, famous bridge, it's called Howrah Bridge. I was born in West Bengal in India, and from there I went to Presidency College. I did my honors in chemistry. Then I went to IIT Kharagpur. There I did my master's, and then came to US. My first university was Washington University in St. Louis, and then the transition happened from India to US. And throughout this process, I always I was a teenager, and then a young person, and then students, and then came to US. I was always looking for unknowns, but also getting comfortable with the unknowns. And being a research scientist, whoever, like you are in the different fields, but we are always seeking for the truth through these unknowns, and also doing experiments on research. So my life actually is like that, and I hope everyone is going through this process. After going to Washington University, then I moved to University of Missouri, Columbia, which is in between St. Louis and Kansas City, and then I got my PhD there with Professor Kent S. Gates, and then I decided to challenge myself again. So I got an offer for MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and you can see three folks standing there: Pete Wishnock, Paul Skipper, and Steve Tannenbaum. So Steve Tannenbaum was actually he worked on nitric oxide, and you can see on the board, like chalkboard, you can see that there's chemical structures, right? So he was working on some of the xenobiotics, which actually xenobiotics doesn't have to be a drug. Something foreign materials can get into the body, and how it gets modified and cause toxicity. So I actually really learned a lot about toxicology and the small molecule space. And from there, I decided to go to AstraZeneca, and I was all along in the drug metabolism and pharmacokinetics field, and that's how I got to know about Deepak. I supported a lot of oncology portfolio, and maybe some other time I'll talk about my background. This is the place where Deepak actually came. Was it last year, Deepak?
Yeah, I think it was in April.
Yes. So this is where my transitions is to my current company from Cerevel, and then as Deepak mentioned, it acquired by AbbVie. It's one of the top 10 pharmaceutical company, and you can see his nice buildings around there. It's a newly built area in Cambridge, and Deepak and we talked about how we're going to help to grow this and really establish this initiative that came from ACS TOXI, and create these connections between US and India by cross-collaborating between students, researchers, and faculty. So this is the Cambridge Crossing area, but you can see that Boston is one of the top-notch biohub. There are a lot of industry, biotechnology, including the institutes, right? So you can see those squares or the rectangulars where it says Harvard Square, right, on the right side. Then you see MIT, and then you see Northeastern University across the river, and there are so many, so hundreds of biotech companies and universities around this area. So my dream one day that as Nirma University is there, why not we build a biohub? Why not we build top-notch universities and cross-collaboration between academia and industry, just like the way I'm showing you. So this is my dream. Hopefully, we'll achieve this sort of map in Gujarat, in Ahmedabad, and with that, as Deepak mentioned about that how we started back in 2021, and we got 2 IPG grants, 21 and 22, and Natalia was the chair at that time. So and she really supported this idea about how we have our footprint of ACS TOXI and outside of US, and actually take kind of bold vision of global initiative. And how we could do it, as my heart also, as my half of my life I spend in India, half of my life I'm in the US. So I thought this is the best to serve both of the countries, both of the people, and how we make them cross-collaborate, right? And this is how we are having the moment, the day, where this is actually only possible, I can say, by somebody. It's called perseverance. Perseverance is a definition where people do not give up with all the obstacles, and it was not easy. It was not easy for the last 3 years. We tried so many ways, but Deepak, I knew him for 10 years or so, and he has also the similar energy that he talked about myself, is that he's not going to give up. If he say yes, I will do it. And that's the quality that we should have, we should maintain, be it you are in US or even India, that make it happen. And so because of Dr. Deepak Bharat, today we are having this conference. And so thanks, Deepak. Thank you so much. And this is the first virtual meeting that we had. So actually every spring, Grover can actually shed more light on this when you're having the moment with him. We have this virtual ACS TOXI meeting, and that was 2022 for honoring Larry Marnet. And we had the first introduction and committee meeting, and now today we're 2024, and we are having the in-person one. So again, this is just giving you the background, and here's the mission and vision. And obviously, we can always modify or have an amendment on the mission and vision with all of your views and feedback. But all these pictures is actually, these are the people. You can see Mike, Sarah, Grover, Michael Trucklis, and Natalia are actually terrific. They did all terrific job of supporting this this vision and having this India chapter. I think with that, I'll just end. This is the last slide, where empowering scientific exchange and collaborations between US and India to advance knowledge in chemistry and toxicology to positively impact global society, to foster, promote the advancement of field of chemistry, biology, drug metabolism science, innovative technology such as we are talking about AI, machine learning. Mass spectrometry is definitely one major thing that helps to generate data, and then how we help human health. So this is the goal of this, I think, the conference, and I hope that we will continue in the next, next year and so on. So with that, I'll just end it here, and thank you so much. Unfortunately, I will not be there, but hoping that next time I'll be able to join. So Deepak, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ujjwal. Thanks a lot. And I think a big round of applause for Ujjwal Sarkar. And Ujjwal, we should do this more often, praising each other, so that keeps up the momentum. So thank you, thanks a lot. Over to you, Dr. Mishri. And I just would like to announce that I know we are running slightly late, but generally we try to keep things on time. So hopefully some of your breakout sessions like tea break and lunch, we will squeeze in some time, and then we'll try to still catch up on time. So sorry about this slight delay in that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Moving forward, now it's time for our esteemed chief guest to address the gathering. Professor Dr. Grover Paul Miller is a professor of biochemistry and molecular biology at University of Arkansas for Medical Sciences. In 1992, he earned a BS in biochemistry and a BS in chemistry with a minor in English from the Louisiana State University. He then joined the laboratory of Stephen Bankovic at Pennsylvania State University, where he earned his PhD in 1997. As a postdoctoral fellow, he joined the research group under the direction of F. Peter Guenkerich to develop an expertise in cytochrome P450 metabolism and mechanisms of toxicity. In 2001, he started his own independent research laboratory in the Department of Biochemistry and Molecular Biology at the University of Arkansas for Medical Sciences. As his research interests expanded, he accepted in 2016 a secondary appointment in the Department of Biomedical Informatics at the same university. Professor Miller's research focuses on assessing mechanistic roles for metabolism, bioactivation, and clearance of molecules, especially related to pharmacological and toxicological effects. In practice, his group leverages powerful analytical and biochemical tools to identify and quantitate small molecules, including drugs, dietary molecules, and pollutants during metabolism, and correlate findings to biological activity and in vivo outcomes such as liver toxicity. Over time, his research expanded from detailed in vitro metabolic studies to metabolite profiling for translational studies and development of experimental and computational models of metabolism, structure, and reactivity that were made possible through strong interdisciplinary collaborations in a team science approach. During his career, he has delivered 46 invited seminars, published 64 peer-reviewed manuscripts and 16 reviews, and authored US patents. He has also served on 4 editorial boards of scientific journals, including role as associate editor on 2 of them. His efforts have been further recognized with the roles as chair and reviewer on regional, national, and international study sections. The service includes stint as an ad hoc and standing member as the NIH Drug and Biologic Disposition and Toxicity, or DBDT, that was formerly Xenobiotic and Nutrient Disposition and Action, XNDA study. For the ACS, he has also chaired sessions at the regional and NATL ACS meetings. Locally, he is also serving as ACS section secretary, chair-elect and chair in the various years, and has also been a chair of revision bylaws, program recruitment, and so on. With this, I now welcome our chief guest, Dr. Grover Miller, sir, to please give the inaugural address.
Yeah, I'm not Grover, okay? So.
Thank you for the wonderful introduction. Don't worry, I don't have slides, but I'm very happy to be here. It's the first time in India, so Deepak's given me a nice introduction to Indian culture. We've been seeing the sights and eating all the wonderful food, but what drove me here was the science and the sense of community. And one thing I want to bring up is that everything you do for the first time is really, really hard. Because you can look at examples of people doing things, but it's never exactly what you're doing because it's the first time. This is an inaugural meeting, so no one's ever done this before. So as mentioned before by the others, it's taken a long time to happen. In fact, the genesis of this idea of having a meeting actually predates before the pandemic. So this has been many years trying to have it put together. And so it really is exciting that it's actually happened. And so, and I can't even do a lot of clapping because we recognize people, but I do want to acknowledge that the committees in the U.S. and in here have all worked hard. They've been very diverse, people who have come from industry, academia, and the government to make this happen because they believe in its potential. And it's being funded by the American Chemical Society because the ACS believes in these kinds of events. On the one hand, it's because for the best science, it happens when we have diversity. When we have different viewpoints, different backgrounds come together to do really great science. And so they want to foster this because it is starting a chapter here. But it took a long time to get here. So I do want to thank the committee, but I also want to thank all of you. Because the only reason we do this is actually because of you. You come here and make these meetings what they are. So I do appreciate you taking time and working to come here and make it this inaugural event to make this real instead of the talk in the rooms where we have plans, which take a lot of time. It's all about this moment here. So I want to give a round of applause for the committees and all of you for making this possible. And in the spirit of AI and neural networks, that all of these different people all come together as a common nodal point. and that's been Deepak, because he's been the contact between the U.S. and India and on the ground, which is the hardest part. So I'm really thankful for the hard work that Deepak's done to really realize this and make it happen. But again, I'm glad y'all came here, because I know when I was a student, one of the most exciting things to do was to go to a research meeting, because I've been spending all my time working lab doing stuff, and I'm really excited about it, so I want to talk about it. And so I was excited about going, but also when I go there, I learn a lot. I also feel like I'm so far behind that I need to go back to the lab and do more experiments, because everybody's doing cooler stuff than me. But it's a lot of fun going to meetings. And again, that's where that collective energy comes together. We can share what we've been doing, learn from one another, do better science. And I'm looking forward to all the talks and the posters, and just really excited to be here. So thanks for the invite.
Thank you so much, sir, for the inspiring words. Striving ahead, we have now come to a significant moment in our event, the release of the abstract book. The compilation represents the collective knowledge and research efforts of the brilliant minds gathered here today. The abstract book includes summaries of the groundbreaking studies, innovations, and ideas that will be presented during this conference. I now request our chief guest, Dr. Grover Miller, sir, to officially unveil the abstract book and present it to the dignitaries. Can we have a big round of applause? It is with great pleasure that we officially release the abstract book, marking the beginning of what promises to be an enlightening and impactful conference. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Next, it is my great pleasure to invite Professor Gopal Nattesan, Director of Institute of Pharmacy, Nirma University, as well as Chair, Organizing Committee, ACS TOXI India 2024, for the Presidential Address. Professor Gopal Nattesan is a highly accomplished and dedicated researcher with over 28 years of experience in academia, administration, and research. He holds a master's degree in pharmacy with a specialization in pharmaceutical chemistry and earned his doctorate from Jamia Hamdard, New Delhi. He further holds a postgraduate certificate in teaching and learning from Anglia Ruskin University, UK, and a Master of Business Administration from Mahsa University, Malaysia. In recognition of his contribution to higher education, he was also honored as a Fellow of the Higher Education Academy in 2016. Professor Nattesan's international teaching experience includes serving as a franchise lecturer for Liverpool John Moores University and Northumbria University in UK, teaching pharmacy and biomedical science program. A prolific researcher, he has published over 50 articles in index journals and presented more than 100 papers at international and national conferences. Dr. Gopal has also been the recipient of numerous national and international accolades, including the prestigious Young Scientist Award, Most Trusted and Innovative Research in Asia Award, to name a few. With this brief introduction, I now request Gopal sir to please deliver the presidential address.
Good morning, esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, and honored delegates. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome you all to this ACS TOXI India 2024 conference, organized by the American Chemical Society Division of Chemical Toxicology India chapter, in collaboration with Institute of Pharmacy, Nirma University, and Scientific Educational Conference International Forum. I would like to extend a warm welcome to our chief guest, Dr. Grover, then Dr. Deepak, then Dr. Ujjal Sarkar, the chair of ACS, then Dr. Subramaniam, Dr. A.M. Thakkar, Dr. H.P. Patel, Dr. Jignasha, Dr. Snehal Patel, and all the distinguished delegates, speakers, HODs, faculty members, and participants who have traveled across the globe to be here. Thank you for your presence and your commitment to advancing the field of chemical toxicology. As a chair of the organizing committee for ACS TOXI India 2024 and the director of this Institute of Pharmacy, Nirma University, it is both an honor and a responsibility to stand before you today at this momentous gathering. This conference serves as a platform for the confluence of the innovative ideas and the cutting-edge research, all centered around one of the most important theme is our theme, that is the role of artificial intelligence and machine learning in assessing human toxicity of xenobiotics and environmental hazards. The choice of the theme reflects the rapidly evolving landscape of toxicology, where traditional methods are increasingly being complemented and at times transformed by technological advances. The integration of AI and ML into toxicological research fields immense potential. These technologies allows us to model complex biological process, predict adverse effect, and enhance drug safety, all with unprecedented speed and precision. As a scientist, researcher, and professional, we find ourselves at the forefront of revolution that is reshaping not only our understanding of the chemical toxicity, but also the ways which we address the risk associated with this era of big data and machine learning. Our ability to simulate toxicity and environmental hazards empowers us to safeguard the public health in ways we could have only dreamed to be a decade ago. At the same time, we must remember that these tools, while powerful, require this wisdom and experience of toxicologists to be fully effective. The blend of this human expertise with the artificial intelligence is the key to unlocking safer chemical process, better pharmacological, and more sustainable environmental practice. This conference is a testament to our shared commitment to pushing those boundaries and fostering the collaboration that will drive future breakthroughs. I am also particularly proud of their role of the Institute of Pharmacy, Nirma University faculties in hosting this prestigious event. As an institution dedicated to academic excellence and research innovation, we are committed to advancing the frontiers of the knowledge. The Institute of Pharmacy at Nirma University continues to be the hub of pioneering research in pharmacology and toxicology, and I am confident that this conference will further enhance our collective efforts in these vital areas. Over this next 2 days, we will have an opportunity to engage with leading experts from around the world, participate in dynamic discussions, and explore the latest advancement in toxicological sciences. From AI-driven drug discovery to the environmental impacts of the chemical exposure. The topics covered in this conference are diverse as they are critical. As we delve into these discussions, I encourage each of you to seize this opportunity to learn and collaborate and innovate. The future of toxicology lies in our ability to harness both cutting-edge technologies and cross-disciplinary collaboration, and it's through events like ACS TOXI India 2024, and that we can shape the future together. In closing, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the organizing committee members, core committee and organizing committee, speakers, and all the participants of their unwavering dedication to the success of this conference. The spirit of the collaborations and innovations at this event embodies a source of great pride for all us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the kind and wise words. Lastly, we would like to express our sincerest gratitude to our distinguished chief guest, Dr. Grover Miller. His presence here today has truly elevated this occasion and provided us with invaluable insights and inspiration. In recognition of his time, support, and contribution, we have a special token of appreciation. I now request Professor Gopal Natesan to present memento to Dr. Miller as a symbol of our respect and heartfelt thanks. Thank you, sir. As we near the conclusion of our event, I now request Dr. Snehal Patel, Coordinator, ACS TOXI India 2024, Institute of Pharmacy, Nirma University, to propose the vote of thanks.
Respected chief guest of today's function, Dr. Grover Miller, Dr. Deepak Barot, elected chair ACS Toxicology 2024, Dr. Jigna Shah, head Department of Pharmacology, all delegates participating in the conference, faculty members and dear students. It is indeed a matter of great honor for me to deliver this vote of thanks. First of all, I would like to thank Almighty for showering His blessings and always being with us in all our endeavors. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Grover Miller, chief guest of today's function, for sparing his valuable time and gracing this occasion. I sincerely thank Padma Shri Karsan Bhai Patel, President Nirma University, for providing world-class facility and education at the campus. It is because of his vision such program can be held. I ardently thank Dr. Karsan Bhai Patel, Vice President Nirma University, who always provide great motivation in all our ventures and undertaken at the institute. My heartfelt thanks goes to Professor Anup Singh, Director General Nirma University, for being great source of motivation and inspiration to us. I would like to deeply thank Sri G.R. Nair, Executive Registrar, for his timely support and help. An event like this cannot happen overnight. The wheel starts rolling weeks ago. It requires planning and bird's eyes for detail. We have been fortunate enough to have able captain in the form of our director, Sir Dr. Gopal. So the eye for detail and meticulous planning and for cooperation to make this conference a big success. So thank you, sir, for all the supports throughout the journey. I am thankful to American Chemical Society of the Chemical Toxicology, under the aegis of which this program has been organized. I would like to deeply thank Dr. Deepak Barot, who was the backbone of this conference, for his timely support and help. I cordially thank all speakers of various sessions for accepting the invitation to deliver and sparing their valuable time for the program. I also thank Dr. Jigna Shah, Head of Department, for her continuous encouragement and help. Thanks all due to all the office staff, estate staff and administrative staff for helping and providing all the required infrastructure. I would like to thank all the committee members, Dr. Sheetal Panchal, Dr. Bhagwati, Dr. Richa, Dr. Mithun, Dr. Anjali, and our non-teaching staff, Chetan Bhai and Dharti Ben, who has started entirely work for the success of this event. I'm also thankful to all the volunteers who has worked all days together for success of this event. So thanks all, also due to all the delegates of the conference who came from different parts. And I'm sure you will have a knowledge gaining experience for this conference. So thank you one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. Lastly, before concluding this inaugural function, I request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे
Thank you, one and all. We will now disperse for a short tea break, post which we'll be beginning with the sessions. Thank you.
So I would request that because we are running late, so we are going to cut short our tea break. So maybe in 10 minutes, if we can reconvene, then we can start the session. And lunchtime also, instead of 1 hour, unfortunately, we'll have to make it 30 minutes so that we can make up for the time. So sorry about that, but let's reconvene in 10 minutes. Thank you.
It's in here. Dr. Wangla. Dr. Wangla gave it. Sorry.
already read out, so I am sure all of you are aware. But for students, I would just say that bioactivation of drugs, xenobiotics, is one of the most important topics in drug discovery and development. And all of you who are from discovery background will know that it used to be one of the challenges earlier because I think there was a time when 40% of the drug used to fail because of poor ADME properties. And then our understanding has immensely increased in last decade or so. And then it has come down to almost less than 10%. I think 7% drugs fail because of poor ADME properties. But within ADME, when we talk of drug metabolism, pharmacokinetics, you really talk about all the liabilities, the metabolic liabilities. That's one of the important things which we study. And then any program or projects which you are running on oncology or a neurological disorder or metabolic disorder, when you screen your molecules, initially we do all kind of screening assays, and it will have metabolism using any of the tools like microsomes, supersomes, or hepatocytes, 3D culture models. We use this just to understand and screen those molecules. And bioactivation is also one of the important things, like reactive metabolite. We really want to identify early in drug discovery and really want to predict if there are any DILI effects like drug-induced liver injury effects and all. So the one way of doing it is like you do it an in vitro assay and then try and understand. And as you can imagine, it takes a long time to really do that, and then there are practical difficulties. So when you have an option like an AI option to come up with something which can predict these liabilities early on, I think that's a big boost for drug discovery. So I'm so very glad that Dr. Grover's lab is working on AI models for prediction of many of the metabolism related assays, including bioactivation of drugs and all, and how those AI solutions can be effectively used for screening of the molecule in drug discovery. I think that's what he's going to cover. So without further ado, with big round of applause, let me invite the plenary speaker, Dr. Grover Miller P.
Thanks, Deepak. Thanks for the introduction. So the picture you see here actually has nothing to do with my talk. In Arkansas, that's one of the common camping places. We go outdoors, and it's a really beautiful area. And it's a place I go when I don't want to think about bioactivation and toxicity and think about wonderful, clean nature. But without further ado, so as mentioned before, my background is biochemistry. So I started off as an enzymologist. And what I'll be talking about today, I started down this path because of a very gifted student. And so that's what's wonderful about being at a university, is because students help keep me young, not just the cool apps and things like that, because otherwise I wouldn't find out. But also they come with great ideas. And so I got involved in AI and metabolism and bioactivation in the path. And I'll be talking about my story, my lessons I've learned along the way, and also touch on where the field is going, which is where all of you can be a part of that. So starting off, there's a number of diagrams. If you just do a Google search or go on PubMed and look for drug development, you get to these really wonderful figures that highlight drug development takes a very long time and costs a lot of money. And it has different stages of drug discovery, clinical testing, and the final approval process. But just kind of summarize it. And the treacherous thing is there's a lot of failures, and that's what we talked about before, and I know Deepak mentioned that. And so that is, first of all, it takes about 10 to 15 years to get a drug to market. So it's very long term. So pharma companies really have to have a long range vision on where's the field going and what's going to be a good lead. And 9 out of 10 drugs fail at clinical stage. So this is the point they're actually starting testing in people and see if this is really going to be a marketable drug and it's going to work out, be efficacious. And so 90% of those test compounds fail. So it's a big investment that drops. But you got to, if you recall, so that's that blue part, you can see the top, that's that latter stage in drug development. But it starts out before then. So that means actually the failure rate is way more than 90%. A lot of work that's been done to find this drug leads to a lot of failures. So if you want to make drugs faster and make it more economical, we need to figure out how to eliminate and decrease these kind of failures, as Deepak mentioned. Now, why they fail? Usually efficacy. Start with simple. When you get into biology, and we kind of talked about this earlier, was I'm a chemist because chemistry follows rules and it's predictable. Biology is messy, but it's also realistic. When they get together, it's a mess. So that's where efficacy doesn't always pan out when they start testing these drugs. But also safety concerns, and that's where I got involved in that. Actually, I'm involved in both of my collaborations, but today I'll be talking about the safety concerns in bioactivation. So my interest is in metabolism. So I'm interested in how molecules change their structure, because I'm basically following the old adage that structure confers function. The structure of a small molecule has something to do with how it affects the body. So when it changes, that affects outcomes. So I'm interested in the changes. So that's the drug metabolism part. Pharmacokinetics is talking about how these molecules get eliminated to the body. So that affects your exposure and response. But for today, I'll be focusing on drug-induced liver injury, or what I'll call DILI for short. This is a common problem. It's the number one adverse side effect of drugs. So if we can better understand what's driving drug-induced liver injury, DILI, then we can actually figure out which drugs are most likely to be efficacious and not have these side effects. Now, mechanisms, I won't go into it. There's many mechanisms, and they can be very complex. We're going to be focusing today on one of them, and that is bioactivation. And that is where the molecule gets converted to a form that's reactive. If it's reactive, it's going to react, which means it's going to modify proteins. It's going to have some kind of effect on biological function. In this case, it's an injury to the liver. And that's kind of important, because your liver pretty much processes everything. So all of you had breakfast, right? You should have breakfast. Breakfast is good. Yeah, well, your liver's doing a lot of work, giving you energy to listen to today's talks for the day. Now, yes? Oh, okay. Is this... That makes it work better? Okay. All right. That's good. Save for point. So what's shown here is the drug that's going into a liver cell, and most commonly cytochrome P450s, it's abbreviated different ways. It converts this drug into a reactive metabolite which modifies proteins and can elicit some kind of immune response. And so that it makes the immune system, your own body, then starts attacking itself. That's where injury comes from. So this is the kind of process we're interested in studying. My lab is from an experimental perspective, but I collaborate to understand, can we do things better, do better science through modeling and AI? And that's what I'll be giving some examples of, some vignettes. So that's a bioactivation. And so when we think bioactivation, we can look at a reaction. We can write it out. But if we think about biology, there's a number of important questions to think about. Is that spark, that bioactivation itself, enough to drive a toxic response? And there's three factors to consider. One is possibility, then probability, and then population. So the possibility is that something could be possible. You know, maybe a meteor hits us today. That's possible. Is it probable? Probably not. But so possibility is where much of the field is right now. That we can test if a bioactivation happens or not. Yes or no. Now, is it probable? That's what I'm very interested in, because a lot of things are possible. Almost anything's possible. But is it probable? Especially for you, if you're taking that drug. You want to know about probability. So I focus on trying to focus on the probability of things, which is dependent on time and concentration, how much of a drug you take, how long you've been taking it. All of those affect the probability of something happening that's toxic. So I'm interested in the quantitative perspective. What's known is that if you have reactive metabolites, you get more of it, what's going to happen? More probable bad things. Makes sense. So I'm interested in probability, but it's also an important thing to think about when we think about AI and modeling. Is it testing possibility and probability, and does it translate actually to human health? Because that's where it really matters, the biology. And the last part is population, which is variability. All of you in this room, I'm sure, metabolize drugs differently. So all of you have your own personal risk for adverse side effects. Now, you may study, we may know the average, but you're not an average person, are you? You're you. So one of the things I won't spend much time on, but my lab is also interested in the variability in the population. How do we actually understand that variability to more personalized medicine to find out where those risks are? Who are the outliers, and why are they outliers? Because I'm interested in mechanisms, what's driving these processes. And so that's kind of where my research is. It's about identifying these risks, but scaling it. So how much do we need to worry about it, and when do we need to worry about it? So that would be a common theme of all the experiments I'll be talking about today. Now this work, again, I'm more of an experimentalist. I do experiments in the bench top. I do electrochemistry, enzymology, and all of that. But that's where I've got exposed and had students actually start doing AI in my lab and got very interested in how we could use it, because they also challenged me. I want to do it. What can I do? It relates to your research. And we develop projects. But I'm not a coder. I learned code back in the 80s and BASIC and Pascal and stuff. So I hooked up with a collaborator, Josh Swamidas. So he's at the Washington University, St. Louis, and he was doing deep neural networks and developing them. So we actually have a very close collaboration. So I'm what would be called a domain expert. If you want to know about metabolism, talk to me. The data, the experiments, what we know, what we don't know, that's me. Big data and modeling is work with him. But my interest is that these models may be great, but are they practical? Are we actually using them to make decisions? Because if they're not, they're a flash in the pan. Because to be honest, neural networks were first developed in the 1980s. That's before many of you were born. So that's where these AIs have been around a long time. But we're now starting to see where we can actually apply them and make a difference. And so I'm going to touch some examples of how they can happen in designing drugs and making them safer. So this is what his models end up doing. So what's shown here is nifazodone is a drug, then pulled from the market due to toxicity. And his model would predict whether bioactivation occurs. So you see these nice pretty colors here, nice good eye candy. It has modeled a scale that this is likely to form what's called a quinone. And here's the scaling. So red obviously is hot, bad, and blue is cool. So it's scaled from 0 to 1. So it's kind of like a probability. And so it says this is a high likelihood of getting bioactivated, and it would form first this hydroxylation and then this quinone. So that's the little red circle area there. So quinones have these multiple double bonds. They're electrophilic, and they pretty much react with everything in your biological system. So that's bad. But if a model's useful, it needs to determine when it doesn't happen. So what you see here is this drug actually is structurally very similar to nifazodone. Does not go by, it goes hydroxylation, but does not go by activation. And so this model can tell them apart. So that's useful information. So does this go by activation? Yeah, it probably does. This maybe not so much. So this is what his data generates. Now, as you notice, these all have different structures. So what hasn't happened in the field yet is models cannot make metabolite structures reliably. You still have to have an expert come in and say, no, that these are bogus. You can't do 5 bonds of carbon and weird stuff like that, because AI is very creative in the wrong sense sometimes. But it does provide an idea of bioactivation occurs. Interpretability does have some help. So how is this models constructed? So how many of you had chemistry? Resin chemistry? A few? Small hands? Okay. No? I saw some head shake, unfortunately. So as I mentioned before, structure confers function. So if you know structure of a molecule, it's going to have some functional outcome. But we're talking about computers. Computers can't read these two-dimensional structures. It doesn't have information that's connected to it. So you have to provide information. So what his model does is he takes the molecule structure and uses descriptors, describes that molecule, how big is it, is it hydrophobic, describes the properties of their of the atoms. So basically, talks in computer language to translate a molecule such as paracetamol into some kind of code that a computer can understand. That structural information then should correlate responses like bioactivation or whatever that outcome is, and that's at the end. What's also added here is this one has the addition of atom pairing, because quinones always require two atoms that interact to form this reactive metabolite. So basically it's a way of coding into the computer descriptions that describe the molecule, but you don't know if they're important. You can describe a molecule out of stuff, but what is or is not relevant. This is where the neural network comes into play, because you give it a lot of information, and you said, well, it has something to do with this endpoint, bioactivation, and you let it figure it out. So with the neural network, it's going to have different nodal points and different layers that tries to connect the information that relates to that outcome. Some of the information doesn't matter. Some of it does. Some of it matters more than other pieces of information. And so what the model can do is figure out how to weigh that information to make a prediction. So it makes these nice pretty pictures shown here where it's predicting bioactivation occurs. That's how it works. But how useful is it is what we'll be touching on today. So most of the drugs I'll be talking about are involved in treating pain. So these numbers are based in the U.S. So basically the amount of money costs for medical care and economic costs about $560 billion a year. So pain is a serious problem. It affects us, aside from just being happy, it affects us in a lot of different ways. And the drugs we talk mostly about are non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs. So NSAIDs. How many of you have ever taken ibuprofen? Acetaminophen, paracetamol, all of those are all NSAIDs. And so it's a big, large class of drugs, which for the most part are very safe. There are exceptions, and that's what I'm interested in studying. Those exceptions, because it may be one of you that may have an exception, and we want to know why. So the main side effect, usually GI issues with these drugs. Secondary is hepatotoxicity, DILI. So we're interested in DILI, what's causing this DILI with these kind of different kinds of drugs. And for pharmaceutical companies, it's a major cause for withdrawal of a drug from market. So they lose money. That's the ones where sometimes you don't know the toxic risk till it's out on the market, then it gets withdrawn. So all of that time you spent, 10 to 15 years, $1 to $2 billion, gone. So trying to figure it out earlier is important. So basically it's just highlighting NSAIDs or causes liver injury. And the fact that it persists means that we still don't know something. So I mentioned trying to advance our knowledge and what causes it, but also see if we can do it more efficiently and effectively using AI. So this kind of highlights that it's bad stuff. All right, so we're looking at these patterns. And when you hear patterns, if we're trying to study patterns as a scientist, that's what AI picks up on, patterns, and see where they matter. So the first drug case I'm going to talk about is meloxicam. So meloxicam is this drug here. It contains a thiazole, which is this group here, this little 5-member ring. So this is an NSAID. It's a COX-2 inhibitor. Toxicity is very rare. Commonly used. I know multiple people. When you start getting involved in drugs, you always find out who's taking drugs. You're like, hey, I'm working on that. But I don't want to tell them that I studied adverse side effects, because then they're going to start panicking. But this is a relatively safe drug in the market. But look at this drug, sidoxicam. This was developed 30 years earlier. All right, so this drug, high similarity, has that thiazoles, NSAID, same target, causes severe hepatotoxicity. So when they started using this in clinical trials, it failed. People actually had to get livers replaced because it knocked it out. So can you tell the difference between these two drugs? They're very similar, but what's different? So that's that methyl group. So some people start calling it the magic methyl group. Think about that. So you have a drug that has a lot of potential. It takes you 30 years to figure out a methyl group makes a big difference. That shows the level of ignorance we have and what drives toxicity. And sometimes it can be something very simple. And we'll see other examples of that. So we were interested in studying that. Well, what causes this difference in toxicity? So Dustin Barnett in the lab, he headed this project. This is highlighting some of the pathways. He did a lot of experimental work. I'm just going to reference the fact that the stuff he did took over a year, and the modeling took an afternoon. That's the difference I'm talking about. So here are those drugs. So meloxicam, sidoxicam undergoes bioactivation. So red, bad. And it forms epoxide, falls down. These are reactive metabolites. That drives toxicity. Now, remember that magic methyl group? So meloxicam can actually go this hydroxylation, which is a detox pathway. Now, without doing any work, you're like, oh, okay, that's what the methyl group does. It makes a detox pathway. But it's one of those things that you'll find a lot in literature. No one ever proved it. So, is it true? What action is the methyl group doing that affects toxicity? Because it took them 30 years to figure it out. And that's what we're doing. Now, so Dusty went, and actually this took like a minute. So I said, why don't you model bioactivation of two drugs and see if they're different, right? Because meloxicam is less likely bioactivated. That's the argument. The model predicted they're about the same. So it took him a few minutes to model it, and says the bioactivation is the same. So he wanted to actually see if that was true. And so that's what he focused on, was some experimental work to determine if that's the case. Now, this is a talented undergraduate I had, Laura Osborne, worked in the summer, and according to the model, the methyl group didn't make a difference, but chemically we would expect it actually decrease bioactivation potential. So we wanted to find out, well, what does the model predict? So for her project, she spent the summer and said, and this is an important lesson, if you come across these models, start trying to test them to see how well they work and don't work. So I said, well, if substituents that are attached to this ring affect bioactivation, why don't you put everything? Electron donating, electron withdrawing groups, and see what the model predicts and see if it makes sense. And so what we did is that, well, if they're electron donating and withdrawing, they'll affect the pKa of that nitrogen. So does the pKa correlate with bioactivation? We'd expect a positive correlation. And she came and apologized. She says, oh, look, Dr. Miller, it's this big old mess of a bunch of dots. So this is the predicted model, bioactivation, pKa. I'm like, yeah, but look at, statistically, it's important. Look at p-value. That's really good. But I did notice that these are kind of clusters. I said, well, why don't you do another experiment? So this is like all the molecules you did. You modeled them. You did this whole plotting and statistical analyses. So let's look at the type of bioactivation, the type of substituents, and see if that matters. So she looked at what was the atom that's attached to the ring and grouped them and then revisit this analysis. And that's shown here color-coded. So if the substituent had a carbonyl or carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, sulfur, or halogen, plot that by itself and see what the model predicted. So we see these positive correlations. So the model can pick up where the electron donating withdrawing groups are affecting the pKa bioactivation. So it is predicting that correlation as we would expect, but it doesn't scale them relative to one another. So when you group it all together, it looks like scattershot. It's all over the place. But this lets us know how the model's working. The model's really good at thinking about what that atom is attached to the ring and then making predictions. But it's only focused on that one group and doesn't understand how to weigh its effect when the atom changes. So these are how ways you can explore models and what they're doing, understand what they see, because they're looking for patterns that may not be obvious to us. But if you get down to it, it's really based on chemistry. So that was an interesting find to understand how the model is working. And these, some of them are significant, some are not. And like halogens, this let us know that the model could not predict if halogens are attached, what the effect is. And we found out that in their model, they treated all the halogens the same. So maybe not if you had chemistry, but like a fluorine and iodine are very different. And their model couldn't tell them apart. So that's where we could inform the modelers about how they're writing their code to make them better. So going back to here, just to wrap up this story, so he did a ton of experiments. Like I said, it was actually a little over a year to look at these pathways. And what he found out is that meloxicam actually was less likely bioactivated than sidoxicam. That's different. Remember what the model predicted? It ends up being that is different enzymes do these bioactivations that the model can't figure out. Kind of like the atoms and the different kind of correlations.
Sorry to interrupt you. You see carboxylic acid down there, right? At the end.
Yes.
If you look at the methyl group down there, well, the carboxylic acid, meloxicam, that can go in the glucuronide-glucuronation process, which are reactive too.
Some acylglucuronides are. There's some debate on how much of it occurs biologically. So what he's mentioning is that when a carboxyl group goes on there, that is a main detox pathway. One is negatively charged, so pretty much you pee it out. It's also a substrate for a pathway called glucuronidation, which puts an acidic sugar on it. You also pee that out. But some of those actually are reactive, and they can actually cause they can modify proteins. And it's a debate in the field on is that triggering toxicity or not. But it's being appreciated that's another kind of pathway because usually it's been thought to be detox. Again, one of these fun things with research is you're always learning something. But this is generally a detox path and why we think meloxicam is a bit safer. But it does has something to do with bioactivation. Again, I won't go into it, but it ends up that there's different enzymes catalyze this. So there's an enzyme, the enzymes can tell apart there's a methyl group there. So sometimes the biology makes some of these a bit more complicated. So what did we learn? Well, if you understand how the model works and see and build some trust in it, start probing it. See if it predicts patterns that we know exist. Test them out. Don't trust the salesman that it's going to work. Give it a spin. And the other thing is that, this is scaling out though, I guess I'm getting bigger font of this computer, but the bioactivation potential can be similar, but sometimes complexities based on biology that this model looks at all metabolic reactions and cannot tell the individual roles of enzymes. And so that's something that can be fixed, but that's a problem with the model as it was done in this study. Because all of you have different compositions of metabolizing enzymes, and that causes some of that variability I mentioned before. So models are very good at generalizing, but how it affects you, or you, we don't know. So that's where model needs to go take a step forward to look at the individuality of our responses. So that was that drug. This is another talent student I had, Allie. So she wanted to see if can we actually use models to actually be hypothesis generating. Can they actually guide us to study important problems we should look at? So what you start off looking at, DILI-RANK, this is a database by the Food and Drug Administration in the U.S., the FDA, which approves drugs. So this has a lot of information on drugs that do or do not cause DILI. And so what you want to do is see, are there any untested questions in there about bioactivation relating to toxicity that I could study? So what you could do is that this is 1,036 drugs, so definitely she couldn't do a PhD looking at bioactivation of all those drugs unless she wanted to spend her lifetime there. But with the model, she can quickly screen and look at bioactivation. So that took an afternoon. She can screen all these molecules, look at bioactivation, rank them. And so she grouped them based on how the FDA broke down DILI risk. So the FDA breaks it down into either the high risk, low risk, ambiguous means, I don't know, or no risk. And so these are actually all those molecules that are modeled, and what basically there is statistically significant higher likelihood of bioactivation when these are highly toxic versus those are less toxic. There is a spread there, but it's also because some of these toxicities have nothing to do with bioactivation. But in a sense here, it does actually tend to scale toxic risk of DILI with bioactivation. The question is, are there interesting unanswered questions there? And so what she did is she picked a drug, mecofenamate, which had a high probability of being bioactivated. It's ambiguous in terms of DILI toxicity, so we're not really sure. But does it really go into bioactivation? Did the model actually find something that we didn't know about? And so what she did is that, well, one drug is not enough for a story. You want to look at structure-activity relationships and try to have some family. So what she did is she can take this molecule and do a similarity search, again using these kind of computational tools to go to eMolecules. eMolecules is a website that has commercially available molecules you can buy, millions of them. So she can go say, okay, I want to look for any kind of similar drug to this that I can buy and do my project. And she pulled out 7 drugs to study, and that's where she spent probably about 2 years analyzing their bioactivation, experimentally. When she did it computationally, it took an afternoon. Boom. So these are all assuming they're likely to get bioactivated, except for the aceclofenac. This one actually got pulled from the market due to toxicity, and 3 of these have black box warnings because they cause liver injury. So using these different kind of computational tools, she actually found a family of drugs that seem to have bioactivation and toxicity concerns. And she wanted to study these. So they're kind of grouped in these subfamilies of acetic acid, NSAIDs, anthracyclic acids, and it has to do with this kind of structure they have there, where there's basically a methylene group there. So they're very similar, but they are different. There we go. So this just shows the complex work she did. So she actually did enzyme studies in a test tube. We can trap reactive metabolites, use mass spec to characterize them. We can quantitate them with a fluorescent tag. We can do enzyme kinetics, so that's my specialty. So you can understand the bioactivation terms of concentration and time. And with efficiencies, you can then figure out how that relates to toxicity. Again, she spent 2 years working on all that bioactivation work, but an afternoon predicting bioactivation. So one of the last thing is she can actually take the kinetics and actually then scale relative risk of bioactivation. So it gets kind of a single number similar to what you saw with the model. Now, in the process, she found that meclofenamate went to this bioactivation pathway. It went down this one and split off. And then there it goes. One last one here. So she can actually figure kinetics. Again, that took like 2 years, a lot of work. And we are actually working with my collaborator to try to get the model to predict these kinds of structures, to facilitate identification. And so we made some progress in that. And we got a publication that's in development now, or well, a manuscript. Now what she did is ultimately, I think I got a slow refresh here. I'm getting the magic blue circle. Oh, there it goes. I'm missing a part. Well, what was supposed to show here is it actually had the fractional contributions there from her work. That's what is shown in this table. So first of all, the predicted bioactivation. So that's basically taken from the original pretty colored picture. Looking at the probability of bioactivation, 1 being yes, it really happened, 0 being not. And what we see is that most of these are very high. There is some variability among them. This one stands out with an exception. What we see is that this pattern, at least high and low, sort of reflects in the activation measured, but there are some differences. This scaling is a little different because this is scaled to the whole overall drug clearance. So this is more basically like 11% of this drug gets bioactivated, 8%, 9%. This cannot scale the overall clearance of the drug. So it's relative importance, and that's something we're working on as well. But ultimately, we can take this information, and that's what we'd like to do ultimately with the bioactivation predictions, is consider the dose someone takes of the drug and what is their bioload, how much of the reactive metabolites that's hitting their body, to see if that's playing a role in toxicity. And so that's something we can do with these kinds of single numbers, is look at can that scale bioactivation, see if that correlates with risk. So again, what we learned is that the model and computational tools can actually guide our experimental designs. How we can do, because again, there's 1,036 molecules in the FDA database. Where should she start? She can decide in an afternoon. And that led down that path. So AI can actually help us better design experiments and where should we look. Now, they may not be 100% precise, but that's not what you're looking at. You're trying to say, for example, 1 million molecules, where should I start? It can get it down to 7. 7 you can do, 1 million, probably not. So that's an advantage that comes with this approach. It's not updating here. Next example was looking at going from NSAIDs, looking at a class of anti-cancer drugs, which is bromodomain inhibitors. So bromodomains actually regulate a lot of different processes, including ones that involved in proliferation. Now, the way these proteins work is they bind to these acetylated lysine. And so molecules, the drugs are used to mimic that structure. So I want you to notice this isoxazole here is one we'll be talking about. So drugs, this is one of the big promising areas of drug development. The downside is there's high toxicity with these drugs. And in some cases, it's due to the fact that they're not very specific. They hit a lot of different bromodomains, and so they're looking around pathways they shouldn't, causes side effects. But we were curious about bioactivation. Could bioactivation play a role? And so this is a collaborate with Pomerantz and Conway, which are 2 medicinal chemists. And so medicinal chemists love to make chemicals. This just makes a pretty picture. So they made a bunch of different molecules that we could quickly see if the model predicted bioactivation. But I want you to look on the far right. Those 5 molecules are ones that have been established and well studied. And in particular, this IBET 151 is being used as a comparator for this kind of class of drugs. Now, it has toxic side effects, so it's not used in the clinic, but everybody's trying to see if they can make a drug that works like it without toxicity. So we wanted to focus on testable questions because this is a lot of molecules. So we focused on these 2 they generated and compared to that one. So 3 molecules here, looking at does this isoxazole, which you see these bright green colors, does it really go by activation? And this is important. The isoxazole is a common group that's put in drugs because it's assumed they cannot go bioactivated. It's assumed they don't go metabolism at all. So basically this model is picking up on something that contradicts an assumption in the field. So what we found out, well, here's your model predictions. High, kind of low, so we get a difference here. Notice that these only differ in a phenyl group and a pyridine group. So very structurally similar, but bioactivation is predicted to be different. So we like to look at that. If you're doing the experiments, y'all, make sure you look at things that are very contrasting. They give very clear yes and no answers. You never want to be on the mushy middle because you never know for sure. So we see a big difference here. I want to see if that pans out. This is that drug that's known to cause toxicity. Experimentally, this undergoes extensive metabolism, multiple bioactivation pathways. So we actually found something that was novel. No one's ever seen this molecule get bioactivated. And interesting enough, it's a extended quinone involving both rings. It's pretty crazy looking. And any person who's educated in this field would never think that because it's not obvious. Interesting enough, this does not go under much metabolism and very minimally undergoes bioactivation. So it kind of fits the pattern, but not this one. So this one seems pretty hot, but it's not. No bioactivation at all. But again, that took an afternoon to do. That probably took Allie, I forgot to put a picture there. That probably took her about 3 months because she was a senior grad student, so she was kicking butt. So she could do that quickly. But basically she was able to show a novel reaction and show that this group here, small differences have big effects. So that's when biology comes in. Biology can make big differences out of small changes in structure. So what did we learn? Well, even though there's accuracy concerns, this model made us look in a place that no one ever looked before. So we made a novel finding about potential bioactive toxicity that can also be followed up. So that's where and this is again, that probably took a few minutes, and it's a prediction. So very fast. It may not be 100% accurate, but it can tell you where to look and look at interesting questions and test them out. So I want to wrap up now is on the stories I've talked about of work we're doing, but the question of these models and AI is that it doesn't really matter what you're doing unless people use your tools, right? So the question is, are people actually using these kind of models to make safer drugs? Are we changing the way we're doing science? That workflow I pointed out in the beginning, are people doing something with AI? And it's now getting more published examples where AI is becoming integrated in the workflow. And so I was looking for examples where people have done that. There's a group, Andreas Link, they were looking at these fluorobenzylamines. So here's flupertine and retigabine shown here. So these molecules look very structurally similar. They have unique targets, so there's a lot of excitement in the field. But notice there's only one small difference between it. Can you see what it is? Or notice? So this is a nitrogen, that's a carbon. So these are very structurally similar, but remember, biology can make life complicated because this drug here, application analgesic acute chronic pain, used worldwide. Been around since the 80s. This one is actually used to treat epilepsy. It's an anticonvulsant. So that one atom change affects the biological effects of these molecules. But the problem is that this drug here causes significant hepatotoxicity. So even though this drug was developed in Europe and they improved it, they ultimately withdrew it and the US never approved it. This drug here actually causes CNS side effects, not hepatotoxicity. Something totally different. And ultimately that drug got discontinued. So both drugs, very promising area of research, but both are not on the market anymore because of toxicity concerns. So this kind of summarizes the work in a nice pretty figure. So this kind of looks at the overall structure of this fluorobenzylamine derivative that gets converted to a reactive quinone. So see these double bonds, nasty double bonds, all conjugated. So they want to make a bunch of molecules change in the structures to prevent bioactivation, but to improve the efficacy of the drug. So I'm not going to put a bunch of pictures of all their molecules on stuff. But what do they do and how do they use modeling? Well, that's kind of shown here where they could model bioactivation and see that these molecules seem to get bioactivated. And so that's the scores here. So they're very likely to get bioactivated. So that's flupertine and retigabine. So highly bioactivated. They made all these variants. This number goes down. So the bioactivation potential is decreasing, and they can measure potency. So what they could see is that these variants they made, so it's gone to the left, they're more potent activators of this potassium channel. They have decreased bioactivation potential based on the model. So they can make a bunch of molecules and start seeing which ones, again, a guide on where to develop drugs. But the question is, it's a model. Does it really affect bioactivation toxicity? So they didn't do any bioactivation studies, but they did look at toxicity. And they used a cell-based assay, so looking at viability. So did these drugs kill these cells and how much does it take? They used 2 cell lines, a mouse liver cell line expressing human TGF-alpha. Hepatocytes over time will die. They stop expressing metabolizing enzymes, so you have to somehow immortalize them. So that's how these mouse cells live forever. You can do studies on them. And HepG2 cells is a liver cancer line, so it's cancer cell line. They live forever. Now, one of the problems they had, and this is with all drug development, is solubility. They weren't very soluble, so they did limit their experimental design, their testing. So usually you do an LD50, so how much of this molecule is going to kill 50% of the cells. In some cases they couldn't do it, so they relied on LD25 because of solubility limits. And so the flupertine actually had toxicity, retigabine didn't. The values for their drug leads were higher, suggesting they're less toxic. But the reason they weren't so toxic is that actually these are not very good models to look at bioactivation. But there is some metabolism in these, but they're actually lower. There's different kind of cells that work better than that. But at least with these, even with low metabolism and bioactivation. They do see toxicity, and their leads seem to be promising and less toxic. These are in vitro cells. Ultimately, they do something a bit more biological, like in vivo and whatnot. But what would they learn? Well, in drug development, they could incorporate the bioactivation modeling to, again, guide their research. You saw examples of that before as a guidance tool, hypothesis generating, and actually it corroborated with some of the in vitro data, but need further investigation of toxicity, because also in vitro cells don't have the immune system involved, so there's some limits there. So that's where, and this is where it's coming to the fore, where drug companies are looking at how to incorporate workflows to really guide design. So instead of AI, because scientists like making up new ways of saying things, we call it augmented artificial intelligence. So how are we changing how we're making decisions, but we're not making AI replace us? And that's kind of where I see a lot of the revolution is happening, is augmenting, it's affecting our decision making, but not replacing us. So we still have jobs. So you look something to forward to. And so wrap up, I just want to thank Dusty and Ali, did much of this work along with Laura Osborne. I've been collaborating with Swamidas for years, since 2014. He's had some great students who've done some of this work. And Conway and Pomerantz, they worked with us on the isoxazole study. That was kind of collaboration across seas, which was a lot of fun. It was also interesting because basically we sat on one of their talks and they're talking about their drugs, and we just on a whim said, well, let's try the modeling. And so we started collaborating from that, which happened at a research meeting. We're sitting and watching them talk. So research meetings are a catalyst for science in many different ways, because that's how that started off, and we got some papers out of it. And this work is all funded by the National Institute of Health in the U.S., so that's the main arm of money from the government to do research, because they were interested in our focus on making practical models that affect decision making. And so they funded much of this work. And there's some pictures of them back again from the lab. Thank you. Oh, do we have? Yeah. There's a mic. Oh, there's Mike.
Just let students ask questions.
So any questions about the work I'm doing or anything while they get mics? They won't put you on camera.
Yeah, excellent presentation. I mean, brings me back my graduate studies time and postdoctoral time, which was bioactivation, really nothing but bioactivation. But after I moved to pharma industry, the problem comes is this. I mean, these are all retroactive studies. I mean, you already have clinical data that they have idiosyncratic toxicities or hepatotoxicities, etc. But going forward from an artificial intelligence model, you don't have any clinical data. You'll never get a clinical validation for most of the molecules that you either withdraw in early, or even some drugs go into the clinical trials and fail for other reasons, not for bioactivation. So how do we solve that problem? Because I'll never get the clinical data from most of these studies that are done.
Well, I mean, you're right. First of all, what we will mostly are interested in are clinical studies. What's happening in people, because we don't really toxicity in animals doesn't matter in terms of human care unless it's translatable. What happens having a test tube doesn't matter unless it affects our health. And so to answer that question, my lab's interested in looking at how these affect outcomes. So what I don't have time to go into, because it's a lot of ongoing projects and doesn't have a lot of AI focus at this point, because we're quantitating bioactivation, and we have collaborations at my institute and others. We're looking at patients getting treated with tyrosine kinase inhibitors and related drugs, and seeing if their outcomes correlate with bioactivation. So we're trying to combine that together, look at if we can better quantitate and know when bioactivation occurs, does it get us better predictability on the patterns that happen in patients and why there's variability? So there is a gap, you're right. Part of it is there's not a lot of clinical data that limits the potential for AI. But where I see AIs coming in is that there's what's called adverse outcome pathways. Is that approach uses AI, takes different kinds of information, look at a pathway of different steps. So if you have information on bioactivation, cell culture, animal studies, and humans, can use AI to link them together. Because one thing that AI can do that's more difficult for humans, but neural networks are very good at inference. So when there's data gaps, it can make educated guesses based on lots of information. And where that's getting used is, again, directing research where this is potentially problematic. So of certain kind of drugs, where should we focus on concerns? So as far as making better products, AI can actually take lots of information and make a more informed decision on where best we should focus. It's never going to say this is going to cause toxicity, or at least I would never be confident in it, because I know the data used to generate the models is not as reliable.
Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you, Miller, for a great talk. Just one last question before we move on to the next. I mean, it's a great talk, whatever solutions you said, but generally when we see one of the major challenge we face is about the predictability. Like that percentage is always we are struggling. Any predictability you talk about with any of the prediction models. So do you think with use of AI going forward, we'll have a better handle over the predictability percentage when we go from, say, from animals to human, when we scale it up? Because a few of the examples you also shown, like one where it was having a potential of hepatotoxicity, the other was having a CNS side effect. But when you go for the predictability, I think number is always less than 0.5 or something. So do you think going forward we can have a better handle over it, or we still have to depend on the in vitro assays or in vivo assay only?
So in terms of decision making, so there's in the past years, at least in the U.S., has been interesting because I've been attending research meetings where the FDA has been present, and that question gets up. I always ask them because the U.S. government's investing heavily in AI, and when I hear the FDA or anybody hears the FDA doing it, it perks up ears because, okay, what are they doing with it? And so one of the things that the FDA is doing is they're using like their own version of ChatGPT to accumulate all data and condense it. But as far as for decision making, there was an interesting discussion came up last fall at a session on AI and also this past spring, was that this was brought up by the Wida Tong, who has a division of bioinformatics, and he said that this is because they always have the disclaimer. I'm not speaking on behalf of FDA, but they work at FDA, so there's a conversation going. He said that animals, in terms of predictability and toxicity, are about 55% accurate in terms of regulatory work. 55%. A model, let's say a model is 70%. We're doing all this treatment time and effort in animals, and they're only 55% accurate what happens in humans, but we don't trust a model that may be 70%. So that was interesting about the mindset, because the government takes a long time to change its mind, a very long time. But they're looking at how the information we're getting and making decisions and ultimately what impacts human health, and AI actually is performing better than some of our traditional approaches. Now, even though something's working better, traditions are sometimes hard to break, but the government's thinking that way and looking at the benefits, cost-benefit analysis of different approaches, and traditional approaches really aren't that good, and that's regulation stuff. One other thing that's also was an interesting, at least, change in U.S. policy in terms of regulations. The Environmental Protection Agency had the government actually approved the first AI program to generate data used for regulatory purposes. Basically, they said that any company that uses a program called OPERA that predicts physical chemical properties of molecules can be used in a regulatory filing with the EPA. So they don't have to do all these experiments to figure out physical chemical properties. And the reason to bring that up is it sounds minor. But the government now says you can get a program and generate data that's used for regulatory purposes. that is a sea change in regulatory work, which vastly going to impact pharmaceutical industry and other places. If the government's starting to say that, well, we can trust these AI models enough to make decisions, that's going to start impacting science, how we do science. And it goes back to that whole percent thing about if confidence gets built up in these, there's going to be probably a swift change because the government's talking about it now. They're going to have something big in place, and it's going to change like that. So we need to be ready for that kind of change where there's going to be an acceptance in models, and we're going to need people to make these models have that high predictability. So those are the job opportunities, is bringing that percent up and making it much more translatable to human health.
Thank you, Dr. Grover. So a big round of applause for Dr. Grover. May I request Dr. A.M. Thakur to present a memento to Dr. Grover, our plenary speaker. Thank you, Dr. Grover. Thank you, Dr. Thakur. All right, so after this wonderful plenary talk from Dr. Grover, let's move on to our next plenary talk from Dr. Subramaniam Wangala. So he's also going to talk about an interesting topic. I'll very quickly, in just few less than a minute, I'll share my experience of starting my journey with DMPK. And I think when I started back somewhere in 2000 in India, actually with one of the very prestigious lab here. So as a DMPK scientist, what we used to do, we used to receive only the hardly 25-30 mg of compound from a chemist, and then we were supposed to test directly into animals. So no in vitro assays, no prediction, no in silico. Directly we used to put it into rats and mice, rodents, and then we used to get as usual, no viability. So then we used to think, like, what's going wrong? And then there was no time to go back and do any checking in retrospection. So the chemist, because their target was fixed that on a monthly basis they need to give this many 30, 40 molecules to a biologist just to check the efficacy. And they used to feel that every molecule they synthesize, even today, nothing against chemists, but they always feel that every molecule they synthesize is a highly efficacious and safe drug. And we as a biologist have a tough task of proving that it's not. So that battle still goes on. So to cut the long story short, so that was the era when in India. But then there has been a paradigm shift. And I would say that all the in vitro stuff came in. Even prior to that it was there, but it was not practiced that much. But then all the in vitro screening came. Even the in silico is done first. All the compound libraries we are screening. Then we get into in vitro. And then we get into actual animal studies. So nowadays there's a whole screening tiers. Program-wise we are developing. Even the HERG assays and all the liabilities are being tested earlier. So I think no better person than Dr. Subramaniam Wangala. He can talk about the modernization of drug discovery from an Indian perspective as well. I mean, having studied here and in US and spending a lot of time there, and in fact working here in India in all the top-notch companies, he is the best person to talk about modernization of drug discovery. And I think this whole topic would actually take you through a journey, especially from a DMPK perspective, that how it used to be, how it is now, and now how, of course, AI is an important tool, but apart from AI...
This first year student, they would like to attend.
Please, yeah, sure. Okay. All right, so money is lucky to have more audience, I guess. So, okay. So while they are taking their seats, I would just quickly read out few things. I think to describe money, I would need at least half an hour, but I'll try to do it within a minute's time. So Dr. Wangala is an experienced professional in biotech, biopharma with over 30 years of experience in drug discovery and development. And he has supported several regulatory IND, AND, ANDA submissions. He's been part of those projects and has helped so many companies, national as well as international companies, accomplishments in building their infrastructures and integrating departments into effective value-added support for R&D organizational success. And I see none of the areas in drug discovery and development are left out. Money is okay. So we fondly in industry call him money. Morning we were just joking around that it's not MONEY money, but it is MANI money. But he is very precious, so you can consider him as money as well. So he has experience in all the areas like toxicology, pharmacology, DMPK, bioanalytical, clinical pharmacology, PKPD. So all these areas he has been exposed to. His expertise lies in CNS, neurodegenerative diseases, metabolic disease, inflammation and all. So I think without further ado, let me with big round of applause invite our second plenary speaker, Dr. Subramaniam Wangala. He's going to talk about modernizing drug discovery using 3D human disease in a dish model. Over to you.
I think I'm already getting outside. Never travel at my age extensively for 2 weeks and come back and have odd pains or body pains. Okay? It's unfortunately growing healthy is what we're talking about all over the world, but we have our own vices that we don't want to grow old. Okay? Thank you, Deepak, for your kind, excellent introduction about me. I hope I can justify your over-exaggerating my credentials. Thank you. Coming back to my experience, in fact, I started out as a environmental molecular toxicologist back in Canada in 1981. I was a very naive student. I was working with a professor, Peter J. O'Brien. He was one of the big guys in cytochrome P450, drug metabolism, xenobiotic metabolism, I would call it. And I learned a lot from him. He was more of a bioorganic chemist, which I'm not really a bioorganic chemist. So he used to move electrons from the molecules this way to that way and everything. And then I've got a lot of experience from him. What in those days bioactivation meant was xenobiotics are metabolized. These are all carcinogens, chemical carcinogens. Today we have so many chemical carcinogens we work with. And we looked at whether they cause cancer by binding to the DNA, covalently attaching to the DNA. And the concept was if they covalently attach to the DNA, they would cause cancer. And if they covalently attach to the protein, they would cause toxicities. This was a major distinction in those days. But slowly I left in academia. I also looked at the benzene molecular mechanisms of toxicity in vitro and as well as in vivo in mice, and created a physiologically based pharmacokinetic model, etc. That was my experience in academia. Then I decided to move to industry because, I can't keep writing grants. Getting grants is very difficult. So people gave me offers in pharma industry, left. In American Cyanamide Company, I was hired as a pharmacokinetist, toxicokinetics. I didn't have a clue what it meant when I joined there. But you learn the ropes at the end of the day. Can you hear me in the back? I don't want to use the mic. All right? I like to walk around. Yeah, I can use this. So, for any drug that goes into the market, and FDA will come and say, withdraw the drug from the market, it's killing people, right? And for that reason, you need to make sure your drug is safe enough, means benefit outweighs the risk. Sometimes it may be very difficult to choose efficacy versus safety. Those are the molecules we need to spend more time. It costs more time in terms of, and you have to proceed with caution, like in yellow light, traffic light. Here, I don't see anybody stopping at a yellow light. People just go even at red light. Okay? So, over the years, the last 30 years, I've seen explosion of technology. Just you name it, the technology is really, really at our disposal, which was not there when I was doing my PhD and postdoc career. For example, you take flow cytometry, you can just do the single cell analysis. You have highly sensitive LC-MS instruments. I was the first one to buy Orbit Wrap, which can characterize the drug metabolite up to 40 metabolites without even taking out and doing NMR characterization. I can tell the structure very easily. And the multi-organ chips, today you can put different organs, liver, kidney, heart, and everything into a chip and make it look like a human and work on them. To facilitate that, you have 3D bioprinters and microfluidics as well. Now, as Dr. Miller pointed out, there's always drugs are not soluble enough so you cannot assess them. Now, nanotechnology is trying to improve the solubility of the drugs. Right? Now, digital imaging. You can image humans without scanning, PET imaging and other imaging technologies are very. If I give an oral dose of a drug, I know where it goes in the body. Now, human cell tissue biobanking. This is very weak in India, but in America and all, if I am dead, I can donate my organs to be taken and biobank them. And people actually make cryopreserved brain cells, liver cells, all kinds of liver cells. Liver has 5 different cell types. All the 5 cell types are isolated and cryopreserved. And if I want, I can just go and purchase them and use them in my lab. Gene editing, Dr. Jennifer Duda, my alma mater from Berkeley, actually discovered this, and of course, Dr. Chen from the Boston too, MIT. So this is making wonders now. People are looking at gene therapies rather than drugs, small molecules, or biologics, etc. Next generation sequence. People want to sequence the whole genome of humans. If we sequence all the genomes here, right? What does it tell you? What defects we have and everything. I just read an article about 2 weeks ago saying they have only very limited database today. It is more focused to the European Caucasians. Anybody ask my question? Okay. They had 250,000 people database, and the whole genomic sequencing was done, and there are about 300 million variants. Go figure, if we sequence all the 8 billion people in the world, how many variants are found? So the idea is that Dr. Miller gave a wonderful lecture on computer-aided drug design. Now what we're trying to do is predict everything using a computer, because we can reduce the lab time and going into the clinical trials and not wasting on clinical failure times also. So, in my experience, when I've been in, probably I've filed so many INDs along with my colleagues in different pharma companies. That includes Wyeth, Pfizer, J&J, Kobe Pharma, Shire, etc. But the thing is that all our goal is to do good enough work, preclinical level, and we used to do at least 30 molecules for IND, 30 molecules in IND for different indications. And all of them are IND enabling only 3 to 5 compounds go into the phase 1 clinical trials. So that's about $500 million work, or even more today, right? But if you look at the success rate in the clinical, how many drugs are approved? In 1996, there were 53 drugs approved. By 2000, there were about a dozen drugs. Half of them were withdrawn from the market because they were very toxic. Cardiotoxic, hepatotoxic, and nephrotoxic. And then FDA started putting brakes. No, because a lot of people also publicly complain FDA is just approving anything and everything, right? They also have to be very careful. Then it came down. The approval rates came down. In 2018, we have about 59 molecules. Some of them now are biologics, not the small molecules, and we are improving. But in 2023, 55. So what is the change between 1996 to 2023? Nothing. Same number of molecules, whether you change designation to a biologic or a bispecific, gene therapy, cell therapy, whatever, you have the number of drugs outcome. Productivity is the same. But today we have, back in 1996, probably we spent $800 million for one drug to come out. Today is almost $3 billion for one drug to come out. So we are actually adding more technologies. We didn't help ourselves. We are actually still in the same position. So I'm just saying that biologics are also increasing, but not much. Less than 30% approved drugs are biologics, protein molecules mostly. And there's a lot of interest now in orphan drugs for rare diseases. Does anyone know what is an orphan drug? Huh? No, not just life-saving drug. Orphan drug is something, there are only 200,000 patients are available. Very rare diseases. In the United States, that is the designation. Okay? Less than 200,000 patients. So the orphan drugs are also increasing. But the clinical trials are very, very expensive only for a few patients there in that category. Now, the last year, in 2020, there are many drugs were withdrawn in phase 3 trials. Phase 3 trials, they're not into the market. Out of hundreds, at least 10 are failed in the clinical trials. Failing in clinical trials, the phase 3 clinical trials is very high risk failure, I call it. You already spent $2 billion to fail there, right? So most of them are actually poor or no efficacy. In phase 3, because you already know safety issues very well, you fail because of the efficacy reasons mostly. Interesting, I want to point out that this drug, AA discovered drug, also failed. Can you see that? This one, AA drug discovered, stravitinib, actually failed with poor efficacy. So AI still doesn't have the clinical validation, on my point. So what are the drugs withdrawn from the market? There are about 4 to 5% of the drugs are withdrawn from the market that are approved by the FDA. You can see Bextra, Baycol, Rizolin, Hismarol. You can find the list from the Google. And the major reason for the failures is hepatotoxicity, liver toxicity. Okay, 45%. And 28% are cardiotoxicity. And then neurotoxicity. You have other numbers, but we focus on hepatotoxicity and cardiotoxicity the most. The reason because they are the ones high-risk failures. Even after the drug is already making $2 billion a year, and you have hepatotoxicity reasons that you have to withdraw. You know what? In the US, there's also lawsuits. If any patient dies, you have to pay the compensation to the families. So Merck lost $5 billion, J&J lost $2 billion, like that. Everybody has to pay that much amount of money. So you spend $2 billion to $3 billion for one drug to come out in the market, but you have to pay compensation for another $2 to $3 billion. It's no win game to play. So, a pharma perspective, drugs with billions of dollars revenues were withdrawn from the market, fatal drug-drug and drug-herbal interactions. Today, above 55, people people have all kinds of problems, high blood pressure, diabetes, other cardiovascular problems, arthritis. So they take multiple drugs. If they go to different doctors, the drugs they'll take different drugs. They are dangerous. People die because of the drug-drug interactions. Some people also die of the drug and herbal interactions. Some people in 1990s died because they were taking drugs plus grapefruit juice. Grapefruit juice has a chemical that actually inhibited the drug metabolism, and they died. 60 plus over people. And serious and fatal idiosyncratic hepatotoxicity. In 2000 and 2002, with a friend of mine, Dr. Albert Lee, we actually tried to understand bioactivation is one of the primary reasons for idiosyncratic toxicity. We hosted a couple of symposia every year, and all the pharma companies attended to it. At the end of the day, we said we don't know what it means, right? It's all bioactivation. Merck, Tom Bailey also attended those meetings. He was the senior VP of that meeting. So we can keep doing research, but cardiac arrhythmias is another major issue for drug-drug interactions. Yet animals are the only models that are at disposal to scientists and are required by regulatory agencies. The reason I'm saying it because we have done all these animal trials, we don't see these problems, and as soon as you go into the humans, you see these problems. So this is a classical model, computational modeling, lead optimization, preclinical pharmacology and toxicology. You need either mice, rat, or dog or monkey, and then you file an IND. Then you also have to do non-clinical pharmacology along with the clinical trials. So I'm getting dosed with every drug every time that is going into the clinical trials. Bottleneck is 90% failures. So you spend so much time and money here, but still you have failures of 90% in the clinical trials. That's very high risk and very costly. 60% of the budgets in the pharma companies are spent on clinical trials. So success rate is 1 in 10,000 molecules, and it takes 12 to 15 years with $2 to $3 billion of investment. That's not the only problem. We are all different in this. You can take an animal, put it in a cage. These are what do you call this? Bred over time, the same genetic breeding, right? Same genotype. And you get mostly consistent data in the animals. But when you go to the humans, you take these, I think 15 people are there. 2 people have serious side effects, and 2 people don't have effect, and the rest of the people have got desired response. How do you identify these people? Especially these 2 people who have serious toxic side effects. There's no way you can identify them. So what happens is that if they die, FDA says withdraw the drug from the market. And this is what the problem we face today. FDA will say, even if it works for 2 people out of 100 people, okay, there's unmet medical need, continue it. But if 2 people die, they say they withdraw the drug from the market. So that is the risk factor you're talking about. So for these reasons, I actually moved out of animals. We're doing more research on non-animal models, human models, trying to come up with. So back in the 1960s, I think 50s, there was a animal activist always on my back, saying that why are you killing animals when you don't have any successful outcomes in the market of the drugs? So we have to satisfy them too. It's a social responsibility. And 3R initiative were created in 1956. Even today, in America, about 20 million animals are being used for research. That's one of the problems. So 3R failed basically. And our age in biosciences came up to see new drug discovery is stagnant for more than 30 years with proved productivity in clinical research. So what I want to do is using latest advances in flow technology, microfluidics, and 3D bioprinting techniques, creating human-on-a-chip models, mimicking human biology and disease is one. So why we're taking poor clinical translation from animal models, 90% clinical failures, animal lovers ask a social need for passion on animals. So I need to also convince them that we are not using animals, we are doing better models today. So these are all guidances for the animals. I don't want to go about it. Here is the microfluidic chip, and here's how you use that. You put 4 different organs or cell types, and or even more. I think there's a company that now has about 8 organs on a chip, microfluidic chip, that we use them to look at it. The reason this is more important is because I'll tell you, I don't have the data in front of me, but anyway, FDA also very recently is supporting this initiative. They come up with the Modernization Act 2.0 and Modernization Act 3.0 in February 2024, not 2004, 2024, sorry about it. So what you have to do is look through them. They're suggesting removes a requirement to use animal studies as part of the process to obtain a license for a biological product that is biosimilar or interchangeable with another. So what they recommend is slowly develop these models because animals are not really helping us. India also passed the same law very recently. So who are the stakeholders in developing animal models? I don't want to go into the animal lovers, regulatory agencies, general public, scientists, funders. So scientists is the least one. He doesn't make any decisions. He'll just follow the rules that out for the other stakeholders in life. So that scientists are fighting all the time. Somebody says that I want to do still animal model. The other guy says, no. In vitro model is better. So scientists are now in dilemma. Which way to go? So in vitro models are not new. I've been using since 1981. Anything that you cannot get a mechanistic perspective in the whole animal or whole human, you devise an in vitro model to get a mechanistic idea. What is the pathway? What is the toxicity? For example, they were looking at artificial intelligence now to look at whether the bioactivation can occur with the structure molecule. So you need a model. So we used to use purified enzymes and subcellular fractions. I used to do Km, Vmax, all these kinetic parameters on cytochromes P450 back in 1980s. But those were only animal tissues in those days. We didn't have the biobanked human tissues at that time. So then 2D cells came in. People all wanted to use cells and tissue cultures slowly. Then the advancement in 2000s, 3D cells and tissues. The advantage is 3D cells and cell-cell communication. For example, like take oral drug. It goes to the liver, gets metabolized. Some of the metabolites go to the bladder and cause bladder metabolism and toxic. And sometimes what I do, they go to the bone marrow or some other organ, they get metabolized, and those metabolites come back and cause liver toxicity. So liver alone is not, it cannot tell you if you just use liver cells alone or liver subcellular fractions alone, what is the mechanism of toxicity. So it's an integrated system that you need to use. Now, multiple organ interactions can be studied using microfluidics and 3D bioprinting. So FDA just came up with a note last week, potential approaches to drive. So they're focusing on in vitro microfluidics and organ-on-a-chip models. So DMPK is also involved into it, integrated model. Now, I don't want to go into this one. I can show that even 1962, there was the first correlation of biological activity of phenoxyestic acids with Hammett substituent constant obligations, some of the partition coefficients. In fact, my boss, Peter J. O'Brien, used to use his Hammett constants back in the 1980s. So the in silico models are as far as, if you can take it to 1962 models, are available. You have a lot of models now, regulatory applications. OECD is also looking at, FDA is also looking at. So you have many in silico models need to be ready for regulatory scrutiny in the future. We already had supported some of these things for FDA back in 1990s and 2000s. So there's some guidances are available using the in vitro models. Now we have some success stories along with it. The drug-drug interaction is the major success story for our in vitro cytochrome induction assays, permeability assays in KCO2 cells and MDCK cells. These are all required by regulatory agencies, and we do that routinely. So in my way of looking at it, why I want to do the human models, when I look at the AI/ML models, they are enriched with the literature data that is mostly animal data. There is little human data. So I want to generate the human data, and that human data can be retrospectively added to the AI/ML, enrich them so they become more productive, predictive, and well used in the clinical trials. So in 2001, I was walking through the AACR, American Association for Cancer Research. I was employed at J&J as the regional head at the time. And there was a professor from University of San Francisco, California. He was walking through, he saw me. Hey, Manny, come here. They used to call me Manny, not Money. But Manny, come here. I said, what? Oh, we've got a useful model for you. What is it? We have a multi-organ chip model. Do you want to try it? I brought him to J&J, I funded him, and I gave him a postdoc, and we actually did a prototype model. 2006, there's a freelance article that was written, actually acknowledged my, that was a prototype model that we developed using microfluidic model. But that was the one that started the entire 3D microphysiological systems research. Currently, we have two 3D bioprinters, okay, and that's a 96 well plate, and this is 24 well plate. Oh no, something went wrong. Okay. These are the 4 models we developed. One is integrated metabolism, toxicity, and efficacy model. You know, today the models are all independent. I can measure toxicity in one model, metabolism in another model, and efficacy in another model. I cannot integrate them. I can go through the data, but anyway, just want to give you a picture that this is hepatic cells, this is intestinal cells, these are cancer cells. Just to give you an idea, a drug you take goes to the intestine, to the liver to the other organs. So these 2 barriers it has to pass. Intestine sometimes is not permeable for many drugs. Okay, there are a lot of drug transporters that kick them out, or are very important in taking up the drug into the liver. Once it goes into the liver, also metabolizes the drug, but liver also has a lot of transporters. For example, bile transporters are very, very important in bile toxicity. Some of these drugs may inhibit biliary transporters, the biliary toxicity increases. So we can actually have a better model to integrate all these things into one and see which drug works for cancer cells. We can use repurposed drugs. Many of them are already available. For example, for breast cancer, there are about 50 drugs. How do a doctor choose, a physician chooses a drug to give to a breast cancer patient? He says, oh, okay, this is available, I'll use it first. That is available next. Nothing works. So here, what we can say is that in our model, we can screen these combinations also and see which drug will work for the breast cancer patient, and the physician can take a call on that and treat the patient better in a proactive fashion rather than just doing a trial and error method. The second one, we did the diabetes in a dish model. Diabetes is actually multi-organ disease: pancreas, intestine, the liver, adipose tissue. They're all combined in terms of the glucose metabolism. And any glucose resistance or insulin deficiency, we are only predicting. So what we have is models to look at diabetes. We've actually created this model, and we know skeletal muscle targets have not been explored so far. All the other targets have been explored. So in our model, we got some drugs that we are showing that are efficacious for increasing the uptake into the skeletal muscle cells. And vascular lung model, you have, I'll show you the data actually for this one. Leaky gut liver axis model. A lot of people drink alcohol today, right? What happens is the gut becomes porous. A lot of toxic bacteria go from there into the liver and cause toxin. So alcohol itself is toxic. But this microbiota that goes into the liver also cause additional injury. We've got a paper on that alcoholic liver disease model that we published. So these are all published here. You can see that in BioRxiv. This is not a peer reviewed, but we wanted to get them out fast, and we published them. Anti-diabetic nutraceuticals, human gut liver axis, tyrosine kinase inhibitors, family of drugs for COVID disease. The SGLT2 inhibitors for the COVID disease, etc. I'll just walk you through the COVID disease in 3 slides. Spike protein is very much required. I thought I had another slide in between. No. Okay. Yeah, this one. So, SARS-CoV-2 has a spike protein that binds to the ACE2 receptor on the cells. That gives the entry, viral entry to SARS-CoV-2, and the cytokines get stimulated, okay? And inflammation starts there. After the inflammation, then pro-inflammatory and pro-thrombogenic proteins cause thrombosis. In fact, the Italians, doctors, showed that when they open the bodies, they have black lungs. Most of them who died have black lungs. So thrombopoiesis is very important. So a series of kinases involved in this cascade, everything. And what we looked at is we screened several drugs and herbal agents to inhibit spike protein. RBD on the spike protein, receptor binding domain, has 2 sites. So we looked at, there are lots of amino acids that can either hydrogen bond or hydrophobically bind to these amino acids. I'm not going to go into the details. These are all published anyway. If you want, I can send you the papers. So I'll show you, these are the 4 tyrosine kinase inhibitors: dasatinib, lapatinib, paratinib, sitrovatinib, which is actually withdrawn from the phase 3 trials. So you can see that dasatinib, the picture is not very clear. All these amino acids, they actually bind in a site RBD1 and RBD2 and try to inhibit the spike protein binding to these 2 receptors. Same thing with the lapatinib. Here is the real data actually. Here we also look at percent inhibition of RBD binding to ACE2 by different drugs. All these drugs are doing very well. Dasatinib, lapatinib, these are different concentrations though. And then effect of different drugs on IL-10 secretion. IL-10 is actually an inflammatory marker, and you can see that that's the best one actually. But they all work very well. This is LPS is a positive control. LPS induces the inflammation too. There is no animal model to date. SARS-CoV-2 never causes thrombomodulin secretion and does not cause black lungs. So Rats do not die. Hamsters do not die. All the animals do not die. Only humans died. About 2 to 3% only died in humans with SARS-CoV-2 infection. So you can see that thrombodulin secretion is also decreased with all these protein kinase inhibitors. A monocyte addition, which is critical for thrombocyte activation, is also there, and that's also very well documented here. So basically what happens is that tyrosine kinase inhibitors can be repurposed for COVID-19 treatment. Unfortunately, by the time we finished it, we wanted to go into a clinical trial with one of them. FDA said, not FDA, WHO said, ibrutinib, another protein kinase inhibitors, actually prevents the COVID disease. And they actually approved it. So we could not go into the clinical trials with our compounds. So overall, what am I going to do in the future with 3D macrophysiological systems? So this is our business model. So you have in vitro toxicology, in vitro pharmacology, in vitro ADME, biomarker discovery and validation, formulation discovery and CMC support. And then if you need, you can go into in vivo models to just validate some of the work. Then you do PK/PD and PBPK model design. This is very critical because today we're talking about physiology. The physiology in vitro is different from physiology in vivo. So you need to simulate the in vivo physiology in vitro. These are called microphysiological systems. And with all these things, we want to try to design the clinical trials far better than they are designing now with the animal models. And integrate with NAMS and MPS models, accurate human efficacy predictions, and clinical risk management with less toxicity. This is our end goal at the end of the day. That is what we're going to do. We had very good support in the last 5-7 years, but we still are running out of money. That's the most crucial. Money is crucial for research. We don't have enough. So Tech Mahindra supported that COVID-19 research. ISAR Pharma support we can't actually publish the data. This is for the sepsis. And then Prodigy Biotech also, we developed the gut-liver axis model, diabetes model. And then we had couple of grants that from the Indian government. We also had internal funding from our own pocket. And there's another company, Oncocyc Bio, we collaborate with for the tumor biopsies. What they would want to do is they give the tumor biopsy cells to us. And we use, because the problem with the HepG2 cells and HL60 cells, etc., people use them originally for screening. HepG2 cells, there are 70 different variants in the world. So if I do a study here, it cannot be reproduced in your lab. That's the problem using these immortalized cell lines because of their variability, because they have gone through so many passages in the last 30-40 years or even more, and they have genetic instabilities, and so they actually genetic drift is there, and you cannot use the cells. So we are depending on the patient-derived tumor cells now instead of using the cell lines for the metabolism models. So competitive landscape, we have several people to compete with. Inspiro and Emulate is the leader here. Actually, in hepatotoxicity, they are already talking to the FDA to get their model approved. So there are quite a few. Mimetic has, I think probably that's the one which has about 7 different organs on a chip. And unless you boast about yourself, you can never survive, right? Do you agree or not? So I was actually given the Excellence in Science Award by Johnson & Johnson in 2006 for developing the prototype model. And then in 2019, that famous actress, Shilpa Shetty, but it's actually awarded by the Times of India, Economic Times of India, for being, what do they call, Promising Entrepreneurs of India award I got. And then last year, I got an award from the Congress Party They have a social congress division, and it's Mahatma Gandhi's birthday, October 2nd last year. They awarded me with these, saying that I'm doing very good social responsible work to eliminate animals from research. Okay, thank you. And I also have to come. All the work cannot be done by alone. It's always the team that makes the work done, right? And I have to also acknowledge my wife, Prema, and she's the managing director of the company. She has a PhD, plus she worked in Bruce Ames' lab for 3 years as a postdoc, and Memorial Sloan too. Dr. Uday Saxena, he is one of my best friends in the last 30, 40 years, and he's a brilliant idea generator. Without him, we couldn't have done all these models. And Padmini Shastri, she's in the US and is a regulatory strategy guy. Suresh Kosala is also, he has his own company called OncoSig Bio. And these are the team that I keep talking to. And Sridhara Valeti has his own company called Indras. He's worked on cytochromes P450, what do you call those, in silico models back in 1990s. And he's helping us. And Ratnakar Palakodeti is in InnoMinds. These are two we combine, we talk to for in silico and artificial intelligence models. Okay? Thank you. Any questions?
So please join me in thanking any questions for Dr. Subramaniam? So if there are only two scenarios. If you have understood everything or you have not understood anything, in both the ways you may not have any questions. So feel free to ask any question you may have. All right, so let me start, Mani. So, great talk. It's always been great to hear your views. But again, going back to same thing, eliminating animals from the research. How long is it going to take? Do you really think it is even possible?
Already EPA gave a 1937 timeline. They said by 1937 they're going to completely eliminate animal toxicology. Because EPA does only toxicology. Drug discovery industry is on the wall, like a cat on the wall. They're not committing to completely eliminate animals. But it comes, the more technology comes, human in vitro technologies come out. I think the decision for the FDA to make it easier to recommend these models over the animal models, but we are not there yet. To tell you frank, we as scientists, we have to develop those models for FDA to be able to eliminate the animals from research. I would be more than happy because these are much easier to do than animal models. I do a 1-month toxicology study, sometimes pharmacokinetics, as it says, the drug is not soluble. How do we get a dose response? You give up to 1,000 milligram per kilogram dose in the toxicology studies, the drug is not going to be pharmacokinetically linear. So you need to eliminate animals and get more information on these models so that you can make informed decisions. My goal is to develop these models to also enrich AI models, because AI models fall short of it today to be able to predict what happens in humans. So those are the goals that I have. Eliminating animals, I would be happy to do it, but I'm not the regulator to make the decision.
No, thank you. And then you're right. I think more often, I think out of 10, 9 molecules in early drug discovery will have a solubility issues. They are very poorly soluble.
Yeah.
So I agree. And that's a challenge when we do all the in vitro assays and try to get some data out of it. So tox is another thing where I agree for the regulatory agency also, because mostly the concept is even if it is insoluble, we just go for thousands of mgs. And with that small animal, I'm sure we are loading up their entire stomach, intestine with the drug, and there's no way it can be absorbed. But still, as per the regulatory requirement, you got to do it.
Yeah, I don't see the reason to go up to 1,000 milligram per kilogram when most of these drugs are not soluble. And even if you solubilize to some extent, it's low level concentrations. But when you go up to 1,000 milligram per kilogram, the volumes you give 1 ml to rat, how can you increase the solubility? You cannot increase the solubility. So you have practical problems with animal models too. Right? So you need to understand the metabolic pathways or cancer-causing pathways. The one problem I have is that most of the diseases we are trying to cure are already terminal diseases. You understand what I'm saying, right? Cancer phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4. You're trying to cure a cancer at phase 4, it's not going to work. You cannot, you cannot reverse a fried egg to egg. Egg can be fried, but you cannot reverse the fried egg to egg, period. So we need to look at these pathways better and understand them with the human pathways. Maybe you can stop the progression of the disease at an earlier stage. That is the advantage if we do it. Okay.
All right. Any other question for Dr. Mani? Okay.
Organoid chips, but they are individual organ chips. So how do we connect the whole biology of a human
That
to...
is what we are trying to do, multi-organ on a chip. It's not easy to do it, but that's what we do. There some people are using organoids, right? I have a little bit of problem with those models, and the reason is because back in 1990s we used human liver slices. Inside, even those microtome cut liver slices, inside there they still undergo necrotic. So if it's already the cells are dead in there, what kind of toxicity you're looking at it with a drug? So organoids have the same problem. Spheroids have the same problem. So what we are trying to do is to combine different cell types from different organs, which are critical, like diabetes, pancreatic islet cells, human hepatocytes, adipose cells, skeletal muscle cells. These are the important cell types for diabetes. So use those cell types, and we are more 3D cell culture rather than 3D organ culture more. Okay.
Thank you, Mani. Then please join me in.
Hello. Yes. So 50% must be sleeping. That I can see. But you did not take a message from his talk. What he was saying from the very beginning, drugs are costly affairs. It cannot be made in a single day. Plus all. And after all, you know, he said a wonderful thing, that diabetes is not a single organ disease. It's not, you know, my pancreas is not working, that's why I'm getting diabetes. No, he said intestine. So pizza lovers, you know, fast food lovers, be very careful. That's what he said. Right? So it's not pancreas and or liver. It's about intestine also, right? It's the second brain, you know, gut-brain axis is the second brain. So whatever you eat, it will tell you in few years, right, sir?
Yeah, absolutely. For example, I don't know if you guys know something called GLP-1, a drug that is now making wonders. It was discovered as a insulin secretagogue in pancreas, but now it's become a wonderful drug for weight loss. And with the weight loss, people are actually losing their diabetic problems. So that's a serendipity discovery, because it was founded in the patients after 5 years or 6 years of treating the patients. So now it's touted to be about $100 billion drug by 2030. Because the obesity is a major problem in the world today. And to cure obesity, this is a wonderful drug. It's not that it doesn't have any side effects, it does have some side effects, but losing your weight is more important to reduce your old age problems. Okay?
All right, so thank you, Dr. So I think we are right into our lunch time, so we will take a break, lunch break. Instead of 1 hour, we'll have 30 minutes break. So we'll reconvene in the same hall within 30 minutes. Okay. So let's have a quick lunch and then reconvene in say about 30 minutes, so at 2 o'clock. And we will have a panel discussion, a short panel discussion, and immediately we'll start with the next session. So thank you.
Hello.
So very good afternoon to all of you, and I hope all of you had a great lunch. And now it's tough time, right? Because right after lunch, to keep you awake. So rather than having a lecture, we thought we'll have a quick panel discussion. So since it's a very interesting topic, I would suggest that let's make it interactive. Okay. So I'll just have a couple of rounds of viewpoints from the panelists, and then I'll open it up for the audience. So you can ask any questions. So it seems in college, it's one-way flow, right? The professors only will ask you questions. So this is your chance. You can ask questions to them and then try to get your things clarified. So the topic for the discussion is industry-academia collaboration in India, opportunities and challenges. So thing is, it needs no introduction, right? All of us know this is the need of an hour. And closer we work, better is the outcome. But the question here is, are we there? I mean, I'm not saying from an academia perspective, but also from an industry perspective. In Indian scenario, are we really there? Do we really collaborate so well, or do we really blend with each other? I mean, do we have so many collaborative projects going on? So the answer to that is maybe yes, maybe no, right? Why this is important? Because absolutely it's for mutual benefit, right? It's not only academia or industry, but both are going to be benefited from this collaborative work or collaborations. So I think this is an important thing which will impact the outcome from a research institute, as well as it is equally good for the industry to collaborate with academia. So what we thought was we'll have distinguished panelists with us, and we'll just talk about it. They are all experts with more than 25, 30 years of experience, either in academia or in industry. So let's try and talk to them and learn from them. Where are we as on today, and do we have any scope to further explore? What are the opportunities? What are the challenges? So that's what we're going to do. So as I said, we'll have a couple of point of view from them, and then it will be open for discussion for audience. So you can ask any questions you may have. So with that, let me invite our distinguished panelists, starting with Dr. Gopal Natesan, Dr. Grover, Dr. Subramaniam Vangala, Dr. A.M. Thakur, sir. And we also have Dr. Srinivas Savale, but I think he is yet to join us. In fact, he did come on time, but because of some urgent meeting, he has to leave, but he's going to come back and join us. So we have 4 panelists with us. All right, so I think let's start with Dr. Natesan, and I would request each of the panelists to, I think all of you know very well now. I mean, you know them, you don't need any introduction, but still, very quickly, in just a couple of sentences, I would request each of the panelists to introduce themselves and then share their point of view on industry-academia collaboration, and then we'll deep dive into the discussion further. So starting with Dr. Gopal.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Deepak Bharat. Good afternoon to every one of you. Yes, you all know that I have been almost 25 years I spent in academic only, but the initial period I have started my career from the industry only. I was working with Ranbaxy as a scientist, Ranbaxy Research Laboratory, which is in Delhi, and then I was shifted to Orchid Chemicals and Pharmaceuticals. That 5 years period, I'll say that I enjoying that life, even though it is a very stressful, but we update every day. Every day we update what is going on in the market, what is the need of the market, and all these things. But when we shift into academia, which I feel I missed that part, but as a topic is that industry academia collaboration, yes, we need it. And in India, almost all the good top universities, IIT, NIPER, all you can see that there are industry-sponsored projects, or the industry has their own labs in the institutes. It is there actually. So okay. Just a brief. I will start with next Dr. Grover.
Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Grover. Yeah.
I must admit that I really don't know much about the situation in India, but I do know a lot about consortia and kind of collaborations that are possible. So my institution, the University of Arkansas for Medical Sciences, is just down the road, about 45-minute drive from the only basic science research center for the FDA. So there's a lot of interactions of the government with our institution, and then also through my own research, collaborate with pharmacy. Different pharmaceutical companies. So I've seen what are kind of different modalities, so what kind of working relationships are possible in the U.S. I also have collaborators in Europe to see how in European countries what kind of collaborations they try to promote between industry and academia to develop better drugs, safer drugs. So my background is familiar with different kind of systems. What's going to work for India? I'm not sure, but seeing what's out there gives an idea of what models could be tried in India and see where it's best for India itself.
Yeah, Manny.
Yeah, I mean, see, it depends on the purpose of the collaboration. In a regulatory environment, it may be difficult for collaboration because the other thing is that industry works on proprietary molecules. They want to protect the patent and many other things. So most of the industry academia collaborations I've seen, whether at Wyeth or J&J or Polypharma, they're limited to the early drug discovery programs. For example, a MIT or Harvard discovers a novel drug target. That becomes a very interesting point. They'll talk to the industry. And the industry says, oh, we are interested in this target. Let's screen some molecules. Although academia may have a patent on it, but the industry. And the idea here is that the molecule, who does it belong to? Industry. Although they did initial work. But in a regulatory setting, it's much more difficult. In a regulatory environment, it's much more difficult to do collaboration because, I mean, I have to answer the regulatory agencies. I cannot just do the academic research. When I'm working in a GLP, GCP, GMP regulatory agencies, academia cannot put that kind of a lab. It's impossible. Next to impossible to create a GLP lab. I mean, I need to really writing something here while I'm pipetting something here at the same time. The kind of regulatory compliance cannot never be achieved in academia. So I love academia industry collaborations as long as you can maintain the same compliance between academia and industry. It's very hard ball. I mean, I've been here now, I think back in 2010, I think, came back here to India. But so far I haven't found anybody who want to collaborate with industry from academia. Although I approached academia, they have a different mindset and we have a different mindset. They're only purely writing for publications, doing research for publications. We are doing research for taking a molecule into the market. I'm not interested in publications. I'm not interested in Nature publication. I'm not interested in science publication. I want my molecule to be going into the market. So their purposes are different. So it's still possible, but how you make it possible is to have a dialogue. I mean, academia is, has to do basic research, whereas industry does the applied research. Okay, that's my opinion.
So, Dr. Thakur, in your vast career of more than 30 years, what has been your, 40 years, sorry. So, what has been your experience?
Actually, I am Dr. M. Thakur, coming from the Anand Agriculture University. I have associated with the Agriculture University, and my experience is with the mainly academics. We do have the research project component also. Ours is a technical university. There are a lot of scope for the academia interaction with the industry, because final products are being tested at our university, and we have, other than human being, all sorts of animals, laboratory animals as well as the large animals are also there. There we can associate. There are certain rules and regulations are there. If those are fulfilled, then those can be a good association with the industry and the academics. Our academics there, as Dr. Mani said, that university main interest is for the, or those who are working with the university, they have for the interest for the publications. While the academics, the industry, they have the interest for the outcome results, so that they can gain more for marketing these their products or the molecules and earning the profit. That is the main issue. So some rules and regulations are there, which if the industry fulfill with the academics, then they can have the good interaction. They can long-term project or short-term projects can be taken up for the efficacy studies or other studies. That is my experience.
Thank you. So I think let me pick up from what Manny made a comment on, and that's true. I agree that industry is mainly about applied research, whereas academia is about basic research. But the question here is, we really want to, how about research commercialization? I mean, we really want to want industry and academia to collaborate. I understand the publication could be our first interest, but that's the whole reason. Since they cannot have, or they don't have GLP labs and such a huge infrastructure, that's the reason industry needs to collaborate, right? How do we take best from both? So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I have mixed opinions about it, because, as I said, the GLP lab is, I mean, even if I'm doing an academic research in a GLP lab, I do in the spirit of GLP. Spirit of GLP means I make my records exactly as required for the GLP FDA requirements. That's an overkill for an academic research. Really overkill. I mean, if you set up a GLP lab and an academic lab, they can't do any research. I clearly tell you that it's going to kill the academic research. Academic research has to come up with novel ideas and novel basic research tools, maybe for Nobel Prize, right? That's what they should be aiming at. And for example, Jennifer Doudna and colleagues discovered the gene editing thing from Berkeley, University of California, Berkeley. Now the industry is taking it and commercializing it with the gene therapies. So that's how it should be. You come up with a discovery, and industry will use it to come up with products. And that is how it should be done. I mean, we can discover gene editing. I mean, of course, I can say today the AlphaFold CEO got a Nobel Prize. It's an industry. That's rare. I mean, when Cetus Corporation discovered the PCR back in 1990s. They got so Nobel Prize too. So industry getting Nobel Prizes is very rare. So I recommend the basic research to be done, and they have to be in constant touch with industry, saying that what is required for the industry. So you don't, academia should not work standalone in their own silos. They should talk, what does industry need to take this to develop a product? That is how you need to develop a dialogue between this, and this dialogue should mature into product base. I mean, products are very important in life. I mean, as I said, semaglutide is going to be a $100 billion market in 2030. That's crucially very important for economy also. We can't just do an open-ended basic research, right? So you need to talk. Academics should talk to industry. What kind of basic research that would be applied research for a product market? I think that kind of a collaboration.
Thank you, Mani. So, Dr. Grover, I think what Mani said, maybe that's from his industry perspective from an Indian scenario, but how would you, at your university, how often the projects are being done in collaboration with industry? And another important thing is, can you just take, yeah. That's okay. You can just keep it aside. Yeah. So, from an industry, I mean, how many projects do you run in collaboration with industry, as well as from the government perspective? Like mainly, it's about grant applications. So, how much funding support you get from the government to do any projects at the academic level in US?
I can speak loud. So much of my research actually comes from the government in terms of funding, but I do have collaboration in industry. And usually it's on two levels. One, my colleagues in industry actually get advanced in their companies with publications. It's not a primary goal, but that's where the companies incentivize it and they do it. The problem with academia is that the time for it to go through all of the hurdles in industry, or if you collaborate with someone in government, is very long. So you're not going to get a immediate publication because it has to be approved and stuff. But that's where it has to do with the philosophy of the company or the government. If a director really pushes publications, that'll happen because it helps that academia. Now, where it tends to be mutually beneficial is, again, the philosophy, because when I work with people with the companies, they're interested in recruiting the best students and having people with good backgrounds. And so that's where they know if they collaborate, they can do projects that train and potentially recruit those students. So that's where I have people from the FDA and from farm industry are on my advisory committees for my students. And that provides my students a perspective from the government and industry on what are their interests compared to what they're learning in academia to get the translational thing. And they see it as an opportunity that they can actually recruit this person. Because they do get heavily recruited afterwards, because the FDA is more successful, but the farm companies know that these people have the kind of interest that they have. And that actually translates also to international meetings like ISSX and other societies have industry show up and do recruitment and training and stuff like that and collaborate with the academic people because they see it as a beneficial thing. So it's basically a philosophical perspective if you're going to see something getting out of it. Now, where the research actually becomes possible is contracts with farm companies if they want to study metabolism or certain kind of specific questions. And the way I've gotten funded and colleagues of mine in academia is usually they get compound XYZD 123, whatever it is, it's a secret. And they say, here, I want you to do these studies on it, and they may do metabolism studies. You don't really know the structure or details about it, and you provide them under confidentiality agreement, but you're doing the work for them. So that's where I see it's on very focused questions that actually benefit academia because you can train students, you can get some papers published, and from the perspective of farm industry, that they're getting an idea, they're getting work done, and they're also helping train people that they want to recruit afterwards. Because people in my lab get a strong background in drug metabolism from all different perspectives. And so farm companies really want to hire people from my lab, if not for postdocs or permanent positions. So that's where it needs to be a philosophical thing from the industry on what they can benefit from. And so it kind of depends, but that's where I see where it's specific focus, like contract work.
Definitely. So, Dr. Nathan,
just to add up on. Okay, just to add Dr. Mani's and Dr. Now we have, I think, battery. No, it's okay now. Yeah. So what I was just want to tell you is, just share with you is, nowadays the Indian government also supports the industry collaborated projects, and even we all know that in India we have ranking system. Because of this ranking system, now all the universities are pushing towards the commercialization. Now we are moving from the simple just publication only not. Now we need a commercialization. Where it comes commercialization, it will have to go to industry. So even it, I mean, I know some couple of universities here in Naipur, in Mohali, and Chitkara University. They have the R&D labs, the company's R&D lab in the institute itself, in the university, inside university itself. So they are working along with the industry. It's I do understand that it is not all 100% universities are working on it. At least we moved from the basic research to a bit of applied research also in the institutes, in academia. Earlier, yes, 10 years before, earlier academia is totally only on the basic research, and they don't care about the applied research. They don't think about the applied research, and just they need the publications and all. But now, because of this, some changes in the government policies and all, we are moving ahead that we not only concentrate on the publication, we need a commercialization, we need a patent should be commercialized, and the product has to come out. That is also there, it is there, but it's not a major portion. It's a hardly a 10 or 15% of these universities. The another one issue why academia are not able to do is, as like Dr. Mani says, the facilities, the GLP regulations. It's very costly. Yeah, everyone knows GLP because we have a course in this. We have a regulatory affairs here. All in that pharmacology is also they are studying about the GLP. So when it comes to GLP, the issue is cost. We should have a hi-fi technologies, policies, procedures, which university is not ready to spend the money on that. But if industry comes into the academia, I feel, I mean, in previous where I working in Malaysia, where I was having a company sponsored project, company has set up a lab there in my university itself. So they have their GLP lab. So whatever the research which university academia is doing it, we go and do it in that same institutes. It's possible. So only thing is, what I feel is we have to move forward towards the applied research. At the same time, I am not saying that you should not do any basic research. Fundamental research is also compulsory. Otherwise, we cannot get any innovations, new innovation. But we have to commercialize what we are doing it. We are even Institute of Pharmacy here itself. I know there are every faculties, every students are doing a good projects, good publications. We have Q1, Q2 journals. But what I'm saying is you are stopping at that place. But that things has to be taken further to make it commercialized. That is missing in academia here, what I have seen it.
I completely agree on most of the points what you said, and I would just say that Dr. Nadeshan, point is it should be applicable. I mean, we are discussing here academia in general. So you rightly mentioned that few institutes, including Nirma, could have that infrastructure in place and that intent to do applied research and go ahead and do collaboration with industry. But having said that, majority of the academia which are not or institutes which are not of national importance or premier institutes like Nirma, rest all are not there. So somehow I think government intervention is also required where we can have some push for them. I like one of the things I'll just share which has come I think last year. I'm sure most of you will be aware that earlier DBT used to accept applications directly from academia. From last year or a couple of years, they made it that it has to come in collaboration with an industry. If you don't have a partner from industry, they don't give you funding. So I think something like that, more of such policies will come, then as a nation, all the academia will move towards that.
That's why I said the Ministry of Higher Education has to take a
absolutely.
step. UGC have to take a step so that as we said, it is as we are saying that because of ranking, some managements are forcing now to have an industry collaborated projects. Correct. So at least in that way we can improve our collaboration with the industries.
Correct. Sure.
Since we are focusing more on India now, let me talk. Okay. What I've seen in the last few years, what he says that I cannot literally agree, because IISc started its own incubation center. The professors start their own company with a postdoc, and they start doing their own industry, and they're applying for grants on their own industry application. So they're not coming to the industry and actually doing collaboration. So actually that backfired a lot. I mean, when you say industry academic collaboration, why should IISc should start their own company, a professor, right? So basically it's a counterproductive mechanism that has become. I'm looking at it. The IISc professors, all of them, have their own startup company, biotech company. They use postdocs to do it. Nirma can do it too, I mean, if they want to. But that is where the problem is coming. But I'll tell you, most of the industry in India is service-oriented. Whether you talk about drug manufacturing or R&D, basic R&D, basic innovation is like, as I said, somebody has to discover a novel drug target. If I want to screen those compounds from industry, right? But there are no novel targets in India. I have to borrow from West. All the novel targets that I'm using are borrowed from the West. The academia there are discovering novel targets. So in a service industry, if I buy a mass spec for about $200,000, $300,000, mass spectrometry, the high resolution mass spectrometry is probably more than $300,000 now. I don't remember the price. But if I buy $300,000 instrument as an industry person, I have to justify what is my return on investment, right? If I run 10,000 samples per month, my return on investment is 5 years later that I'll recover all the $300,000. By then, the company that makes the instrument, this is obsolete and they have a new instrument for me to buy. Okay, so we cannot compete with it unless we have academia industry. There should be some centers, but if you create some centers of excellence, they're not trained in GLP. So basically, I'm focused and struggling because I cannot collaborate with academia because they don't understand the GLP regulations.
Sorry to interrupt you there, but I think as an industry, don't you think it's our onus also to go and extend that help of training and those things?
I tried it. It doesn't work.
No, but
Sorry, I'm being blunt.
No, I completely understand. But the point here is, see, it's not just the way you described, I completely agree, but industry, it's like you're looking for a commercial outcome out of it. And that's why we are focused. We want to make profit out of it, right? Now, academia doesn't have that, most of the academia may not have that objective. Their job is to create talent pool. So unless we don't extend ourselves to them, and we are not open to them, we need to go and train them, right? That's the collaboration we are talking about.
No, you're talking about it, but when government is putting pressure on that, you go and collaborate with industry. Okay, I'll start my own company. That's what professor is doing.
Even professor, let him do it. I mean, even they
in a long run, it is not going to be.
It's going to be positive, but that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
Sorry to be.
No, absolutely. That's the whole purpose of this discussion. Yeah. So over to Dr. Thakur sir. Since we have come to the government initiative, so I'm sure you have worked on a lot of Indian Council of Agriculture research funded projects also. So what do you think from a government initiative? Do we have sufficient initiatives and intent from the government also to support more of this collaboration between industry and academia?
Said that now NRF ranking or UGC ranking is there for the universities. therefore they are coming with that type of interactions with the industries. But I have come across with the certain industrial persons that they come with certain motive that we want to have this type of results, and then there is no much progress ahead in the interaction because their motive is a different one and academia is a different one. But there are again two types of the university here in the India: government funded as well as the private universities. Government funded, they don't have crunch about the government funding, but government that spending of the money is restricted by certain norms of the government, and you can understand what type of purchase and what type of art being done, you can understand. So there is certain limitations is there, but still I believe that there should be the one chair of the private industry into the university. We have invited that certain industries should come forward and should have one professor emeritus from certain industry or the chair of the industry in the institute, so that there could be the good linkage with the industry and academia. So there is a lot of scope is there, and both sides have to come forward with open-minded.
Well
with
said,
the,
sir.
With the certain norms, whatever norms are there in that, but there should be some open-mindedness and
both ways only, then is possible. So yeah, so just Mani, 1 second. Before that, I would invite our fifth panelist who has just arrived, Dr. Srinivas Savale. And he has come at the right time. So we have talked about industry, we have talked about academia, we have talked about funding things and government initiatives. Now we have Dr. Srinivas, who is CEO with Atal Incubation Center, LMCP Foundation. So that's one of the initiatives many from the government is to create this incubation centers. So as a CEO of Incubation Center, Dr. Srinivas, why don't you also jump in and share your views, like in terms of startups, like what kind of a support we are giving, and how many industries and academia are becoming part of it. So are we really there as a center of excellence, extending support to both the industries, industry as well as academia?
Yeah, first of all, let me apologize to all of you for joining a little late. Sorry for that. And yes, when it comes to government support for promoting research, innovation and entrepreneurship, the incubation centers are one kind of a catalyzing agent, which is actually working as a bridge between industry and academia, especially for incubators which are situated in the higher education institutes. And in India, we already have traditionally Department of Science and Technology, Department of Biotechnology, having their technology business incubators. And now, for last 6 years, even Atal Innovation Mission came forward and established such incubation centers across India. And this actually works very well as a good connect between industry and academia, because now government has made this very strategically that if any higher education institutes wants to start an incubation center, they need to have ecosystem, and where industry is the core partner in this ecosystem. So you have, if I have to just give example of our incubation centers, so we have about 35 industries we have collaborated with. We being situated in LM College of Pharmacy, which is the premium pharmacy institute. Beyond that, we also have connections with R&D centers and even the universities, where basically to foster the innovation or bring the new ideas to market, you need the entire ecosystem to be developed. And that's where this industry-academia relationship is very, very important. That's just the first take on this particular topic. And yes, government is really bullish about it. Just to give you example, like we are talking about now Viksit Bharat by 2047, right? So, and that, now there is a lot of thrust on putting R&D spendings. So as of now, like if I remember the 21 numbers, we were spending just 0.7% of our GDP on R&D as a country.
0.65, even less than 0.7. Yeah.
Right. So I think now it is much, much larger. Though we are in top 5 economies, the spend is the lowest. Yeah. So now this is where industry, academia need to come forward. And industry, no doubt they are looking for something which is closer to commercialization. But academia is actually creating that knowledge which is long-term and sustaining and which can actually turn into benchmark for the society.
I agree. So I think at this point in time, in interest of time, let's open up for the audience. So feel free to ask any questions you may have. If you don't ask, I'll start asking you guys. So.
Come on, guys. Future of India has to wake up. Come on. Your future, we are done.
Please, can you just pass on the mic to?
Discuss the whole Indian scenario wherein we have a lag between the industry and the academics. What exactly goes on in the US? Do you guys have such a lecture or you guys can collaborate freely as you want?
There's a lot more freedom. Well, I can't say a lot more. I can't compare to India. I can talk about the U.S. where there are collaborations, and what I see is that there's definitely part of it being driven by the culture. That people educated in the U.S. in the academic field go into the industry. Because I have colleagues, where I did a postdoc, 80% of the postdocs went to industry. So they're at Merck, Novartis, BMS, Genentech, Takeda. They're all these different companies, and but they still interact. There's friendly interactions. They go to meetings. They email and contact, and so they're always interact with people who are in academia like me, and so that's where they start those connections and maintain them, the networking, and so there are some friendly interactions. So it doesn't change the goals. Yes, farm industry is definitely focused on making money, but they also know they need good people. So they look at ways to try to help out people in academia, and so that's where I see there are friendly interactions in that case, where there are collaboration or contracts go out, where they make connections, because they know they can always go back and tap that person. Hey, you got anybody getting trained soon who does this? And then they send out ads. They know that you're going to know people, like I'm going to know people who are in my fields. They know they contact me, and I send out either job announcement or CVs to people I know. So that's one thing, and I kind of mentioned it earlier, is that to some people that the scientific community is a lot smaller than you think. Science is huge, but the community is small, so networking connections you make are critical. So if you're looking for jobs, always ask people end up. That means there's a network there that's going to. So in the U.S., there's much more collegial in interactions.
But they also have ways of paying to support the research. So that's one difference. Another thing that may be a little different is thinking about one thing I brought up is, I'm not sure when it started, but probably about 10 years ago or something like that, the universities have also, many of them have created, they have different names, but they'll call them, like at UMS, they call it bioventures. And the goal there is actually, because universities look at patenting and copyrights as generating revenue. So what they do is they have incubators to support faculty to develop ideas. And at least in the U.S., these faculty members aren't going to do their own business because they're like, I love being a professor, help me develop this idea. And what they do is they sell it off to farm companies and other companies. They come and buy them up. And so that's where the universities have a way of teaching people, like they train faculty, and it's even open to students, get certification on how to patent ideas, develop them, make money. And usually they do is they do that first part and then sell it off and keep staying in academia. So part of it is on university level, but there's also from the federal government has grants that promote kind of interactions between the industry and academia with certain kind of strings that they're going to research has to happen in the academic field and stuff like that. So there are government efforts to do that. And in fact, NIH also has specific grants that are made. There's different levels where they'll give you $1 million to develop the first part of a project to make it marketable. And if you want, you can apply for a grant that's, I think it's like $5 million, where you develop to a higher level to where it's actually something you can walk out and sell in the street. Most academics get the first grant called like an SBIR, STIR. I forgot what the hell it stands for, but those grants actually, they'll develop that idea and then they sell it off. That happens a lot at my institution, where they develop a bioassay to detect acetaminophen toxicity from a blood test. So they develop and just show that this is marketable, and then a company buys it up. So there are government grants to help develop it, but there's also collegial interactions with small contracts that facilitate it. But again, I don't know if the culture that's there that promotes it. So how would that be created in India? I'm not sure. But there's definitely government level and institutional level where there's philosophical interest in making things work. And sometimes it doesn't, because I was at an ISSX meeting where some guy got an award and all stuff was up there and was telling industry that they need to invest more in academia because they were complaining about not having enough trained people. And he's saying, that's not our fault. You're going to have to somehow find ways to fund education, because if you want to succeed in your company, good people, we need to have a good educational system. So you need to think about solutions to help us out. So thinking creatively works. I know the other thing I've seen in Europe is that, especially with AI and data sciences, because farm industry has a lot of data that's proprietary, but a lot of really good data set. And importantly, in AI work, it's all structured the same. And that's critical when you do any kind of modeling. Data structure is a big problem because most data is different. So what they do in Europe, they have some hybrids between universities and farm companies. They share the data, and they'll develop AI models and discover drugs. And what they do is they keep the proprietary information for training the models secret for the company. So the company's going to benefit because they get the first dibs on those models that generated. But what happens is the government is promoting and paying for this collaboration where it benefits both the academics, essentially the basic science, but then also industry-developed products. So that's something that's really come, especially with the AI models and data science getting much stronger now. That's getting a lot of investment in Europe. I haven't seen it in the U.S., but that's where I see some kind of investment, different strategy, and thinking outside the box, which again, that's where in India we'll be looking at what are people doing elsewhere that we could actually start here. It would be something to think about, different kinds of models, and seeing what works. And it may not work now, it may work down the road, but to always be aware of those possibilities.
Yeah, can I say something here? Sorry. In 2015, when I started the company, it was in Karnataka, Bangalore. They had something called the BICEP program, state government. BICEP means government has some money allocated that they will pay. Any intern comes from the academic institute and work in my lab. Especially a startup, I like that idea because I don't have to pay these interns who are getting trained. I'm sorry for that, but that's how we all work together, right? Probably about for 3-4 years, I got at least about 15 to 16 interns worked in my lab, and they went back, and then I can't offer them jobs, full-time jobs, but they did get the jobs. So most of them are actually affiliated with academic institutes, and because government created the fund for those student training for 6 months in the lab, and then 6 months there's additional how the industry operates, coaching training also is there. So 1 year full program, diploma program, and it actually a lot of students benefited from it. But they discontinued it because it didn't look like that they could not afford it anymore, the government. So they discontinued the program. Ever since since 2020, I don't have any students coming like that. But they have to reinitiate these kind of programs. Maybe Gujarat also need to do it. These kind of government programs are very, very useful for kids like you who can come to industry, work in industry, learn what's happening in the industry. That will open up your minds as well.
So actually, we do have in the state of Gujarat, there is a department called GSBTM. So they do have this program in collaboration with DBT, and DBT actually runs it across country. So that program is like for 6 months. Biotech students and even pharmacy students can qualify for that. They can apply for internship. So for 6 months, you will be allocated some industry. You get to work there for 6 months. You get trained, and they will pay you some stipend. Even industry needs to pay something, but as a learning experience, it's great. And then after 6 months, if industry feels appropriate, then you can hire them. So that is still running from DBT. For a brief period, I consulted the Ministry of skill development. So for that, actually, what I have learned, just to share in few seconds, is like government is having so many schemes, and I would request Dr. Natesan also, maybe we can discuss later on. Only thing is government somehow, I don't know the reason, they are lacking in outreach. So many a times these schemes are not even known to neither academia, neither to industry. And I was like, so when they called me to consult them, and I was highly impressed. And but I had to tell them that my entire career I have spent in industry, and honestly, I never heard of any of those schemes in my entire career. So that's the outreach program, unfortunately, at that point in time. But in last few years, things have changed, and government has actually done a lot of outreach program also. But there are specific sites which I would request academic students to keep visiting them. We have GBRC, Biotech Research Center, and trust me, they do best training compared to any of the other states in this country. And they have state-of-art facility, and every month they are running some training programs only for students. I don't know how many of you have ever attended that, but you can apply for that, and they're nominal fees, and you can get trained. And you talk of sequencing to any biologics, everything you can get trained on, because that's the lab. They have done the mutation identification for all the variants of COVID-19 virus as well. So there are things, but I think there are lacunae in point of outreach, in terms of outreach, and I think that's what we need to work on. So,
sorry, Dr.
Yeah.
No, with regards to this training by GBRC, even some of our students also went and they are attending. It's not outreach, what the government is saying it, but the academia should come forward to take the students. But now what happens, especially, I'm not sure about other discipline, especially in pharmacy, if you see undergraduate level, they're totally packed with the syllabus. Because here the university has not, the Pharmacy Council of India has not given free hands to the universities. So we cannot change the syllabus. We have to follow strictly. From morning 8:45 to until 4, they are totally packed with the lectures and the practicals and tutorials. They don't have a time to think also, which is totally, I don't know, you may be accepting it, Dr. Srinivas. I think this is totally, in this culture, we are saying student-centered. The OBE, we are following it, but when it comes, it is not. In practical, it is not doing it here. So when I came India, after 17 years, I say there is not much difference in teaching pedagogy and the syllabus. It's same what I have completed in 1989.
Yeah,
same thing.
I totally agree with you in that sense, because I'm on board of studies at least for a couple of universities, biochemistry departments. And I tell them, in your curriculum, put 1 year for coursework and 1 year for practical hands-on training elsewhere.
Yes. That's
but they said they can't do it because the government policies require them, they have to complete these many courses, these many credits over 2 years. They can't do it.
But many, I think, from the Board of Studies point of view, of late there has been a change. I think it's like some ratio, 70% you can have your UGC curriculum, and another 25 to 30% you can actually design as per the industry requirements. Dr.
But
Srinivas,
not in PCA.
In PCA,
it is a lengthy. It is.
Right.
We cannot take the inputs from the industry, we cannot take the inputs from the corporate world. So to change the syllabus, it's a very difficult process, especially where the council is there. Suppose pharmacy council,
Yes.
council, medical council. They
I agree. Only in biotechnology, because I'm on board of studies for MS University also, and for sure I think they have done it. Or maybe they don't fall under any of the councils.
We were just sorry to interrupt. We were talking about NEP. Still, pharmacy couldn't able to
do it.
Do it the NEP.
For undergraduate students, it is a defined syllabus is there that they have to complete within the stipulated time. But for postgraduate, we can have the interaction with the industry, and then the students can be trained in the industry.
No, sir. That is the industry training they are going for. 3 months they are going. It is in a requirement for the Pharmacy Council of India. Before they graduate, they should complete 3 months of industrial training. And if any student want to do the project there, we are extending the training up to 6 months. But again, there is a one point there by the Pharmacy Council of India. The student have to come and do a research project in the campus. That's why that is the thing. This Pharmacy Council of India have to be a bit freedom has to be given to the universities, or so that they can design the syllabus. Till now, we are all talking about AI. Still, it is not included in the pharmacy curriculum. Now, if you see almost all pharmaceutical industries, whether it is in a production or in a R&D, they all started implementing AIs. But in academia, whether we are teaching, it's again a big question mark.
So, over to you, Dr. Srinivas, and then in interest of time, very quickly we'll proceed for the conclusion.
I just
I think let only one mic be there. You can take a rest of it. Just pass it on.
Yeah, but I cannot speak without mic, so I need it. Just to put some perspective, see, situation is not that dire, not that bad. We have a lot of positives coming up, and that's where now institutes and universities are trying to go for autonomy. And once they are autonomous, they are trying to also bring in new courses, different insights, and also structuring to engage more and more industries in their curriculum. So just to give one good example, we ran a second batch of a course called Biologics and Biosimilars Drug Development and Drug Product Development. So it's with the we did it as a certificate course, but you will not believe, out of 70 contact hours, 50 contact hours were by industry persons. So the engagement of industry is also willing to come and join hands with academia for, again, they are not getting trained manpower, as Mani was mentioning. So this is the right way to join hands, understand the industry's problems, what they are facing, and join hands with them to design such curricula, design such courses, which caters to the industry's requirements. So it's win-win for both. You bring in a lot of current know-how to the students and to the academia. At the same time, these are like ready to work kind of a workforce, or the scientific task force that goes to the industry. So some initiatives have been happening, and industry also coming forward. It's not earlier, I agree with you, even to get into the formal training, industry was very averse. They were not accommodated. Now things are changing. They also have realized high time now that they cannot work without academia now. And as Miller was mentioning about the US culture, I see many of the universities now are having even global types. So the same culture is now becoming global now. So in many of the private universities in India also you find the similar mindset. So developing the IPs, developing the assets at the academia, and selling those IPs to the industry for commercialization. So both parties work on their strengths for the mutual benefit.
All right. So, okay, Mani. In interest of time, let's start with Srini. In just 2 sentences, please tell from a startup point of view where the future lies. Just in 2 sentences, and then we'll move on. Go ahead.
startup point of view, the future
So
is...
where is the future? I mean, where do you see 5 years from now where we would be as a country?
As a country?
Yeah.
I think we are already progressing very swiftly. As we just to give numbers, in Global Innovation Index, in like last 8 years, we have jumped almost 40 places.
Yeah.
We are at now 39.
39 place, yeah, that's
right. But as I said, the focus on the R&D, which is commercializable, that's where the focus is going on. So in next 5 years, I'm sure we'll be one of the top 3 startup economies in the world.
All right, thank you. Dr. Thakur, sir, from academia perspective, what are the couple of things which you feel should change in next few years so that this collaboration will improve? Just few suggestions
At least
from
in
your
the
experience.
academics, they have to include the course curriculum for training to the training of the undergraduate students or the PG students into the industry, in the selected industry, so that they can have the hands-on training, because certain instruments are not there in the academics because of the limitation. So the students will get the hands-on training. They will be well equipped, skilled, so that their placement will be very good one, or higher chances will be there. And I see that with this NRF ranking and other ranking, the industry academics will come closer to the industry.
Thank you. So Mani, we heard your views on academia. What industry needs to do so that these things can change in a positive way?
Yeah, I think universities should have adjunct professors from industry. That will help them to come and teach courses who actually students can benefit on the current state. When I joined for my graduate studies program in Canada at MS level, this was in 1981, right? I didn't have to study biochemistry, Leninger or Harper. The professor used to come with me, the latest publications, and ask me questions about it, rather than give me questions and solve the problems in that. I never used to read textbooks anymore, right? And I also at MSc level, I was fully trained. My boss said, my PhD advisor said, you need at least 1 or 2 publications before you get an MSc degree. We don't have that kind of a system here. So you need to know how to think on your own, write your own publications, and that is what the future we need for graduate studies level. And I think that can help, that can be done only when industry people are adjunct professors at academia. Okay? That will help the students to understand what industry requires.
Got it. Grover, from US perspective, just a couple of things which you feel which has worked fantastically in US to promote this industry academia collaborations, which we can actually adapt here in India.
Well, from my interactions, the perception kind of fits a lot with Mani said. It's that India does a lot of, everything's focused on service. There's a lot of manufacturing here, and ideas come from Europe or somewhere, and it gets done here and generated. But what I believe is that there's significant potential in India to lead on many issues. And it doesn't seem like there's enough structure to leverage all that capacity and that potential in India. What I'm excited about hearing is some of the things that Mani said and others that is present in the U.S. and Europe. And one is that hearing about the integration of industry interests in the education system. And so that helps students get an idea of what industry needs and how they can train for certain jobs. And also, and this is important, maybe you don't want to go into industry. So it's one way to find out. Is that exposure, because the earlier you get exposed to all your job opportunities, you're going to find out what you really want to do, and you'll excel at it. So finding ways like the adjunct professor, that's very common, where farm companies will have, people at farm companies will have adjunct positions and teach. For example, as I mentioned before, the FDA has a research center down the road from me. They are actually adjunct professors that teach in classes all about regulatory science and what FDA wants to do. First-hand training. But also I think some of these other ways of integrating a curriculum and interest, teaching on stuff, that's kind of critical because that's investing in the future leaders of tomorrow. And if they get a mindset of how to interact between industry and academia, and maybe start building that culture that exists in other countries, where there's a friendly interaction, where we have a common interest in making safer drugs. Some people want to do it from a basic science perspective. Some want to develop marketable products. But there's common interest, and so people freely interact with one another. So that'd be something that would be important to build in India, so that actually builds a future for y'all, where India can actually lead on a lot of these issues.
Thank you, Grover. So now, Dr. Gopal, you have spent considerable time in Malaysia, and now you are leading here in Nirma Institute of Pharmacy, and a lot of positive change and a lot of things have changed. So just in a couple of sentences, if you had to describe few learnings from Malaysia, if you want to implement here, what would be those things? And also, where do you see in next few years, what are the few changes which you see would be there in Institute of Pharmacy here at Nirma?
Yeah, thank you. As Dr. Mani says, we have already started looking the people from industry and appoint as adjunct professors, or we have started already creating a master classes with just 1 or 2 credits, so that the gap between the industry and academia should be closed, so that we can work on that. The second one, which I was requesting my faculties at the Institute of Pharmacy, is don't just go behind the publication or patent, just go for commercialization. That one commercialization, as Dr. Snehal is working a lot of projects with the industries. So we have started up that part already in our institute, and hope in another 5 years, as Dr. Srinivas says, our incubation center also now we got approved, and we are moving further forward. So hope we will get more projects from the industries also, and we can work in out. So hope we will do it. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Ganeshan, and thank you, Dr. Nateshan, and let's have a big round of applause for all our panelists. And again, see, this was the whole purpose of having the panel discussion. There could be disagreements, but at the end, we really want this collaboration to work, right? And if we all agree, then there's no growth. So we need to have some disagreement. So I'm glad that we had a very open discussion. And since we had such a discussion, you can make out that actually there are some challenges and there are many opportunities for industry academia collaboration. Okay, so let's hope that in future, in years to come, this will grow more stronger. And rather than giving examples of Harvard and MITs and Cambridge, we will have similar or even better examples to give from India. Universities from India, academia from India doing same kind of research, and maybe someday we'll have some Nobel Prize also in science from India, who knows. So a big round of applause for all our panelists. Very quickly, would request Dr. Gyanendra Singh to present the memento to our panelists. To start with Dr. Gopal Nateshan, can you present a memento? Thank you, Dr. Gyanendra. Thank you. May I now request Dr. H.B. Patel to come over and present a memento to Dr. Subramaniam Mangala. May I now request Dr. Snehal Patel to present a memento to Dr. Ashwin Thakur, sir. And Dr. Snehal, I would also request you to present a memento to Dr. Srinivas Savale. And would request all the panelists to just pose for the photograph. If you can come right in the front of the stage and stand up. I'll also stand without any. So for a moderator, there is no memento, so it's okay. right, so thank you all the panelists and thanks to all the audience. Very quickly, let's move on to our next session. Would request the moderator, Dr. Snehal Patel, to moderate the session. Over to you, and he would introduce our next speaker. Yeah.
कभी ऐसा हो तो डेट से देखिए माइक तो काम करेगा ना
So, good afternoon, one and all present here. So, next session, now we are having with us Dr. Gnanendra Singh, sir. So, Dr. Gnanendra earned his PhD in toxicology from CSIR Central Drug Research Institute and JNU, New Delhi. After qualifying NET and GET examination, he later moved to USA to pursue his postdoctoral research in area of toxicology and molecular biology. Currently, he is scientist at ICMR Institute, NIH, Ahmedabad. He is expert in toxicology and occupational health. He also serves as the editor-in-chief of the Journal of Metabolomics and Systemic Biology and associate editor of Universal Journal of Biotechnology and Bioinformatics. He has one national and one international patent on his account, and he has been honored with international fellowship to attend several training and conference abroad. He has been on editorial board of several global famous journals. He has also previously been honored with a full American College toxicology membership. During 2019 to 20, he was visiting scientist at University of Pittsburgh Medical Center, USA. He has several grants on his account and has mentored several master dissertation, including PhD, MD, and MS. He was working with many projects like in the area of advanced toxicology and molecular biology. So with this brief introduction, I welcome you, sir, to deliver your talk on heavy metal-induced oxidative damage, insights into NRF2 signaling and associated pathway. Welcome you, sir.
Hello? Yes. Okay, thank you very much, Snehal madam. Thank you. It's all been a pleasure to deliver talks on these platforms when the eminent scientists are there. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee, particularly Dr. Snehal and Dr. Barot, for having me here. So you have heard all the eminent speaker in the morning, right? Definitely something would be above your head. I understand. Once I was a student also, right? Saas bhi kabhi bahu thi, right? So we all have gone through the same phase. I was a student, most of the lecture was going above my head. But believe me, these are all hard work. They poured their knowledge in a 30 or 45-minute session. I understand that thing. But that's their duty. That's our duty to give you the advancement. Otherwise you will think it's a textbook thing, right? So that's why never miss those things. Okay, so move on. अब कैसे move करूँगा भाई? आपका तो चल ही नहीं रहा है pointer. मूव होगी स्लाइड, बस स्लाइड चाहिए एक बार को. उधर नहीं है पोर्ट. तो उड़ नहीं आएगा कॉपी नहीं हुआ फिर डिलीट कर देना इसमें डेटा है ना इसलिए डरता हूँ डेटा उड़ गया तो भाई मुझे बहुत अब लगा दीजिए उसको पॉइंट पे कर दीजिए ये डॉक्टर से sorry for the inconvenience that what happens with digital technology Okay, again, guys, focus. This is for you only. Okay? Okay, so Paracelsus, pharmacy student must be knowing about this man, right? Father of toxicology from 1493 to 1541. All things are poisonous and nothing is without poison. Only the right dosage permits something not to be poisonous, right? Widely said. Overeating, less eating is always bad. So that's what drugs is. That's what drugs are for. So dose makes the poison. Therapeutic effects, you started with increasing dose, you will have toxic effects. Even you take with, the paracetamol dose, 450 milligram per kg body weight, and you keep on increasing, and if you exceed the dosage, you will have toxic effects. That's what sir has said. The money sir has said in the morning. Hepatotoxicology, around 50%. So yeah, all they have to go for biotransformation. First pass, second pass. Thalidomide disaster, because before I start, I will have to make you sure that you understand what I'm talking. The thalidomide disaster had all border toxicity testing. All testing have been changed after that incident. It was happened in around 1950, early 50s, 60s. So an estimated around 8,000 to 12,000 infants were born with deformities caused by thalidomide, and only about 5,000 of these survived beyond childhood. Phocomelia, this drug causes phocomelia. That time testing agency was not that regulated, and nobody knew about this thing, right? It was just science was evolving at that time. So what happened? It was always there some animal model, but the species requirement was not there because nobody knew this thing. So only rat was there. So in this drug, what happened? It has two enantiomers, R and S. So in vivo, it has to be on R enantiomer. But what happens in rat? It does not change. So they were S is used as an sedative for pregnant women to dealing with morning sickness. So it was thought it was a wonderful drug, and it was wonderful before it causes those things. And when it was tested after 2 years in rabbit model, it turned out to be that it transformed from R to S enantiomer, and S is teratogenic. So from there, it fueled the fire to have some regulatory agency having different model system, rat, monkey, dogs. Dogs are made for cardiotoxicity. If you have a drug that is supposed to be for treating blood pressure and all these cardiac issues, it has to be treated in beagle dogs, not on monkeys. So that's how this toxicity or toxicology branch began. So in fact, the thalidomide is a useful drug today. Used to treat leprosy or multiple myeloma. They're a wonderful drug. It's in market now to treat these things. So see, what you have made is now used for different purposes. So nothing was wrong at that time, and nothing is absolutely right in the time. It's all, the time scenario. So these are some examples of birth defect at that time that happened. It was all over the newspaper, all over the channel. So these are the different type of malformation caused due to that drug. So that's why it was said that if you are pregnant, if you are on first trimester, do not take any medicine unless you have been advised by your medical practitioner, because it will cost a lot. So in PhD, I'm just briefing. In a PhD, I've done on reproductive toxicology, particularly like Manisha said, you have to have a industry collaboration. So we were having a collaboration with that drug, and they asked us to build an in vitro testing system that can screen out different compounds, because there are so many compounds. If you go for in vivo, it will take years, and so much animals would be wasted. So we try to have in vivo system. It's called rat hole embryo culture. You put embryo after 11th hour, 11th day, you put in the petri dish with different concentration of drugs and let it go for 24 hours incubation with different drugs, and after 24 hours they have different parameters. You see it whether it fits, it causes toxicity or not, and then you can prioritize your compounds. That it has to go for in vivo, it has to not to go for in vivo, and you have to just discard those compounds. So that's how I started. These are for students only, not for faculties. What do you think, which one is the better embryo? The left one or the right one? Left one from here, not yours. This or right? What do you think, which is the most deformed embryo? Left or right? How many? Raise hands. 4, 5. So it means rest of the people believe is the right one, who is more malformed? Arey, kuch to bolo, it's an interactive session, right? Come on. This is a simple thing. What do you think? Right way is more deformed. That's what it looks. Left is comparatively okay, right? See, this is our perception. Neither were good. The right one is the normal embryo. So this is our perception about toxicology. What you today is thinking, this is good, this is okay, would not be in coming years. Will tell you, no, what you have taken, that was not okay, that was not better. But today, what we are drugs we are coming to the market, they are good, because it's our perception. That's why I brought this thing. So background. So come on, I work on heavy metals. So if I again go for heavy metals. How many of you guys are drinking RO water or bottled water? Anyone? Sab peete hain, right? Okay. So why do we need that clean water? What's the point of spending money on bottled water or reverse osmosis water? Anyone? Chlorine, good, very good. Sulfate ions.
And some very positive ions like magnesium. So we should treat hard water.
Hard water, the summation of those salts makes hard water. Anyone having different opinion about this RO water or bottled water?
I think mostly lead and other contaminants.
Sir, you are expert. Whenever you start, you always say the right thing. There's no question about it. I'm talking about this student because since these are most of the students, so I want to wake them up. So anyone apart from this, sulfate ions, chlorines, magnesium, and anything else? Microbial contamination. Why you guys are not opening? Yes, microbial contamination, right? Microbial contamination, heavy water, right? It does not taste good. If you go for any tap water, borewell water, it does not taste good because it contains all these impurities. Impurities, we say impurities. In other terms, scientific terms, is heavy metals, is chlorinated water. It has so many stuff that our body does not require at all, right? It's all wasted. Our body keeps on fighting with those things. It causes free radical formation. So again, it's a bad thing. Okay, this thing is done. What is TDS then? Whenever a service engineer comes to our house and starts with our RO machine, it always says this is a TDS. I'm going to lower it by 100. I'm to take it 300. What does it mean? Anyone? TDS? What is TDS? See, हम रोज use करते हैं. Daily, all the time we are drinking water. We don't know what is TDS. The service guy came and goes without having any clue. TDS. Yes. Total dissolved solids. Total dissolved. I said why. It's a total dissolved solids, right? Okay, so what is total dissolved solids? Again, solute, solvent, right? It's a solid thing, right? Again, what is 100, what is 300? What should be the lower limit? What should be the upper limit? Anyone? What is the upper limit of this RO water that we are having in our homes? And what is the lower limit that you cannot go beyond that? Anyone? Quick the wild guess over. Yes. 50, 50. ठीक है नहीं ठीक है, at least he said 50 नहीं, आप you make it 100. 50 would be like distilled water, so your body won't be having enough salts, and so the water will look sweet, but it does not have any meaning. It has to have salt to balance our pH. pH to है ना body का buffering. So how your body will work is a buffering thing. We need salts, we need solutes. So it should not be less than 100 in any case. Do not do this thing, and should not be more than 5 times of 100 is 500. Okay, so it should not be 100. It should. Acha, what is this 100 and 500? What is the suffix? What is the unit? Unit parts for me. Excellent. Clap. Shabash. It's ppm. Yes, it's 100 ppm because solutes, right? ppm, parts per million. Very good. So always your cutoff should not be less than 100, and it should not be more than 500. That I always teach, right? So 100 to 500 is fine. You can go for a little bit 600, but never go beyond 100. Your body, it's no use of your body. It would be a extra burden on your kidney. Again, osmosis, right? Buffering, it will change buffer. You keep on working hard to put solute to have optimum buffer. Okay, so I'm starting with arsenic, right? The guys drinking arsenic. So heavy metalloid, highly toxic semi-metal element found with other metals in natural deposit. Found in food, water, and soil. If you are drinking, definitely it would coming in food, in flowers, in fruits. Occurs in two different forms, organic and inorganic. We are not talking about organic, we are talking about inorganic. That comes from the environment. Inorganic arsenic comes from industrial, agriculture, and groundwater, right? This eastern part of India, Bangladesh, Thailand, all have been highly contaminated with arsenic contamination. It's not because of anthropogenic. Anthropogenic means human. It's about the natural. All these mountains, I would say before 20,000 years, they all now shedding their arsenic in the oceans. And oceans, they are getting into the land through rivers and vice versa. So absorption of the human body through GI tract, GI is gastrointestinal, lungs and skin. So our groundwater with an average depth of 10 to 60 meters contain arsenic. Can you believe that? If you are digging deeper, you will get more arsenic because it's been for ages. Over 85% of drinking water sources in rural regions comes from groundwater, and now 85% from rural water, and 85% would be contaminated with arsenic. Now you can see the scenario. So our rural people are more largely affected with arsenic contamination rather than the urban one. Urban one is other stuff. Most of the arsenic we ingest comes from drinking water, but many forms of arsenic can also be found in food and wine. Wine, definitely, if it is coming in fruits, definitely you are getting the same. It's a business cycle. Chronic and acute exposure of arsenic, cardiovascular hepatotoxicity, dermal neurologic disease, and also causing has been reported. In my own lab, we are seeing this thing, and it has been reported from last 20-30 years. So it's a group 1 carcinogens. IRC has 4, 1A, 2A, B, and 4 carcinogens. So percent limit of arsenic worldwide is 0.01 milligram per liter or 10 ppb if you go for parts per billion. Now, if you go and if you do it by yourself, you see it is in milligrams. So arsenic is so much there in the water. So these are a cycle: anthropogenic activities, industrial emission and runoff, arsenic cycle, fertilizer and pesticides, leaching down to arsenic compound, and then been taken up by plants and trees, comes to human carcinogens, volatile to the air, then this volcanic eruption. Again, this is a cycle that keeps on going, and we cannot avoid it. This is scenario in India. Heavy metal pollution is the freshly deposited sediments of the Yamuna River, the Ganges River tributary. Our case study from Delhi and Agra urban center. See these lead, nickel, iron, copper, chromium, cadmium, everywhere. State scenario of the pollutant and proposed study. See in Gujarat, December 2019, iron, chromium, cadmium, lead, copper, nickel, everything was there. See in Rajasthan, it's a nearby district. Is fluorine coming in the borewell water? Now you believe if you are drinking this thing, even a glass of water, 250 ml, you are done. So, yes, problem is higher in magnitude. What is heavy metal? Is it heavy to carry? Suppose I am giving 1 kg of heavy metal, it's 2 kg now. What is heavy metal? If I am talking about heavy metal, yes, please. Very good. And heavy, na? It's heavy, so it means definitely it had a more density. Shabash, yeah, very good. Heavy metal having an atomic number weight greater than a density than 5 gram molecule weight above 20 atomic number is heavy metals. And if a density 5 gram per centimeter cube in a closed thing is heavy metal. Many of the metals are essential for the proper function of biological system where they are usually required in trace element. Metals such as sodium, potassium, calcium operates as essential charge. Ions, for neurotransmission, muscle contraction. Blood, urine, hair are the most accessible tissues for measuring metal exposure. In some assays, they require your hairs to be tested for arsenic. If your hairs are positive for arsenic, it means you are heavily contaminated with arsenic. You had to be decontaminated for arsenic by having their procedures. This Discorates, a Greek physician who lived in the 1st century, wrote that lead makes the mind give away. Roman Empire declined due to lead poisoning. It was said that because they have a cognitive defect. So what when they were throwing the spear, they thought that the other army is around 50 meter or 20 meter, and they threw it. But actually it was 200 meter. So what happened? The spear goes down, and the other army attacked. They were having bare hands. So that was the reason the whole Roman Empire died, because they were having lead utensils. They carry with them, they cook, they eat, they drink, everything was the lead. And now it's been proven lead is neurotoxic. My lab, I work on hexavalent, arsenic, cadmium, and chromium. So hexavalent chromium 6 is widely used in industries such as in leather tanning, manufacturing chrome, sulfate paints, dyes, and so on. So we are having your shoes, is leather shoes, right? Leather has been treated by chromium salts, particularly hexavalent. 6 valency. What? Chromium 6 is not toxic if you say per se, but when you ingest chromium 6, it goes down to chromium 3. During that reduction process, it creates free radical oxygens, and that what makes you what you makes you healthier or toxic? Toxic, right? Free radical oxygen, oxidative stress, free radicals. Yes. Apart from this, chromium crosses blood-brain barrier and may result in neurotoxicity. Induced neurotoxicity may change its composition of cytoskeleton, proteins, hyperphosphoprotein, and so on. It starts a battery of events. A mechanism behind chromium-induced neurotoxicity immunity involves oxidative stress with increase in free radicals, lipid peroxidation or with decrease in SOD, and other antioxidant includes reduced glutathione. Enzymes. Aap kahan ja rahi hai? Where are you going? What? You are not liking these lectures? You think it's a waste of your time? So then sit down. Please sit down, sit down. We came all the way, right, to enrich you with something. Even if you take one sentence from any of the talk, more than enough. Nobody gets 100%. Believe me. Even if we study if we read a paper, we don't get 100%. Right, in first time, 50-60%. Then we go for another. What do we want? Then we get 100%. So same thing is happening for you. But enzymes. You know how this body works. When you eat food, what would happen? It breaks into the smaller particles, and certain enzymes gets into the food, right? It breaks up, sends the signal, okay, now this is the time to bring some enzyme, break, and gets to the energy, rest, deposited, rest, eliminated from the alimentary canal. So that's how it works. So it's very good to have those things. Groundwater consumption, there was a famous story. Okay, now you understand, I know, you need movies. So there is a movie called Andrek Bokwich. It was made in 2000 based on the Hinkley groundwater consumption incident. To cut the story short, so what happened, this PG&E, Pacific Gas and Electric Company, used to dump their chromium waste from 1972 onwards. After 10 years, they started seeing more number of stomach cancer, elementary cancer. So then, NIH team came, and they FDA, and then they found out that was the chromium that causes a sudden increase in stomach cancer, and they sued it and for undisclosed amount. And there's a movie made on this based on this incident, and Julia Roberts, she played a lawyer role in this movie, and you will see how these things work. So from that onwards, FDA made a clear distinction That's a 10 microgram per hour, and you cannot throw any of your waste on any barren lands. You have to take permission, and there are detoxifying processes to make it less toxic. Then it can be disposed properly. So that was a movie. At least see that movie. You will get so much of things. It's a beautiful thing. Some pictures of arsenicosis. You see the hands, teeth. Some lead poisoning, and these are the Japanese farmers. More pictures. Sources of heavy metal pollution, right? Agriculture, fertilizers, mining. Yes, you keep on digging more and more. Smelting, fossil fuel, waste disposal, corrosion, metallurgical industries. What do you think? What you are running, what you are using, it's of no cost. No, it costs to the environment, and that is coming back to us. Arsenic-induced organ specificity, so it affects each and every organ. Arsenic, in general. I'm not getting into this thing. It altered everything. Reactive oxidation species, antioxidant system, alteration in gene expression, signal, chromosomal aberration, DNA repair. Oxidative stress. What is oxidative stress? I'm talking from last 50 minutes. What is oxidative stress? Anyone? You know stress, right? You get a stress because you have to sit here. The stress. You have to sit here in the same position is stress because your professor must be watching you. You are not asking questions. Is stress. So that is stress, if you say in a biological way, it's a oxidative stress. Mental stress, right? I have a seminar tomorrow. I'm mental stress. I have a wonderful meeting with my boss. Mental stress. Postdocs always are in stress, right, sir? PhD students, when there is a meeting, they are always in stress. Oh, this data or that data. So normal cell, it looks like this thing. When free radicals damage all component cells with oxidative stress. And if these things happen daily and every minute, what you think? Body has a limited resources, not unlimited. Nothing has unlimited, and everything has an unspent electron in an orbital, atomic orbital, right? So same thing happens in this thing. This is a general mechanism of heavy metal, xenobiotic metals, depletion of glutathione, damage to entire system, generation of in 3 arms: lipid, protein, and DNA. You don't want it happen to your DNA. Genotoxicity. One mutation will cost you everything. Okay, tell me one thing. If you have done PCR, what is the chances of having mismatch in PCR? PCR to kara hoga, PhDs? Anyone PhDs? No? No PhD? No masters? After 10 to power 6 cycle, there is a one mismatch in PCR, in your artificial machine as well. When everything is in controlled way, even though there is one part, so you think the body, 10 to power 9 repairs every minute. Can you believe that? 10 to power 5 cells, or I would say 10 trillion cells dies every day because of this thing, apoptosis. Cell repair system. If you cannot repair, dump it, 10 to power 9. Can you believe that? This type of body has given by the Almighty. If we are, insulting it, then nobody can protect us. Natural compounds. Then comes in the picture natural compound. If there is a problem, must be a solution. You have to find it. So natural compounds are the solution. What we think, believe. We have selected some 8 and 9 natural compounds, and what we are seeing, I will show you. So these are the oxidative stress parameters that usually people do, and we are also, trying to repeat in our lab, and we got wonderful results. So I will start with this because I'm not taking much of time. So heavy metal causes toxicity of potassium and antioxidants. So heavy metal, any heavy metals, but I'm taking about cyanic chromium because we have studied this thing so far. It raises ROS, causes cell toxicity and inflammation, and there is an NRF2, nuclear factor erythroid 2 protein. It's a master regulator. It's a NLPR3 inflammasome. It imbalances everything, and that is the problem where this all things started. If you somehow correct it, somehow you will get the good effects. I will not get into the details because I think you guys are not interested in this. It's a cytoplasm. I've written at the nucleus. What happens when there is oxidative stress? This key protein is in with close proximity with NRF2. There is a stress. It separates apart. In a normal condition, it keeps on getting ubiquitination, means degraded, being utilized by the body again. But when this is disturbed, it gets into the nucleus and turn out all this additional machinery. We call antioxidant animated ARE. So we started a simple experiment. We thought let's try it in mice. It's Swiss albino mice, white mice. N is equal to 5 mice per group, that is requirement. 12 weeks, 12 days acclimatization. Then we have 5 groups. Group 1 vehicle control, sham control, whatever you say, negative control. Then group 2, group 3, group 4, 5, all are being exposed with arsenic. And then our 3 compounds in each group to see which one is better. And the first thing we wanted to make sure that the heavy metal that we have exposed to the mice are actually getting into the organs or not. So I have taken 2 organs, kidney and liver, and you could see the control, because we have not given anything, it's in the range. While we have given arsenic alone, it goes to that liver. That's why I put it red, dangerous in both kidney and liver. While with our individual antigen, it comes down. So it shows that somehow our natural compounds are absorbing this arsenic and take it out from the body. That's how this AAS, atomic absorption microscopy, has shown this thing. And then these are our antioxidant. MDA, malonidehide, is a lipid peroxidation. When there is a problem in lipid genesis, that comes in picture. And PCG, protein carbonate content, it shows how much protein has been damaged. And this all comes in picture, and you show whenever there is arsenic, it goes up. When there are the natural compound treatment, it goes down in all these groups, co-protected groups. Same with SOD levels, glutathione transferase, GSA glutathione, and then COMET assay. This COMET is a very good assay. It's called single gel electrophoresis. It says how much DNA has been damaged. Acha, COMET to suna hoga. You have heard COMET, right? COMET. What does it COMET means? What it shows? What you see in the sky if there is a comet? Shooting star. Breaking of star. So what happens? It goes in this way. Tail. So larger the tail, greater the damage. Same thing is here. If there is long tail, means greater damage. So that's how we have to see. Olive tail movement. Greater damage, less damage. Or damage has been counteracted by our flavonoids, by our natural compounds. Head DNA percentage means if something is disintegrating, there is a long tail, definitely there will be a less head circumference. Same here. So here this is an opposite. Head less, more protective effects. Less DNA damage. NR2 gene efficient, you always go for molecular biology. So it's a master regulator. We think when there is arsenic bombardment, exposure, it goes down. The expression of gene goes down. It's mRNA level. And when you have antioxidant, it rose up to the normal levels and even more. So that shows is the protective effect. So another study we took, okay, this is a single matter, but in real scenario, we don't get exposed to single matter. We exposed to so many things. So we thought, let's have arsenic and chromium together. We'll see what happens. There is a towards realistic situation. So now we have a bigger group. So group 1 to group 8. So group 1 control 2 chromium alone, 3 arsenic alone, then group 4 chromium and arsenic, then group 5 to 7 our individual compounds, and group 8 everything with every compound. We'll see what happens. How much is compensating. Again, start with the liver. See different chromium, arsenic, and the last group is our protective flavonoid with all groups. And we see there is a 40% reduction in the heavy metals load. So it means somehow our flavonoids are making it down, the toxic effects. These octave parameters we study, carbonate content, malonidehide, catalase, glutathione transferase, superoxide dismutase, reduced glutathione, total proteins, total thios we call it. And the histopathology, we could see, this is beautiful. Similar, it means it has been reversed, the toxic effect has been reversed by flavonoids. Now gene expression, we have some more gene expression analysis. SERT1, it's a master regulator that starts just before the NRF2. NRF2 gene is there. Then HO1, heme oxygenase 1. NQ1, NADP, oxygenase 1. Cassette, we wanted to see whether this promotes apoptosis or it inhibits apoptosis. We know heavy metals definitely would be causing toxic effect in the body. Must be cells dying. This one going up with our flavonoids, it goes down. It means our natural products are anti-apoptotic. It doesn't want a cell to die, it repairs the cells. So this is the gist of the study. So we have 2 heavy metals, 2 weeks of treatment with simultaneously co-treated with these 3 natural compounds: liver, modern oxidative stress indices, histology, DNA degradation, and that results in a positive read. This is we draw a graph on this thing, how this heavy metals could have gotten into the system and could have done all this bad thing to the cell. This is our heavy metals study that's already been published. So conclude our study with that, PHL is fluoretine, biocanine, and coenzyme Q10. It's available in the market. Combination is beneficial for alleviating multiple liver complications against chromium and arsenic-induced cytotoxicity through their antioxidation and anti-apoptotic properties in experimental models. Our findings support the notion that the therapeutic and prophylactic effects of these selected antioxidants are due to their free radical scavenging property through activation of SIRT1, NF2, H1, and Q1 pathways. So these are our publication. So I'm not talking, I'm publishing also. So it's not like the Sarah is giving so much data. What's the point? See, 24, Halion, and all this, all are above 3 impact factor journals, and within 1 year. These are publications from last 2 years. I'm just putting. These are patents internally patented with IIT Kharagpur. We have developed a sensor device to differentiate between asthma and COPD, and this is one been filed. This is an international patent. Second one, a paper-based diagnostic method for differentiating asthma COPD overlap syndrome from asthma and COPD. Sometimes clinicians get confused with asthma or COPD. COPD is mostly smoke, second-hand smoke, occupational health thing. While asthma is in children as well. So how would you differentiate? So we have some kit. And these are my collaborator, IIT Kharagpur, Industrial Toxicology Research Center, National Forensic Scientist, Gandhinagar, and CHB University Kanpur. Funding ACS, definitely India, ICMR, DHR. And this is safety first. So what do you think? Have I achieved my goals? No, because you did not understand. So my question is now. So what you think my study has given you a clue what you should be doing in your routine work. The heavy metals contamination you cannot avoid. You can only avoid when you see it's coming. Unless if you are eating something, you are not going for a restaurant. Say, no, I don't want this thing because it has come from Bangladesh. Must be contaminated with arsenic or chromium. Or this is from that place which is highly contaminated with heavy metals. So what you should do, or I would say what you must do, is having vegetable intakes. Fruit, these are all, these are natural compounds. It's found in apple, berries, grapes, carrots, radish. These are all isolated compounds. Because they are pure compounds, that's why they are giving good effect. But again, what nature has provided, you should eat it. So my theory is that if you have this heavy metal, you should be having 3 servings of fruits and vegetables in your diet. You start from today onwards, you will see the difference. Because somehow it absorbs, it chelates out here from body, so you will having no or minimum harmful effect because of this exposure. So that was my gist. That's why I'm telling you, do not rely on much of your fast food. It's not going to give you any relief. Fruits and leafy vegetables is what these natural compounds are made of. So these are the real soldiers who can protect you from these kind of things. Okay? So from now onwards, fruits and vegetables, at least 3 servings. Morning mein to fruits lene because it's your empty stomach, everything is clean, you have it in your intestine, you get it absorbed, throw it out from alimentary canal. Sabse badhiya. Okay? That's why people are having kya lete laxative. In toxicology, what you do for laxative if your stomach gets upset? Heavy food means?
Like bread.
Light, yes.
Butter, cheese, and any other heavy food.
Yes, good. Have more water intake then. And yes. And have more fibers.
Have more fibers and light food like rice, curd,
Yeah, because that will good in buffering your alimentary canal pH. Yes. We have different pH Blood has different pH. Every organ has a different pH. Aromatic is very crucial. A little, alteration will get you in the whole day in the washroom. So that is very important. That's why if you have a stomach upset, have high fiber intake. That will relieve you. Again, same method. It will take out everything. Okay, madam. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Sir, please. What's the say again?
What were those additives? The fluorine and the biotin and B?
Oh, it's a biocanin, BCA. It's available in the market. It's a tablet comes in biocanin.
Market here or?
It's in the United States also.
Okay, well,
and coenzyme Q10 also.
I don't go to the same market, I guess. So
yeah, go to Sam's Club. You have biocanin and coenzyme Q10.
So those are just a nutraceutical.
Yeah, nutraceutical. Yes, it's a nutraceuticals. It's a food additive. Yes, it's a miraculous.
So does it help? In your studies, how helpful were they?
I got it from Sigma.
Okay.
Yeah, I got it Sigma purified form because we wanted to check it in a controlled, experimental setup. And believe me, professor, it's a wonderful thing. Only after this I believe it that this natural compound has somehow have a chelating ability to take out this heavy metals, cations from your body. And mice you put in a controlled environment, you know what they are eating, what they are drinking, how much they are sleeping, and now you are giving them toxicant because always we have a separate group of toxicant. They die early, and if you keep on this thing, we have 120 days study, and they don't die. If you provide them this probiotics or this food supplement, they don't die. So that was the eye-opening thing. So I published 7 papers. Okay, so now we have another experiment coming up. How this plastics, microplastics, yes, sensitize this heavy metal poisoning. So this experiment is still going on. We have to see it. It's 6 months, so 180 days experiment because microplastics don't do causticity immediate, So what we have sanitized with heavy metals, and then we are giving them microplastic, 10 milligram per kg body weight. We'll see after 3 months. 3 months have already been no mortality, and mortality means no death has been seen in any group. We'll see what happens because this physiological thing, right? Okay, again, one question: what do you think? At what stage you can detect cancer? What do you think? At what stage? Yeah, sorry, said yeah, right thing. Stage 4 is metastasis and is gone to everywhere. But again, there are certain limits. So what do you think? Everything is cancer free? I just told you. Trillion cells are dying every day. One mistake of DNA repair, polymerase 1 or polymerase 3, will make you this thing. And average length of a cancer progression is around 5 to 10 years. So if one insult happens today, it would seen in after 5 years, or maximum by 10 years. Like gastric cancers, it takes 10 years. It takes longer time because it has to accumulate the enough insult to get seen in the clinical symptoms. So that's why it is very important to have it checked regularly and try to change your diet. It's a lifestyle. Again, 20% is genetic. Cancers are only 20%. Do not blame God. God is only for 20%. 80% your lifestyle and your environment. These are facts. Go Google it. You will see. It's 20%. Genetics is only 20%. It's 80%. Yeah, predisposition and everything. Again, predisposition can be reversed. Genetic cannot be reversed, but predisposition, yeah. If your parents are diabetic, your parents having had metastasis, breast cancer, whatever, you are more prone to develop. But it's not that you will have it. No. If you change your lifestyle, if you do the right thing, you will never get it. That's what science is. Because in postdoc I did not tell you my story of postdoc. In postdoc I was not doing this heavy metals. I was doing Epstein-Barr mediated oncogenesis. So there is a virus, Kissenberg, sir. So in this, I believe everyone has this EBV antibodies because we all been infected with Epstein-Barr virus. This virus causes cancers, lymphomas, Hodgkin's lymphoma, non-Hodgkin's lymphomas. In some our countries, even children of 11 years of age are having lymphomas. You must have seen these cancer. This is the virus that causes. Earlier it was believed that it's a mutation. No, this virus causes mutation in the body, like cervical cancer, HPV, papilloma, right? So again, check your health. Be good in your lifestyle and environment. You can control it, but try to avoid. When there is a heavy traffic on the road, try to cover your mouth. Turn on your AC. That will limit something. Again, there is a threshold. After that, nothing can be controlled. But up to the threshold, you can do it, right? That's what toxicology says. And again, cancer is a linear equation. 2 की power n. It keep on dividing in that doubling number. It's not sigmoid curve. So that's the. Okay, sir. I hope I have answered your question. Yes, please. Yeah.
So you guys are checking regarding the oxidative stress that is produced by heavy metals, and are you extrapolating it to different disease condition, or it's still just the oxidative stress?
No, we are also producing. Actually, okay, very good question. So we are working on silicosis also. Silica, top marbles, finished marbles, it costs a loss to those guys who are on this occupation. So being from occupational health, so we do it. So there is a nearby place called Sirho in Rajasthan. You go in there, you look at 26-year-old man, you will feel that he must be 50 or 50 plus. Everything got devoured because there is less oxygen retention in the body and cells will mature early. There's tidal volume, 450 volume cc. It's less, it's 220. So there is less oxygen, less carrying capacity by hemoglobin. So again, you will be prone to more aging, and there is more risk of having lung cancers because silicosis, again, silica dust kept on depositing your lungs and it scared your lungs. Scaring is there. So sometimes it's called pigeon lungs. You could breathe. Though you want to breathe, but you cannot breathe. You cannot have enough air uptake. So again, your answer, yes, we are doing. Apart from this, we are trying to relate with etiology of some other disease as well. But again, oxidative stress or free radicals, these are all mother element. All disease come from this. There is imbalance, you get it. There is imbalance, you get it. So yes, we are apart from silicosis, we have bisnosis also. Cotton, when there is a harvesting, there is a cotton. Farmers harvest this cotton and then again they ingest small cotton fibers, and that's get deposited in the lungs. A kind of silicosis condition, but it's not silicosis, it's bisnosis. Again, problem. It happens when you are 40 plus. Then your thing gets down, you don't feel energy. You don't have energy actually. If your oxygen is not being transported to each and every cell in the body, you get devoid of energy. You don't feel that you should work. You always try to lay down. So this thing. So if you see any farmer and he's laying down, don't say he's lazy. He's not lazy. He's in that condition. Yeah.
Now working on the occupational results.
Yes.
So during COVID, did you see any correlation between the increase in the incidence of COVID cases in the occupational results?
Oh, what are you saying? You have seen nurses, doctors, United States. Those doctors who are in emergency care for 24 hours, they have had cancer because there were no vaccination at that time, right? No antibodies was there to protect against COVID. So definitely they were at risk. They died.
Those who have a compromised.
This is a very basic question. Those have a compromised immune situation, definitely having COVID. It doesn't mean that who are diabetic are more prone to have this COVID-19. No, it's not like that. Somehow, but again, it makes you more prone to get those diseases because your immune system is compromised. Right? Either old age, children did not get affected because this ACE receptor. Old age people were more affected, and the middle age people, because of their occupation, because of their negligence. Yes.
Sir, as you said that heavy metals also alters the neurotransmitter activity. So, did you observe any behavioral or motor changes during your animal studies?
Excellent. See, now I'm getting this point. Very good, very good. I'm so happy. Now these are the questions we wanted to hear. It means now you're interesting the subject. Yes. So neurotransmitter, there is acetylcholine receptor and butyrylcholine receptor that we have seen in our studies. Regarding the neurobehavioral, no, neurobehavioral we have not seen for 2 weeks period, but for larger period we have seen. Yes. for 30 days period. We have the other data also, 30 days of. Yes.
Why require larger
larger time points. Or I would say larger doses, because if you put larger doses, they may die. So our thing is not to give them a deathly sentence, right? We want to observe their physiology. That's how we correlate with human, right? Extrapolation. Again, is the extrapolation. So yeah, a wonderful question. And we wanted to see with this heavy metals sensitized with polystyrene, microplastic, because this is a big thing, and I've been asked to continue with this microplastic. And this thing is going on. Okay, thank you. Now I believe that I've done my work well. Thank you. Yes.
So, thank you, sir. So, as a token of appreciation, I request Richa Madam to present a memento to sir.
Please. Yes, sir. Any critics? Now we have 180 study of heavy metals with polystyrene.
So, moving towards the end. So, now we are having with us Mr. Utsav Gandhi. He is a senior scientific assistant at Gujarat Environment Management Institute and Autonomous Institute of Government of Gujarat since 2015. He has been serving as a technical manager in air section, where he oversees the sampling and analysis of ambient air, stack air and noise. He held a master degree in environmental science and bring over 10 years of experience in environmental field, particularly in atmospheric science. Mr. Gandhi has published 2 international research papers with few more in progress and is currently pursuing PhD in atmospheric pollution. He has worked on source appraisement studies in major studies of Gujarat, including Ahmedabad, Rajkot, and currently he is working in Gandhinagar and was previously involved in the GeoTrace program at Physical Research Laboratory, PRL. So with this brief introduction, I welcome you, sir, to deliver your talk on health impact assessment from exposure to trace metal present in atmospheric PM10. Welcome you, sir.
ऐसे ही कर लेंगे ठीक है चल ये पॉइंट ओके गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीवन आई नो थोड़ा सुबह से ज़्यादा टाइम हो गया होगा तो थोड़े बोर हो गए होंगे आई एम सॉरी एक्चुअली आई एम नॉट फीलिंग वेल ड्यू टू सम थ्रोट डिस्कम्फर्ट पार्डन माई voice will not be as strong as sir had. Okay, all right. So earlier I was thinking like how my topic will be relevant to the theme of the conference, but sir has helped me with trace metal and heavy metal pollution in water especially. So I'll be discussing more about air pollution. So heavy and trace elements in air. Okay. First of all, this will be the content. Like I'm working in GAMI. It's Gujarat Environment Management Institute. Then what are the air pollution and aerosols, then heavy metals in aerosol. Then there is an approach called source apportionment study. So I will be discussing that briefly. And I won't take much time, 15 minutes maximum. Okay. Then case studies of Ahmedabad and Rajkot and air pollution control options and future projection. Now, about my institute, I've been working for past 10 years now. So GAMI is an autonomous institute under Forest and Environment Department, Government of Gujarat. It's registered under Society Registration Act. The institute shifted its headquarters in 2011. It has full-fledged laboratory, recognized as State Water Lab under Water Act and State Air Lab under Air Act, and also Environment Laboratory under the EPA 1986. It has enabled accreditation for chemical biological parameters. It is recognized as SIRO Institute, Scientific and Industrial Research Organization, by the Department of Scientific and Industrial Research, DSIR, Government of India. And now I can proudly say we can analyze more than 200 plus parameters in our lab in water, air, soil and microbiological section. All right. These are the objectives. We'll skip this. These are the services of our institute. We usually work for environmental monitoring and audit, then environmental impact assessment, environmental training, education, laboratory services, then environmental management system designs and consultancy work, inventorization of different types of waste, and accreditation and rating. Now, let's start with the topic. So, we all have heard air pollution, aerosols. But what are aerosols? So, first of all, air pollution as per the definition provided in the US EPA. Air pollution is the release of the pollutants such as gases, particles, and biological molecules, etc. into the air. That is harmful to human health as well as environment. Now, if we talk about aerosols, they are defined as suspension of particles or droplet in the air, which includes airborne mist, fumes, smoke. These particles we are talking about, the aerosols, the size ranges from the few nanometer to the micrometers in diameter, and particles can be manufactured or it can be naturally occurring as well. To illustrate, we have heard PM10, right? Okay. So to illustrate that, I have kept an image. Just a second. So this is a human hair. Okay. Typically, it is around 50 to 70 micrometer. This is for the comparison. This is fine beach sand. It is around 70 to 90 micrometer. So if we talk about PM10, we can accommodate on the width around 5 to 7 particles of PM10 on our human hair. Those tiny particles. And if we talk about PM2.5, which can enter in our lungs, 4 PM2.5 particles can be accommodated on PM10. So we are talking about those tiny particles. Okay. Sources, the sources can be categorized into two categories, natural and anthropogenic man-made activities. So if we talk about natural sources, there are biogenic, then sea salt, forest fire, dust storms, and volcanic eruption. And if we talk about man-made activities, there's industrial emissions, thermal power plants, vehicular emissions, biomass burning, and waste burning or waste incinerations. Air pollutant sources further categorized into 4 categories. So if we see, these are the mobile sources, then these are the stationary sources, then area source, and the natural source. So if we talk about mobile, obviously it includes vehicular emissions like airplane, train, etc. If we talk about stationary sources, the industrial emission and so on. If we talk about area sources, that usually include agricultural practices, cities and wood burning places. And if we talk about natural sources such as wind blown dust, wildfire and volcanic eruptions. Now, as we all know that last 1 or 2 decades, more scientists are indulging in the air quality with human health. Why? Because in 2021, the air quality guideline, which is provided by the WHO, it reduced to 5 microgram per meter cube. I'm talking about permissible limit. Earlier, it was 10 microgram per meter cube in 2005, which was revised in 2021 to 5 microgram per meter cube. But to our surprise, in India, the average concentration of PM2.5 is 83 in 2021, which is 16.6 times higher than the permissible limit. If we talk about the death due to fine particulate matter, that means PM2.5, it is around 980,000 deaths in 2019 due to PM2.5. Sir, WHO. Yes, sir. It was earlier it was 10, then now it is revised to 5 microgram per cubic meter. Okay. That means it is 70 deaths per 10,000 deaths due to the fine particulate matter, and sadly we are second to China. In China, it is around 100 per 10,000 deaths. In 2019, 99% of the world population was living the places where WHO's guidelines were not met. 99% of the human population I'm talking about. And around 4 million people died in 2019 just because of the PM2.5 exposure. Not because of the PM2.5, but because of the heavy metal and carcinogenic metal present in the PM2.5 or PM10. Now, this data I have taken from the UNEP, United Nations Environment Program, and its study called Global Burden of Disease Study in 2019, GBD 2019. Based on this data, they have specifically categorized the 3 categories in Asian region and Pacific region. These are because of the residential, the category, or you can say the sources, residential activities. Then this one is industrial emission, and another one is the anthropogenic activity, fugitive emissions. Now if we talk about the types of aerosols, there are usually 6 sources available, and there are 7 types of aerosols available, broadly speaking. Okay. First of all, if we talk about sea spray will emit sea salt, and usually they are square in shape if we talk about the morphology, and the composition is obviously sodium and chloride. If we talk about desert or resuspension of dust, they will either contain mineral dust or clay. They are irregular in shape, and they have so many things like oxides, silicates, aluminosilicates, calcites, and Fe species. Okay. If we talk about fossil fuel burning, they are consisting of soot or black carbon, which is also referred as elemental carbon as well in few of the studies recently. They have chain-like aggregation of carbon species. Then we talk about heavy industries. They either emit metals as well as soot as well as organic pollutants. In organic pollutants, we talk about primary organic aerosol and secondary organic aerosol. So like what is primary source? Primary organic aerosols, primary means those who emitted directly from the source, and secondary after the chemical reaction or atmospheric chemistry, those convert into the secondary organic aerosols. Then there are secondary particles like sulfates and nitrates, and they usually take place in the CCN, cloud condensation nuclei. Okay. Further, the aerosol, if we talk about types of aerosol, then they can be divided into 2 categories. Fine mode is less than 2.5 micrometer, and the coarser mode is around 2.5 to 10 micrometer. This fine mode further can be divided into 2 categories, water soluble and water insoluble. Now, if we talk about water insoluble, they have absorbing components like black carbon. Now, recent study like past 15 years or 20 years back, it has been already published that this is responsible of global warming because of the GWP, global warming potential. Okay. Then non-absorbing species are also there. If we talk about water soluble components, then there will be non-hygroscopic and hygroscopic component, and all this aerosol water content will make AW, aerosol water content. If we talk about organic and carbonaceous aerosols, this can be divided into 4 categories: elemental carbon, organic carbon, pH, we might have heard about pH, polyaromatic hydrocarbons, and VOCs, volatile organic carbons. So if we talk about organic carbon, there will be primary OC as well as secondary. And if we talk about pH, then there are a few examples such as benzpyrene, naphthalene, and so on. And if we talk about VOCs, there are benzene, toluene, xylene, ethyl benzene. Okay, so this is a typical periodic table, and my topic is related to heavy interest elements, so I'll be focusing on those. So just to brief, this is alkali metals, then these are the alkaline earth metals, these are transition metals, these are basic metals, metalloids, and noble gas. So those white spheres you see, we have collected the samples and we have analyzed these 20 elements in our samples. Okay. Now, we might be knowing about these heavy interest elements, where it comes, what it can do. So briefly I will say about lead. It can come from the vehicle emission. It is also considered as a legacy pollution. Why legacy? Sir has already given an example of our Roman Empire, right? And because lead was there in petrol earlier, in gasoline, right? It can also come from the paint and mine waste. If we talk about arsenic, it can come from the contaminated of drinking water, wood preservatives, and herbicides. If we talk about nickel, it comes from the stainless steel production and fossil fuel burning. Cadmium usually come from the battery production and waste incineration. Chromium, metal plating, as sir has already mentioned, chrome production and stainless steel plants. Manganese come from the coal-fired power plants and steel productions. Mercury, coal-fired power plants, and also in the seafood. Okay. Zinc, tire wear, brake and wear smelters, and copper comes from the smelters, fungicide wear and tear of the copper pipes. Now the question is how we collect the samples and how do we analyze. Okay. First of all, this is called sampler. It is called RDS, respirable dust sampler. So what is happening? Here there is a suction pump. This is the inlet. Here we keep the filter paper. Now filter paper is kind of filter paper with the paper which has a specific pore size. Okay. What will happen when we start this motor? It will try to suction the air through this inlet. What will happen? The dust load which we are talking about will be
filter through this. So air will go out, but the dust will be settled down on this filter paper. Now, these are called exposed filter paper. So after the completion of the sampling, this filter paper we will take to the laboratory. This is called microwave digestion. So we will put this filter paper specific punch size to the microwave vessel. We will add certain acid, hydrofluoric acid and nitric acid. Then we will do microwave digestion or closed digestion. After that, because we have added HF, hydrofluoric acid, which cannot be injected in ICP because it is made up of quartz, so HF can corrode the assembly. So we need to do the phase change. Phase change means we need to remove the HF, excess HF. So HF will be removed due to using this open digestion method. We will collect, after that we will make up the sample and we will inject the sample in the ICP OES. ICP OES is inductively coupled plasma optical emission spectroscopy, right? So this instrument can measure more than 50 elements at a time. It usually takes 3 to 4 minutes per sample. Thing is, we should be having the standards to plot a calibration. If we have the standards, we can analyze 50 elements of the periodic table. All right. Now, I have discussed about the metals. Now, how to measure the, particularly if we talk about air pollution, what can be the approach from where the metals come, right? But there is this study called source apportionment study on which our institute and our team is working right now. So growing air pollution is of concern for many urban cities. Now we might be aware about the NCAP program, National Clean Air Program. What NCAP is doing, it is expanding the air quality monitoring network. Also it can strict the vehicle emission standard and introducing to LPG to rural household as well. Now, NCAP has identified 131 non-attainment cities. Now, non-attainment cities means NCAP has provided a guideline, specific guideline, and these 131 cities cannot meet those guidelines for past 5 years. Okay. Sadly, in Gujarat, 4 cities are available: Ahmedabad, Rajkot, Surat and Vadodara. Now, we all know, local अगर होंगे तो हमें पता होगा, सबसे ज़्यादा industrial growth ये 4 cities में अभी हो रहा है, ठीक है? Right now, we are working on these 2 cities, Ahmedabad and Rajkot. So I have a few data which I'll share with you right now. Okay. Based on this study, further we can develop the effective control strategy to control the PM10 and 2.5 pollution. And how can it be done? This can be done on 3 parts: emission inventory, dispersion modeling, and receptor modeling. Now I'll explain this in a brief. So yes, briefly saying, source apportionment study means identification, quantification of various air pollution sources. Okay, from where these elements are coming. Okay, sources can be either of these: vehicle, industrial, construction and demolition, road dust, domestic and commercial. And we can analyze these 3 things. First, we can find out this emission. So that is called emission inventory. अगर emission हो गया, after that, we can find out the dispersion. कि कहाँ कितना डिस्पर्स हो रहा है, दैट इज कॉल्ड डिस्पर्जन मॉडलिंग. और डिस्पर्जन हो जाने के बाद रिसेप्टर पे, मतलब कि पर्टिकुलर लोकेशन पे हाउ मच वी आर गेटिंग, दैट इज कॉल्ड रिसेप्टर मॉडलिंग. सो बाय स्टडिंग दीज 3 थिंग्स वी कैन कम टू नो व्हाट आर द प्रोबेबल सोर्सेज, how much the concentration is, and how the mitigation strategy can be developed. All right. Okay. Aim and objective of the study is to profile ground level contamination, that is called GLC, of various pollutants, but the city is big. Okay. By collecting a sample at same location cannot be said it's a representative sample. So we need to collect at least 4 or 5 locations as per the guideline. So we need to collect the sample from the background location, residential location, commercial as well as mixed or industrial zone. Then we need to identify the hotspots location within the city. Further, the objective is to prepare inventory for the different air pollutants. Then profile the source emission. Conduct the source apportionment study for PM10 and 2.5. When we talk about source apportionment, that means which source contribute how much of the concentration of particular pollutant, to assess the impact of source and ambient air quality. Okay, this was the approach: study area mapping, then emission inventory, dispersion modeling, receptor modeling, efficacy of possible controls, and then future projections. So I have few data. If we talk about Ahmedabad now, so in Ahmedabad we have collected these 5 locations. अगर हम local हैं हमें सबको पता होगा. We have heard Bapu Nagar, right, in Ahmedabad. Okay, Bapu Nagar is considered as residential. Then Narol industrial estate, because more than 1500 industrial units are available in Narol. Then we have selected Paladi because of vehicular moment. Paladi bus depot is there, so because of the vehicular moment, we consider Paladi. Then income tax, again high moving traffic, and then we took Science City as a background because in Science City right now only residential activity is there. Industrial emission is we should not find the industrial emission in Science City. We hope that. Okay. If we talk about, let's forget about the graph, just focus on the yellow bar, which is called PM10 concentration. So during summer and winter, what we have done is we have collected more than 100 samples simultaneously in both these seasons. We check the PM10 concentration, PM2.5 concentration, and metal concentration. So what we can see here is in summer, PM10 concentration is around 100 to 200 for all the locations. Okay, this is Narol, the industrial location. Okay, but during winter, it can reach to around 300, 350. Okay, even to 400. Why? Can you tell me why during winter air pollution is high? Anyone? Usually, you see? Sorry. It's a common thing. During winter, you will always find the higher concentration at same location. Please, anyone? Because lower surface temperature, lower mixing height, so the pollutant can trap, it doesn't get space to disperse. So obviously during winter you will get the higher concentration. Alright? Okay, then we also calculated one parameter which is called enrichment factor. Now enrichment factor means whether this particular element comes from the crustal source or geogenic source, or it comes from the man-made activities or industrial activities or anthropogenic activities. So, if enrichment factor is 0 to 10 or 1 to 10, that means it comes from the crustal source. Our major problem is resuspension of dust. Okay, that means whatever we are measuring because of the resuspension dust only. That's what we believed earlier. Okay, so these elements, I'm sorry, actually image is not visible here, but these elements are coming from the crustal elements. They are iron, aluminium, manganese, strontium, vanadium, and selenium. Okay, but we are talking about these elements. These are coming from the crustal as well as from the industrial man-made activities. Those are cobalt, lead, arsenic, zinc, nickel. Now, can you see the pattern? These all are carcinogenic elements. And they are not coming from the resuspension of dust. That means they are coming directly from the vehicular or industrial emission. That means man-made activities. So by this, we at least come to know that industrial activity can cause higher concentration of these particular elements. This is the comparative study of this metal concentration. This is during summer, this is winter. You can see a higher bar graph during winter. Obviously, as we discussed earlier, during winter the concentration will be more. So around 20 elements we have analyzed. Now, we all know concentration were high of the carcinogenic elements, but what next? Whether those carcinogenic elements can cause cancer or not, that we need to find out. So for that we take an approach of IELCR, which is called incremental or individual access lifetime cancer risk, which was further calculated from the cancer slope factor with multiplying the lifetime average daily dose. The data for lifetime average daily dose was taken from the cancer slope factor was taken from the USCPA. Now, to our surprise, we can see here chromium all sides. The value should not increase 1 is to power 10 is to power minus 6. It is 67, 115 during summer as well as winter. All sides, both these seasons, the value is too high. This proves that it has the tendency, or you can say it can cause cancer, because 1 is to 10 is to power minus 6 means 1 in million. So 1 person in million can, has a chance of getting a cancer. Here the value is too high for chromium, for cobalt, for cadmium, and to our surprise it is also high in Science City as well. So we expected Narol will show us, because obviously industrial emission is more, but what about this Science City? So we get for chromium, cobalt as well as arsenic. Now for Rajkot, I'll skip this. This is important. This is 100% metal contribution of the source profile. Okay. For 5, this is winter, summer for 5 site. This is one. First is industrial. Then second one is low income residential and commercial area, high income residential cum commercial area, then commercial and curb site, and background location. As you can see here, this blue bar is occupying more than 20 to 50%, which shows it is soil and road dust. This we can cover, no? Industrial emission we can control. These also we can control simply just because of unpaved road and not proper plan. You can say we are lacking in those particular part of town planning. So if we improve this, we can control this part at least, right? So what are the conclusions? Soil and road dust are highest contributor, around 20 to 35%. Soil and road dust enrichment factor is around 1, that suggests higher road dust contribution in summer mainly due to the dry condition and high wind velocity. Secondary sources, second most highly contribution sources from the secondary sources, nearly 17% at all sites. Residential or domestic activity, which is contributing around 6 to 15%. Residential sources have the common mixed source of chula wood, LPG, PNG, wood, coal, and combustion that includes organic carbon, sulfates, and chloride. Vehicular emission nearly contributes around 10%. Construction and demolition activity nearly contributes to 5%. Now, based on those pollution load, we have developed some control options, and we are predicting the scenario in 2028 and 2033. So, in domestic sector, this is not a pollution load. This is a pollution factor. This is a pollution load based on the factor. Okay. Now, if we reduce the uses of conventional fuel by 40% in 2028 and followed by 70% in 2033, it can reduce around 59% in PM10 emission and around 75% in PM addition 2033. Same way in hotel and restaurants, use of cleaner fuel in 2028 40% and by 2033 60%. It can decrease around 38 to 59% respectively. If we talk about construction and demolition activity, better construction practice can lower up to 50% of the PM dust load. If we talk about vehicular emission, change in clean fuel, electrical vehicles, so we have considered that share of electric vehicle to 30% by 2028, which is I feel possible, and around 40% by 2033, which is again quite possible. It can reduce around 20 to 30% of the PM dust load. If we talk about industrial sector, fuel switching and installation of air pollution control equipment can again reduce around 70% of industry. So by this, if we talk about the dust load, if the project and emission load as per the business as usual, it is around, this blue line is PM10 concentration. So if we talk about PM10, it can reach up to 18 ton per day in Ahmedabad. But if we apply those strategies, it can reduce to around 6 to 7 ton per day. So these are my references. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a model, right?
Yes,
nothing is practically done yet to reduce them.
Right now, sir,
You're only creating artificial intelligence models.
Right,
So my question is that, in reality, all cancers can be eradicated if you reduce these pollutions. All cancers can be prevented.
Yes, sir, if we have better prevention strategies.
Yeah, but what we are doing is we are putting more pollution into the air and soil, and we are expecting my research to cure cancers. Huh? Right? I mean, it doesn't meet the purpose. So I want to see a realistic number that actual data should be available, not projections. Every year is there a data that is going to come out of this exercise, actual data, not models. I don't want models. I mean, actual data.
In 2022, we have started this study. Capture your voice. Okay. So in 2022, sir, we have started this study, right, sir? So first our objective was to collect the GLC, ground level concentrations. After that we have certain models, CalPerf, CalMet and all. So we can put this metadata into the model and it can predict the load. Now this load was calculated based on the pollution factor. So right now if this particular category is emitting this much, how much it can be in future, like 2028 or 2033. Based on that we can calculate the ton per day. Like this much ton can be emitted daily. To reduce that, we have to, so I'm an environmentalist. What my job is to collect the sample, to analyze the sample and to provide the data to policymakers. So
I left mathematics because I don't understand mathematics. Okay.
So just one question here. How do you explain for the Science City? What is the reason? Why do you see that?
That paper is under publication right now, sir.
Okay. I believe it's the wind direction. Have you considered this wind direction in Science City?
Yes, sir.
Or in all the other, the spots that you have?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Met data we have. Meteorological data.
You have that
yes,
direction.
yes, yes.
Yeah. So my question is that you have data from last 5 years that you have shown?
No, sir. For 2 years.
For 2 years.
Yes.
Can you go back and see from what happened from last, at least 5 years, you will see the trend. So occupational health, there is a division who's working on the same thing. So we are just taking in the heavily industrial fested, areas and 5 kilometers apart from there.
Okay.
Not even residential. To see how this wind makes the difference.
Okay.
Yeah. So you look at you will see the,
Sure.
the.
Thank you for the suggestions.
Even I got my answer. Why in Science City you
So,
see that?
so we are working on the background trajectory as well. So we'll be plotting on that and maybe we'll find some interesting data. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Any other questions? Otherwise, I'll hand it over to you.
So, thank you, Dr. Utsav, for
I'm still
sharing
Mr.
your,
Utsav.
Mr. Utsav for to be doctor, right? Yeah. So, your valuable research work and its correlation with health risk. So, on behalf of organizing committee, I request Dr. Deepak to present a memento to sir. So moving toward the last session, now, we will be having a poster session. So all the participants are requested to stick their poster on the poster boards as per the number assigned to you, right? And then meanwhile, we'll be having a tea and coffee break. So first of all, you stick your poster and then have your tea and coffee.
Madam, एक क्वेश्चन था. There is a कुछ ये PM10 सर ने बोला इतना बढ़िया डेटा दिखाया, वो समझ रहे हैं what is PM? बच्चों को समझने तो आना चाहिए PM क्या है, हम तो PM बोल नहीं रहे.
I think the homework would be that when you go back, please learn few things on this. So tomorrow we can ask you about particulate matter. Okay. So see you all at the poster session then. Thank you. And one last time, tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, we'll be starting at sharp. Today we were running late, but since there was a poster session, it was still manageable. But tomorrow we are back-to-back talks, so try to be here by at least 8:45 so that we can start at 9 o'clock sharp. Or maybe at 8 o'clock, have your breakfast, and let's reconvene at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock here. Okay? So with that, I think we will break out. I would request Dr. Subramaniam Wangala, Grover, Dr. A.M. Thakur, and Dr. Gyanendra to stay back here. Rest all can proceed for the poster session. Thank you.